Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that not only is the pen mightier than the sword, the ink bottle is mightier than the gun. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve, and your plane leaves in an hour.
Oh, well, what uncivilized neck of the world do I get sent to this time?
French Riviera.
Hey, I must have been living right lately. Hey, tell me, do they still wear those bathing suits over there, Commissioner?
I'm afraid you won't have much time to be looking at bathing suits, Steve. You'll be more interested in looking at an elderly man.
You want to bet? Okay, so who's the elderly man?
Jan Bisco.
Oh, the Czech author?
Yes, he's been living on the Riviera since the war, Steve. He's been instrumental in smuggling quite a few worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
Oh, that's news to me.
It should be. It's a very closely guarded secret. Because, obviously, certain interests would like very much to know who's masterminding the operation that's been a thorn in their side for the last 4 years.
Oh, I still don't see what the deal is or where I fit in.
And Steve, Bisco has completed all the arrangements to smuggle out into free Europe the most important man yet.
Who is it?
His name is Gocek. He's an atomic scientist. And he can give us a first-hand account of the status of atomic research behind the Iron Curtain.
I see. Enough said. Where's this Gocek now?
He's been hiding in Prague, waiting for Bisco to make the necessary arrangements. This morning, we've just received word that those arrangements have been completed.
Oh?
Gocek will arrive secretly at the Riviera tomorrow morning. He will meet Bisco at the prearranged rendezvous, or I should say, he'll meet Bisco and you.
Oh, I'm elected bodyguard, huh?
Yes, and I'm sure you realize the opposition would go to any lengths to prevent Gocek from getting to us. Get over to the Riviera, work with Jan Bisco, meet Gocek, and bring him back here to the States safe and sound. And incidentally, try to stay alive yourself. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Fly to the French Riviera, check with an author named Bisco, then meet a scientist named Gocek who's being smuggled out from behind the Iron Curtain. All of which sounds just dandy, except that I've got an uneasy hunch that the gents who operate that Iron Curtain will be trying their best to drop same on my neck. It's Wednesday night a little before midnight when my plane lands, and I put through a telephone call to Bisco's villa.
Oui?
Bisco?
No.
Oh, maybe I've got the wrong number. Is this Jan Bisco's villa?
Oui.
May I speak to him?
Who is calling, please?
Mitchell, Steve Mitchell.
And may I inquire why you wish to speak to Monsieur Bisco?
Look, if you don't mind, that's something I'll discuss with him. Now, is he there?
He cannot come to the telephone at present. But if you will tell me the nature of your business, I will...
Look, Buster, are you his official bouncer or something?
Answer? I do not understand.
Neither do I. Look, is Bisco going to be there for a while? If so, I'll come out.
Oui, a good idea. And Monsieur Bisco, he will be here. Oui?
I'm Mitchell. You're the guy I was talking to over the phone?
Oui, please to come in.
Okay. Well, did you tell Bisco that I was coming?
No.
What? Now, look, if you're Bisco's butler, he could do a lot better, believe me.
2 items to correct, monsieur.
In the first place, I am not Monsieur Bisco's butler. And in the second place, it was quite impossible to inform him that you were coming out here to his villa.
Why was it impossible?
Because Monsieur Bisco is in his library. Dead.
What?
Oui. A long and quite sharp letter opener buried in his back. And now, monsieur?
What? That gun in your hand says you're the boy who stabbed him, too, huh?
You are quite wrong, monsieur. This gun in my hand says that you are under arrest.
Under arrest? Say, what is this?
I am Inspector Marchand of the Sûreté.
Oh, well, I guess that clears a couple of things up.
But it does not clear you up, monsieur.
No? Well, maybe these credentials of mine will, Marshal.
Credentials?
Take a look.
So, it would appear we have been at cross purposes. You see, when you telephoned, I thought you might possibly be involved in the killing. So I wished you to come out here in order that I might question you.
Yeah. You say the body's still in the library?
Oui, this way.
What time was the killing?
As near as we can place it, around 10 o'clock this evening.
2 hours ago, huh?
There is the body, seated behind the desk, as you can see.
Yeah. Files and papers scattered all over the library.
Mitchell, I am completely puzzled by one element in this case.
What's that, Inspector?
Motive. Jan Bisco was a universally respected author. Why would anyone wish to kill him? Who was his enemy?
I guess he had quite a few of them. You see, Bisco headed an operation which smuggled people out from behind the Iron Curtain, Marshal.
Indeed. Ah, that explains it. If there are political implications in the killing...
A very important scientist named Gocek is in the process of being smuggled out right now. He's due to arrive tomorrow morning, and Bisco was to meet him.
Where?
I don't know, but I'm afraid Bisco's killer does.
Mitchell, do you mean that this refugee scientist Gocek is walking blindly into a death trap?
That's about the size of it, I guess. That means we've got to find out who killed Bisco, then trail him or her to the meeting with Gocek and just hope we get there in
A
time.
large order.
Yeah, we've only got about 6 hours.
Where do you wish to start? With Monsieur Bisco's secretary, perhaps?
Secretary?
Oui. A Mademoiselle Helen Nolska, a Polish girl. She lives here. It was she who reported the murder by telephone.
I see. Yeah, I'd like to talk to her. Where is she?
In the next room. I will call her. Mademoiselle Nolska, would you step in here a moment?
All right.
This is Monsieur Steve Mitchell, a government agent from the United States.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell?
Miss Nolska?
Monsieur Mitchell wishes to ask you some questions in connection with the murder of Monsieur Bisco.
A United States government agent investigating the death of Jan Bisco? I do not understand.
Oh, you weren't aware of Bisco's activities?
Of course I was aware of his activities. He was a writer.
Anything else?
Not that I know of.
I see. Now, tell me about this evening.
Very well. Mr. Bisco and I worked late this evening.
Here, in the library?
Yes, he was dictating to me. At around 10 o'clock, I went down the hall to the kitchen to prepare tea and cakes, which Mr. Bisco always liked when he worked nights.
Go on.
Well, while I was in the kitchen, I heard the front door bell. I started down the hall to answer it, but Mr. Bisco called to me that he would answer it.
Oh, did you see who it was?
No. About 20 minutes later, I went back into the library.
It took you that much more time just to fix tea and cakes?
I also found that strange, Mitchell.
As I explained to Inspector Marchand, I burned the first batch of cakes and had to prepare more.
Okay, so 20 minutes later you returned to the library.
Yes, to find Mr. Bisco dead. The letter opener in his back. It was a horrible sight.
Was he expecting any visitors this evening?
None. But of course he had several friends who frequently would drop in on him.
Oh, just who are these friends?
Hans, Alex, Magda.
Wait a minute, not so fast. Let's have them one at a time. Who's Hans?
A pianist. He lives on the 3rd floor of the place next door. You can see his apartment from here. Oh, his window is dark. He is either away from home or asleep.
You say he was a good friend of Monsieur Bisco?
Yes. You see, Hans is not a very prosperous pianist, and Mr. Bisco more or less supported him.
Okay, we'll check Hans later. Who's next on the list?
Alex.
What does he do?
Why, nothing very much, I am afraid.
I see. Then there was a girl, Magda?
Yes, a cafe singer.
Okay, first I want to talk to Alex, the boy who does nothing for a living. Where does he live?
It is a rather difficult place to find. Perhaps I had better take you there.
Well, thanks.
Let me see. My purse and gloves should be in here somewhere.
Those are the ones over there on the table?
Oh, yes, thank you. If you will excuse me while I freshen up, I will be with you shortly.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mitchell, it appears there is a long night's work ahead.
Yeah,
What is it?
I just noticed something here on the desk.
Oh? You mean the pepper scattered around?
No, this bottle of ink that's been spilled.
We noticed that, and the reason that it had been spilled by the killer is he or she searched the desk. But what about it?
Part of the ink stained the top of the desk, and the rest dripped onto the floor.
So?
Look at the stain on the top of the desk.
A slight smear in the middle.
Yeah. Killer could have got some of that ink on his or her hands.
It is possible, oui. And observe, Mitchell, this ink is the so-called indelible kind.
Which means it won't wash off easily.
So that we will know the killer when we find him.
Yeah, but first we've got to find him.
I am ready now, Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, Helen. Did you check that pianist window again?
Hans? Yes, but it is still dark.
Okay. Let's try this boy Alex, then. I'm always real interested to meet people who do nothing for a living. Just jealous, I guess. Looks like I'm specializing in guys who aren't home tonight.
The door, it is unlocked.
Yeah. Come on, let's take a look around inside.
It is very dark in here.
Yeah, I'll get the lights. Yeah. Oh, brother, this isn't exactly what you'd call a mansion, is it? Cardboard over the windows, pieces of tin over holes in the walls, the works.
Mr. Mitchell, it seems so very warm in here.
Yeah, I noticed that. Wait, that pot-bellied stove over in the corner.
Why would he have a fire when the weather is so warm?
That's a good question. Bunch of charred papers. Let's see if I can salvage any of it.
What is it?
Propaganda handouts.
Oh?
Well, looks like Alex was a party boy, all right. Probably had a job passing this stuff out. But why burn it? Unless he decided to take a powder.
Steve, do you think that Alex could have killed Mr. Biscoe?
Well, he looks like a pretty live prospect at the moment. What do you know about him?
Why, he was an old friend of Mr. Biscoe's. They were both in politics in Czechoslovakia and both got away together after the war. But, well, lately Alex... Well, apparently he started thinking he'd made a mistake.
What do you mean?
He seemed to be drifting toward the way of thought of the interests who now control his country.
I see.
As a matter of fact, he and Biscoe argued about it quite frequently lately.
Well, you're making Alex sound like a real interesting guy to me, Helen. But it's a cinch we won't find him by hanging around here. Come on.
Where shall we look for him?
I thought you might have some ideas about... Hey.
What is it?
Get down.
What?
Down. Got to get those lights off.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's adventure for you tomorrow. Adventure in the modern-day Wild West, as Joel McCrea stars in another exciting story of the Texas Rangers. Today, as in years gone by, the Rangers are a two-fisted, courageous group keeping law and order in the West. So for action, tune in tomorrow to Tales of the Texas Rangers. And for quiz fun on Sunday evening, hear Master of Ceremonies Phil Baker as he asks America's favorite question, the $64 question. And now back to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. Oh, thank heavens. Steve.
My head.
Oh, I am trying to stop the bleeding with my handkerchief.
Huh?
It seems to be only a scalp wound.
Guess I'm luckier than I deserve.
What do you mean?
Silhouetting us against that open doorway with the light behind us. That was real smart of me. Did you hear or see anything after I hit the pavement?
No, I was afraid to move, Steve. I did hear someone running away, but that is all.
Could have been Alex.
Steve, as we started to come outside, you were asking me if I had any ideas as to where we might find Alex.
That's right.
Well, there is a bar a few blocks from here where he frequently goes.
Okay, come on. You see him anywhere?
No, he does not seem to be here.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, wait.
What is it?
Over there at the corner table.
Huh? You mean that guy with his head in his arms?
Yes, that looks like Alex.
The looks of that empty bottle in front of him. He's had it.
Alex. Alex.
Oh, leave me alone.
Come on, snap out of it, Alex.
I don't know you. I know Helen, but I don't know you.
No? You sure we didn't meet a few minutes ago outside your place?
I don't know what you talk about.
Steve, the condition he's in, he's obviously been here most of the evening.
Maybe. Look, Alex.
You keep talking when all I want is for you to let me alone to grieve for my friend who's dead.
Bisco?
And to think that I was in sympathy with him.
Them?
The ones who killed him.
Huh? You know who did it?
They did it.
Who's they?
When I hear about Bisco, I go home. I burn all their stinking propaganda.
Look, you keep saying they and them. Let's be a little more specific.
What difference does it make which one of
It
them?
makes a big difference to me. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, fine.
They're all alike. All of them. All alike.
Poor Alex. It's obvious he doesn't know anything about it, Steve.
Either that or he's putting on a pretty good act.
Well, shall we go now?
Just a minute. I want to look at his hands.
Hands?
Okay, let's go.
I did not see anything on his hands.
Neither did I.
What were you looking for?
Ink.
Ink? I'm afraid I do not understand.
It's possible there's an indelible ink stain on the killer's hand.
I see.
Well, let's check the next name on the list.
Magda?
Yeah, cafe singer, huh? I'm interested to know what kind of a song she'll sing for me. So we head for the cafe where Magda works. She's just finished the number when we arrive, and one look at her, and I can see the reason for the ovation.
Oh, look, Steve, she sees us. She's coming over to our table.
Yeah, quite an outfit she has on.
A strapless gown, it is beautiful.
I'm a little more interested in those long black gloves that come clear up above her elbow.
Oh?
You know any subtle way of getting a lady to take off her gloves, Helen?
You think there might be an ink stain on one of her hands?
That's what I'd like to find out.
Helene, my dear, I am so glad you stopped by tonight.
Hello, Magda. I would like you to meet Steve Mitchell.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Magda?
Oh, Ellen, this terrible thing that has happened. I can think of nothing else.
Bisco's murder?
Yes, dear sweet Jan, dead. Oh, it is so hard to believe. You two should have come in sooner. My last song. I sang it in his memory. It was one of his favorites.
Would you care for a drink, Magda?
No, no thanks. I can only stay a moment. But a cigarette, perhaps?
Oh, sure. There you are.
Oh, wait. I want to take off these clumsy gloves.
Well, I thought it was going to be a problem.
Oh?
Skip it.
Would you just look at my manicure? Is it not terrible? I should have left my gloves on.
I'm glad you didn't.
Oh? What do you mean?
Well, it gave me a chance to see your hands.
Oh? And what about my hands?
Why, well, what I mean is they're very nice.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, nice and white. No, there aren't any ink stains on either of Magda's hands. Pretty soon she has to do another number, so Helen and I leave. Near the door, Helen spots a guy she says she knows. She stops to talk to him and then joins me a couple of minutes later outside.
I am sorry to keep you waiting, Steve.
That's okay.
That man I was talking to, he is an old friend I have not seen for some time.
Okay, Helen. Let's see. I've still got one name on my list. Hans, the pianist who lives on the third floor next door to Bisco's place.
Yes, perhaps he is home by now. You may find Hans a little eccentric.
Oh, the flowing tie and hair type, huh?
Yes.
Well, let's go talk to him and see if we can find out if one of his eccentricities, by any chance, is murder. Brother, these walk-up apartments are for the birds in more ways than one.
This is the last flight.
He isn't home after this Alp climb.
Oh, listen. Listen, I can hear the piano. He is home, all right. Here. This is the door.
Helen, my dear, what a delightful surprise.
Hello, Hans.
Oh, come on, come in. Welcome to my humble quarters.
This is Steve Mitchell, Hans.
Hi.
Oh, I'm honored to meet any friend of Helen's, sir. Helen, take off your coat and gloves. I will make some coffee.
Oh, I don't think we have time, Hans.
This isn't exactly a social call.
I do not understand.
You see, Mr. Mitchell wants to ask you some questions. He is investigating Biscoe's murder.
Well, Wait a minute. What did you say? Biscoe's murder? Helen, this is a bad thing to joke about.
It is no joke, Hans.
Wait a minute. You trying to say you didn't know Biscoe had been murdered?
Oh, no, it isn't true.
Funny. Everybody else in town seems to know about it.
But not I.
Well, where were you this evening earlier?
Oh, out for a walk. Well, who did this horrible thing? Who killed Biscoe?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Let's see your hands.
My hands? What about them?
No ink spot. Well, hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Steve?
I thought you said this guy was a pianist.
That's right.
Of course I am.
Yeah? You know, I thought there was something strange when I first came in this room. I've just figured out what it is.
What do you mean?
There's no piano in here. And being a pianist without one is a pretty neat trick.
Yes. You're right. I sold my piano 6 months ago. I needed money.
But the piano music we heard as we climbed up the steps.
Phonograph records. I played them for Biscoe's benefit. I'm ashamed to say I have been fooling him for 6 months with these records.
Why?
Oh, he loved the sound of the music. He could hear it from his window, and I knew he was too old ever to climb the stairs and discover my trick. You see, he was like a father to me. He helped support me, and I suppose it was pride that made me do this, to keep him from finding out that I was a failure.
I see. Helen, this thing about Biscoe being like a father to Hans.
That is true, Steve. Biscoe was very fond of Hans.
Okay, I guess we might as well go.
I'm thankful for one thing, Helen.
What is that, Hans?
Biscoe never knew he was being fooled.
Oh, but that reminds me. If you will stop by in the morning, Hans, I have a present for you from Biscoe.
A present?
Yes. Some new phonograph records he bought for you. He said he was tired of hearing the same ones day after day.
The same? Oh, he knew.
Yes, Hans, he knew. All the time he knew. Come, Steve. I suppose it is silly of me asking you to see me home when it is just next door, Steve, but I am afraid my nerves are a little jumpy.
Sure, Helen.
Tell me, Steve, what did you think of Hans?
Look, right now I'm not sure what I think of anything or anybody. Everybody in this deal is a character. A drunk in a bar, a cafe singer, a pianist without a piano. Everybody tells me how much they thought of Jan Biscoe, and yet somebody killed him.
I know. It is very puzzling.
Oh, brother, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm no farther along than before.
Well, thank you, Steve.
That's okay.
What is it?
Nothing. I thought I saw something in the shadows across the street.
Well, here, I'll turn on the porch light.
Hey, no!
What?
Inside, quick!
Steve, there was someone across the street.
There sure was.
What are you doing?
Taking a look out the window.
Do you see anyone?
No.
Oh, that was close, Steve.
You're telling me.
Oh, and I made it worse by turning on the porch light. I did not realize.
You sure you didn't, Helen?
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe it's taken me a long time to catch on.
Catch on? I do not understand.
Put it together this way. Your boss, Biscoe, headed an outfit that smuggled worthwhile citizens out from behind the Iron Curtain.
What? I did not know that.
No. Anyway, he'd arranged to smuggle out an important scientist named Gocek who wanted to give us some very valuable information. Some of the gents behind the curtain found out about it, and of course it didn't set very well with them.
Oh, Steve, why are you telling me all
Let
this?
me finish, Helen. Gocek was scheduled to meet Biscoe in a couple of hours. Whoever killed Biscoe did it not only to put him out of business, but also to find out where the meeting was to take place so he or she could knock off Gocek, too.
But I do not understand what all this has to do with me.
So you obligingly trot me around to look at all the suspects. Outside Alex's place, somebody takes a shot at me, right after you'd opened the door, thus silhouetting me in the doorway.
Steve.
Then, as we're leaving the cafe where Magda sings, you stop and talk to a guy. We arrive here. You obligingly turn on the porch light and silhouette me again. Bang, bang.
If you are trying to insinuate that I am involved in this, you are crazy.
Am I? You were a perfect spot to engineer the whole deal, Helen.
I tell you, I did not kill Biscoe. And I am sure I don't know whatever put such an idea into your head.
It was something that Hunch, the so-called pianist, said.
What do you mean?
He told you to take off your coat and gloves and said he'd fix some coffee. You declined.
So?
That made me realize that all through the evening you've had your gloves on.
Well, and if I have, what of it?
And all evening long I've been looking for an ink stain on somebody's hand. I didn't find it on Alex's hand or Magda's or Hunt's. But I haven't checked your hands yet, Helen. Take off your gloves.
Steve, this is ridiculous.
I said take them off.
Very well, I will. And then you will see how absurd your suspicions of me...
What's the matter?
This is strange.
What's strange?
These gloves.
Look, black gloves are black gloves.
Yes, that is the point.
What are you talking
These
about?
are not my gloves.
What? Now, look.
They look very much the same. They are the same size and they are the same color. But the stitching, it is different. I did not notice it until just now.
But where'd you get them, then?
I am trying to remember. Let me see. It was right here in Visco's study. Don't you remember?
Wait a minute. Yeah, we were getting ready to start out to talk to the suspects.
Yes, I started looking for my purse and gloves.
Then Inspector Marchand spotted them on the table.
I picked them up and put them on without really looking at them.
Yeah. That means somebody else picked up your gloves by mistake earlier and left her own. It also means...
It also means I had better claim my property.
Magda.
Stand quite still, both of you.
Well, looks like I figured out the deal. A little too late, though.
Indeed you did, Stephen.
And I figured that those attempts were on my life. You were trying to kill Helen because you knew sooner or later she'd realize the gloves she was wearing weren't hers. Then we'd figure out that you must have left them here earlier when you killed Bisco.
Yes, quite right. But all of that does not matter now.
I suppose you found out from Bisco where he was to meet Gochek before you killed him.
Oh, certainly, certainly. And I will even tell you, since you will not be alive when the meeting takes place. It will be right here in 1 hour.
You know, Magda, there's one thing that bothers me.
Uh-huh. And what is that?
This bottle of ink here on Bisco's desk. Some of it was spilled on the desk, and there was a smear in it. I figured the killer had gotten his or her hand in it, but it looks like I was wrong.
Only as to location, Stephen. When I took off my gloves in the cafe, you were quite busy looking at my hands. If you had looked at my elbow, you would have seen the stain.
So that's why you're wearing the arm-length gloves.
Exactly. Because they do look effective with my strapless gown, don't you think?
Oh, sure, sure. I always say if I've got to be shot, I'd much rather have a girl in a white gown with black gloves do it than anyone else.
I admire your sense of humor, Stephen. And now...
Sure be a pity if anything happened to that gown, wouldn't it?
What?
Like this bottle of ink. A little too late, Mike. I'll take that gun.
Oh, Steve. Thank heaven.
Thanks for reacting like a woman, Magda. If I'd thrown that ink at your face, you probably wouldn't have batted an eye. But it really threw you off balance when you saw the stuff flying towards that nice white gown.
So now we can meet Gochek instead of Magda.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll like our kind of a reception much better than hers.
Oh, that ink. That ink.
If it hadn't been for that, you'd probably be still on top. Yep, it was the ink that tripped you up, coming and going. I guess you might say it sort of put a blot on your record.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Others in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Don Diamond, Hal Gerard, Lynn Allen, and Fritz Feld. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's top dramatic listening this Thursday when Screen Directors Playhouse presents a 1-hour adaptation of the light-hearted motion picture comedy Jackpot. Starring in this Screen Directors production are Jimmy Stewart and Margaret Truman. Yes, Margaret Truman plays her first dramatic role this Thursday with Jimmy Stewart on Screen Directors Playhouse.
Hear Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The Cavalcade of America. America, the land of opportunity. The truth of this phrase is borne out time and time again by the stories in the Cavalcade of America presented by DuPont each week at this time. And it is fitting that DuPont should present a message of opportunity, because the chemist in his laboratory today stands at the threshold of opportunity. Opportunity to perform new services for mankind, to make life easier, safer, and happier. It is our privilege on these radio programs to tell you something of the chemist's work and to illustrate the meaning of the DuPont Chemist Creed, better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra rings up the curtain with a special arrangement of a popular favorite, Sylvia, by the well-known American composer, Ole Speak. Even as a young country just beginning to be settled, America came to be known as a land of opportunity. Thousands of men have shown the energy and intelligence to find what opportunity America has held for them. It is an afternoon in 1723. A few miles west of Burlington, New Jersey, on a road bordering the riverbank, a farm cart pulls up beside a young man who is walking by the roadside. The farmer driving hails the stranger.
Whoa, whoa now, whoa. Hiya there. Want a ride?
Most certainly, sir. If you can take a passenger.
Yep. Put your foot on the wheel and swing up.
Here?
That's the way, that's the way.
There we are. Thank you.
Well, you're pretty active for a city lad. Get up.
What? How did you know I was from the city?
Oh, tell it by your talk. Couldn't tell it by your looks for certain. See, you're fair covered up with New Jersey dust.
I know that, sir. It seems either to rain all the time in this colony or else to be very dusty.
Oh, no. It ain't no different from other colonies. Where are you from?
Boston, sir. My name is Benjamin Franklin.
Ben Franklin, huh? Well, you've got a grown-up manner on you for a lad. You don't look to be no more than 16.
17.
Yeah. Looking for work?
Yes, but not in New Jersey. In Philadelphia. I know of a position to be had there in the printing shop.
You're walking to Philadelphia? Well, lad, you can't get there in them shoes. Another mile and you'll be barefoot.
Oh, I'll get there. Never fear. Because I've gone too far to turn back. Like Caesar, I have burned my bridges behind me.
Yeah. Like who? Say, lad, you ain't been burning bridges in New Jersey, have you?
Nay, sir. I mean, I can't stop with opportunity but 40 miles away.
Oh. How much money have you? If it ain't easy to find work.
Well, wait until I see. Here's my treasury.
Spanish dollar and a copper shilling. My conscience, lad.
Look, sir. Look back of us to the curve of the river. A boat rolls up very fast.
Aye. Most likely farm folks row into the market in Philadelphia.
Wait, please. Hold your horse. Let me down.
Why, lad? Why? That's a private boat. Regular boat ain't for Saturday.
I can jump down, sir.
Well, whoa, now, whoa.
There, don't you see? The boat is steering unevenly. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 oars on the port side, and 1, 2, 6, 9 on the starboard. They must have an extra oar aboard, and they need someone to use it. Ahoy there! Ahoy!
Ahoy there! What do you want?
Where does your boat go?
Philadelphia.
If you need another oar, I'll row.
All right, we'll pull in the shore.
Goodbye, sir. Thank you for the ride in your car. If I were a believer in omens, I should say that my sighting this boat was a good one.
Yes, it is, for certain.
Thank you again.
Orders up. All right. All right, boys, step in. I'll take your bundle aboard first.
Here you are, sir.
All right. Now, step careful, boys. Look out now, don't slip.
Thank you. I'm aboard.
All right, give him his oar. All right. Push her up. All clear. All clear, sir. Now, pull away together. Come on. 1, 2, 3.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, good luck to you, son. You're a right smart lad.
Benjamin Franklin, as a young man, arrived in Philadelphia with 1 Spanish dollar and a shilling. In 20 years, he had added to that slim store his own printing shop and bookshop, his own newspaper, and the famous Poor Richard's Almanac. For Philadelphia, he initiated projects that gave her a city police, paved and lighted streets, a circulating library, the American Philosophical Society, a hospital, and a school that later became the University of Pennsylvania. But as a middle-aged man, Franklin had still not forgotten his interest in new opportunities. One evening in 1748, at the Franklin home, Mr. Franklin, in his electrical laboratory, talks with Mr. David Hall.
If it please you, Mr. Hall, we will sign the papers tomorrow, and you may henceforth call my business half your own.
I shall be delighted, Mr. Franklin. Now that this bargain is struck, will you satisfy my curiosity in telling me why you have done it?
Well, there is no mystery, sir. I fall in love with science. Let me show you my electrical bottle and its monstrous spark.
Well, if you insist.
There is none like it in America. Debbie.
What is it, Benjamin? Good evening, Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Mrs. Franklin. Debbie, will you help me move these jars to the table where the bottle lies?
Another experiment. This goes on all day, Mr. Hall. We have as many electrical shocks to offer in this house as the wizards at a country fair.
I hope I'm more scientific than a strolling magician, Debbie. And what of interest have you found, sir? The repulsions and attractions of pointed bodies for electricity, of positive and negative charging, and of my belief that lightning is naught but electricity.
Lightning, then? But lightning is fire from the stars.
Well, whatever it is, I'm content to remain with the printing business. Well, I shall have no regrets, I am certain. All ready. Blow out the candle, Debbie. I have the bottle ready for the charging. You cannot see, Mr. Hall, but I connect wires, and now... What? Why, it's amazing. So brilliant. The light in the bottle.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is more than beautiful, Debbie. It's useful, too, I'm sure of it. And it offers to some brave searcher a chance to find how to use it.
Franklin's fame and political standing in Europe made him the logical ambassador of the colonies when they found themselves facing perilous times. It is 1778 in Paris. The American delegation sent to France to enlist help in the struggle for independence is about to be presented at court. In a room in Paris set aside for them, Franklin, his colleagues, and the court barber have an anxious consultation.
Mr. Franklin, this is a tragedy. On the day of all days, when we are to seek the aid of the French cause.
Monsieur Franklin, the wig, it will not fit you. I tried this way, I tried that way, no matter how I tried.
Since there is no help for it, gentlemen, and my wig will not fit me, we may better look for a way to mend matters than to grieve over them.
I believe you scarcely see the gravity of our plight, sir. Here, sir, Dean and I are dressed in court costumes. But you are the chief American delegate to Louis XVI. You're wearing that plain brown suit, and without a wig...
Monsieur le Barber, would it not be better if, instead of wearing a ridiculous wig, I went without one?
You dare not challenge French tradition, Mr. Franklin.
I should not challenge French tradition. I should merely assert the existence of an American tradition for going without wigs.
Oh, mon Dieu, what a problem. I am the court barber. It will all fall on me. I will be the man who ruined the friendship of nations. My customers will leave me.
Not necessarily, sir. Once, many years ago, I entered Philadelphia most informally with my pockets stuffed with soiled linen and munching a roll as I walked. A lady noticed my appearance and laughed. Yet she later married me.
I would remind you, sir, that Marie Antoinette's standards in dress are not those of Philadelphia.
No. But dwelling on that trivial matter has given me time for my decision. I shall go as I am.
But you can't do that.
I shall wear this plain brown suit and my own hair.
In truth, the brow is noble and the locks stately and long.
I know you better, sir, than to try to dissuade you. So I remind you again that you are an ambassador from America.
Aye. Now I bethought me of another unsuitable item of dress. This sword.
You'll go like a plain gentleman? Swordless?
A plain and democratic gentleman. If the carriage waits, let us leave for Versailles.
A short time later at Versailles, a huge crowd packs the shady alleys and the courtyards and presses near the wide stairways. As Benjamin Franklin and his 4 delegates walk into the palace, a drum corps stands at attention. The drums roll, the palace flag is dipped, and long files of troops present arms. The doors to the king's apartments swing open. And to the waiting courtiers, the major of the Swiss Guard calls,
Les ambassadeurs des très États-Unis. Welcome to Versailles, Monsieur Franklin.
Your Majesty, I present my credentials and my embassy from the United States of America.
I pray you make it known to your people that I have been most satisfied with your conduct during your sojourn in my realm. Please assure your Congress of my friendship.
I thank you, sire. My countrymen will rejoice greatly in this news that our new nation has been recognized in Europe.
Benjamin Franklin became the idol of France and the skillful builder of his country's diplomatic fortune. As a young man, in his middle age, and as an old man tired by his strenuous life, he was always alert to grasp an opportunity. The second episode in this evening's Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, brings us up to the 1800s and tells the story of another famous American who appreciated the possibilities of an opportunity. It is the 4th of July, 1862. In a small, modest home in Portland, Maine, Mrs. Curtis hears her 12-year-old son, Cyrus, calling.
Ma! Oh, Ma!
Yes, Si, what is it?
Ma, Will Dalton's out front, and he says I can come to the 8th grade picnic if I bring some fireworks with me. Could I please have 15 cents?
Cyrus, I've tried to explain to you. We haven't any spare money as the neighbors have. We have enough to live on, but there is no money for picnics and fireworks. But, I do hate to have you miss all your good times.
Oh, Mother, I don't care about picnics as much as all that. Don't you worry. Forget about the money. Will, hurry up, Si. I'm coming. Hey, Will, you go on the picnic. I don't know as I'll get there because I got to earn some money.
Earn some? How you going to earn money on the 4th of July?
Let's cross the street. I got some capital of my own, but I got to increase it.
How much you got?
Is that it?
3 cents.
I want to talk to this fellow who's selling newspapers.
Yeah, paper.
Hey, mister!
Buy a paper, young fella. All about the big 4th of July parade.
How many papers you got left there?
3. Take your pick.
Hey, you'll never sell those papers now. It's getting late in the day. Most everyone's out driving or something.
Oh, you think you're telling me something? I've been peddling this neighborhood an hour without a sale.
Tell you what, I'll buy your 3 papers for 3 cents.
3 cents, huh? Well, sure, take them. Give me the cash. Thanks.
Didn't you hear him say he's been peddling an hour with no luck?
Well, I'll peddle 2 hours, as long as I have to. Because I'm going to work regularly from now on and help my family. I figure the sooner you start, the farther you go. So I'm starting now. Portland Tribune! Portland Tribune!
Young Cyrus H.K. Curtis, looking about for any means to make money for his 4th of July fireworks, got his first taste of newspaper business. Through peddling papers and clerking in a department store, he had saved enough money to start 2 newspapers of his own. But he lost both his printing plants in fire. To the shop of his kindly old Scotch printer, W.C. Allen, to whom he owed a large bill, Cyrus brings his fiancée, Louise Knapp.
You and Miss Knapp are going to be married, Cyrus. Well, I congratulate both of you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen. But we felt that we had to have a talk with you first.
Cyrus says he owes you a great deal of money for a printing bill.
Aye, $800. But I have perfect confidence in his abilities to pay me back someday.
Well, that's kind of you, Mr. Allen. But what I have to admit is that right now I haven't any money at all, except what I make from 1 week to the next. Louise is willing to chance it with me and get married, but I thought we should explain this matter to my largest creditor.
You had more ill luck than any man would normally expect.
Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Allen, I've developed a great longing to start once again. In Philadelphia this time.
I believe Si's been reading Benjamin Franklin's autobiography, and he went from Boston to Philadelphia.
Well, I know of an opening there. But you spent so much money printing the People's Ledger for me, I was afraid you'd say I should stick it out here.
No, Cyrus. Take your chance when you see it. Do the best you can, pay me what you can, and pay the rest when you can.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. You've given me spunk to go on with this scheme, and I'll never forget it.
Cyrus Curtis and Louise Knapp married on the proverbial shoestring. A few years later in Philadelphia, where young Curtis is publisher of a struggling little paper, the Tribune and Farmer. At his home, Curtis is having a talk with his editor, Thomas Meehan.
I can't understand why we don't do better, Mr. Curtis.
Neither do I, Miss Meehan. But we must figure out a reason soon. I have a wife to think of. I can't make her suffer actual privation while every cent I have goes into a dead magazine.
It seems to me that the Tribune and Farmer is well written, useful, dignified. I know my articles on agriculture are scientific and up to date.
Oh, Cy. Cy, dear. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. How do you do, Mr. Meehan?
How do you do, Mrs. Curtis? I see you're reading the Tribune and Farmer as one of our little jokes, isn't it?
Well, no, it wasn't that. I was laughing at Cy's woman page.
Oh.
Well, just exactly what struck you so funny, Louise?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Cy, but... Well, look at this. Economical dinners.
Yes.
And it advises a huge roast of beef for 4 people. And a cake that takes 12 eggs. Where in the world do you get these recipes?
Why, I get them out of an old cookbook.
Well, then you ought to pick them with more care, dear. I suppose some young bride should try to use one.
Anything else wrong with the page, Louise?
Well, nearly everything.
Nearly everything.
Well, now look at this pattern, Cy. Would you really want to wear a skirt like that?
Well,
I mean, if you were I.
Not in my right mind, no. Say, Louise, suppose you take charge of our woman's page.
Oh, don't be silly.
But considering Mrs. Curtis has had no experience, isn't your suggestion a little unusual, Mr. Curtis?
Perhaps that's why it's good. Why don't you take over our woman's page, Louise?
Cy, I'll be glad to help you in any way I can.
Well, now, how would you change this page?
Well, first, of course, I'd have recipes that really meant something. Either brand new ones or very economical ones. Or very delicious holiday dishes. And, why not have contests on recipes and make women feel that the page was really theirs? And then I'd have the latest Paris fashions. And I'd always be careful to show how you could copy them right at home.
This doesn't sound like one page to me. It sounds like 10 pages.
Well, why not, Meehan? It sounds almost like a whole new magazine. And a good one, too.
From Louise Curtis's page in the Tribune and Farmer sprang the Ladies' Home Journal, one of the first great financial successes of the publishing business. But Cyrus Curtis's success had come to him in his 30s, and for an active man, this was not enough. In his office in 1897, Mr. Curtis and an assistant, Mr. Wilton, are talking.
This is the best financial statement we ever had, Mr. Curtis. You certainly made the Ladies' Home Journal the envy of the publishing business.
Yes, I suppose so. But I believe I liked my magazine better before it learned how to run itself.
Oh, Mr. Curtis, I meant to ask you. I've run across an odd thing in the books. Standing order for $800 to be sent every 6 months to a man named W.C. Allen. It's marked in payment of a debt. But there's no mention of how much the debt is.
No. That's a standing debt, Wilton. That can't ever be paid, no matter how much money is sent for it.
I don't quite understand, Mr. Curtis.
W.C. Allen is an old man now. He's poor, in bad health, lost his wife. But he gave me money when I badly needed it. So now I pay my debt to him again and again. Because in a way, you see, he invested in me. And I must prove that I was worth it.
I see.
Mr. Curtis, there's a Mr. Brady here to see you, a lawyer for the late Alfred Smith's estate. There's a surgeon.
Show him in, please.
Come in, Mr. Brady.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Curtis, I'll only take a moment of your time. You were a good friend of my late client, Mr. Smith. About all he left was a little weekly newspaper, the Saturday Evening Post. But in settling his debts, I find I haven't enough left to send the Post to press this week. I wondered if you'd loan the estate enough to help us.
Well, how much of a plant have you got, Mr. Brady?
Well, you've seen it, Mr. Curtis. Worn-out presses, battered type.
How much of a staff?
No staff. We just hire a reporter to clip out the papers. It's all clipping.
Now, I'm afraid if you loan any money on this security, Mr. Curtis,
I'm not thinking of a loan. I'm thinking of an outright purchase.
You surely don't want to buy this little paper, Mr. Curtis. Why, I've seen it. It's
Wilton,
nothing but...
Wilton, the Saturday Evening Post, was the successor to the Pennsylvania Gazette, Benjamin Franklin's newspaper.
I knew you were always rather sentimental about it, Mr. Curtis. That's why I came to you.
You think the heirs would sell for, say, $1,000?
$1,000? Why, I'm sure they would. Could I go out right now, Mr. Curtis, and try to settle it? I'll come back later this afternoon.
I'll be waiting, Mr. Brady. Yes? If you've got a copy of the magazine, I'd like to see it.
Well, here you are, Mr. Curtis. Last week's copy. And thank you 1,000 times. I'll see you later.
Mr. Curtis, you wouldn't take this flimsy little rag and publish it along with the Ladies' Home Journal.
Indeed, I would. In fact, I'm going to. Wilson, look at that heading. Founded by Benjamin Franklin. This is an opportunity, Wilson, and I'm going to take it.
The Saturday Evening Post consolidated the success of Cyrus Curtis, who influenced American publishing more than any man since Benjamin Franklin. In Philadelphia today, there stands a memorial to Benjamin Franklin, largely made possible through the generosity and personal efforts of Cyrus Curtis. This is the Franklin Institute of the state of Pennsylvania, a great scientific and technological museum, which has been contributing to the advancement of science for more than a century. The new home of this museum, to which Mr. Curtis contributed $1 million, perpetuates Franklin's scientific ideals for the education and inspiration of all men, an active symbol of opportunity in the Cavalcade of America.
When the name Ben Franklin is mentioned, one thing that immediately comes to mind is printing. For Franklin was America's first great printer and publisher. Thus it seems fitting to tell a few interesting facts about printing inks, especially since chemistry plays an important part in their manufacture. Most printing inks are composed primarily of varnish in which color is suspended, plus the addition of some drying agent. Unlike dyes, colors used in printing inks are powder-like pigments which do not actually dissolve in water or varnish. These dry colors are ground into varnish on steel roller mills to form smooth inks for various types of printing. The matter of drying is most important in the making of inks, as you may know if you've ever had to get delivery of a printing order in a hurry. Research chemistry by developing quick drying agents has been a great help to printers. Without these dryers, high-speed production of modern newspapers and magazines with their tremendous circulations would be impossible. Franklin did practically all of his printing with black ink. He used a simple press and had very few colors to work with. Before chemists went to work on these problems, colors came entirely from natural sources, such as earth and plant and animal extracts. These old-time colors were relatively dull. Chemistry has given us the numerous, brilliant colors of today, creating them from coal tar and from various minerals. With these and the vastly improved methods of printing, the printer can now reproduce paintings or natural color photographs in their full beauty. DuPont is an important supplier of color materials to ink manufacturers, and DuPont research chemists are constantly creating improvements in these colors and in other chemical products used in inks. Whenever fine printing delights your eye, you may well be reminded of the phrase that guides the work of DuPont chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Railroad builders, stories of the building of the Hoosac Tunnel and the first transcontinental railroad will be broadcast next week at this time when DuPont again presents the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at g3pl.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, Dr. Grimshaw's Sanitarium. What you will hear in the next half hour represents either a magnificent hoax or the true explanation of the famous Grimshaw Sanitarium scandal which made the headlines back in 1947. The manuscript upon which this account is based was removed by the New York State Police from a fountain pen cover found in the doorway to Dr. Grimshaw's study. We offer this manuscript as evidence only. Whether it is authentic or not, you must judge for yourselves.
My name is John Dougherty. I'm a graduate of Hamilton College, class of 34, a member of Theta Alpha. I'm one of those fools who wanted some excitement in life, so instead of going into my father's shoe business, I became a private detective. These are facts. You can check them if you like. The rest of what I write here is so fantastic that I don't expect it to be believed. If anyone should find this manuscript and read it, all I ask is that you notify Miss Millicent Armbruster of 299 Wallace Avenue, Buffalo, that Johnny Dougherty is dead. On the evening of July 1st, Miss Armbruster and I were driving to a wedding. Not our own, although I wish it had been. It was Sunday, and in order to avoid traffic, I took the Old Mill Road, a single-lane dirt affair that runs past the Gowanda Cemetery.
Johnny, aren't you going too fast?
Not for this road. There isn't a thing around except some tombstones and...
Johnny, the gate to the cemetery.
What about it?
That hearse, look out! Look out!
We skidded for about 20 feet and slammed into the back of the hearse. The two rear doors buckled and snapped open. It was a freak. A huge oak coffin with brass handles tipped up and began slowly to slide back toward us.
Oh, how horrible.
You stay right here, baby. You okay, Mac?
You don't pay much attention to speed limits, do you, Jack?
Now, look, let's not get hung up on who was right and who was wrong. I was going too fast, and you were traveling without lights after dark.
Let's see your driver's license.
Right here.
Oh. Private eye, eh?
Now, if you don't mind, who does this joy wagon belong to?
Gowanda Funeral Service. It's being rented to Grimshaw.
Who?
Grimshaw from the private sanitarium.
Mind if I ask what you were doing after dark coming out of a cemetery with a wooden kimono?
We're moving one of Grimshaw's patients to a new grave.
They always travel like this?
Look, Hawkshaw, how about skipping the third degree and giving me a hand getting this box back in the wagon?
A pleasure. Better screw on that cover again. It's going to slide off.
Let's get it in the hearse first.
Okay, Junior. You get on that end.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, lift.
Just slide it.
Oh, brother, who's in there, King Kong?
Look out for the cover.
I told you that would happen. What's the guy's name, Junior?
Oh, why don't you ask him, Sherlock Holmes?
A real wise guy, huh? I've got half a mind to report this accident.
Yeah, well, go ahead. See where it gets you. Now, if you'll pardon me, I'll deliver the body.
Everything all right, Johnny?
I thought so until a few seconds ago. Listen, Millie, can you sit here in the car for another 5 minutes?
Where are you going?
For a stroll through the cemetery.
Johnny, stop making jokes.
When we lifted that coffin back on the meat wagon, I got a good look inside it.
Ugh.
Yeah, exactly how I felt. I figured we'd knock the stuffing out of the corpse, only I didn't expect the stuffing to be sand.
What?
Yes. That wasn't a body, that was a dummy stuffed with sand, a dummy with a wax face.
Johnny!
Which brings up an interesting question. Who's supposed to be in that box, and, just where is the dead man spending his time? Sometimes in my business, when things drop off, you have to go out and, dig up new clients. My next case was a gentleman named Harlan Ward Sr., a wealthy automobile manufacturer. I'd gotten his name off his son's tombstone.
Are you trying to tell me, Dorothy, that my son Harlan was never buried at Gowanus Cemetery?
Exactly, Mr. Ward.
But why?
Maybe if you'll tell me the circumstances surrounding your son's death, I can help answer that.
My son was a rather impetuous young man. Tall, good-looking. After his graduation from Princeton, he began drinking quite heavily. After he got into a couple of scrapes, we sent him to Dr. Grimshaw's sanitarium in the hope that he could be cured. While my wife and I were in Europe, we received word that he died, buried at Gowanus in our absence. Last week, my wife and I decided to have his body removed to the family vault here at Short Hills.
How'd your son die?
Suicide.
You never saw the body?
No. We couldn't get back from Europe in time. Now you told me that his coffin contains a dummy. How do I know this whole thing isn't a plan to fleece me?
You don't. But you're a rich man, Mr. Ward, and you're perfectly willing to take a chance that I'm on the level and that your son may still be alive.
You sound very sure of yourself, Mr. Doherty.
My fee is a $2,000 retainer plus expenses.
What sort of expenses?
However much it costs to take the cure at Dr. Grimshaw's sanitarium. Dr. Grimshaw's sanitarium was just outside Gowanda. Most of the cases were nervous breakdowns and alcoholics. I committed myself as a dipso, and just to make it convincing, I stopped at 5 or 6 bars on the way over. I was interviewed by Grimshaw himself, a small man with a fringe of white hair.
You understand, Mr. Doherty?
That's not my real name, of course, social reasons.
We understand. Our paid clientele is very select, and our rates are very high.
You will be paid in cash and in advance, Dr. Grimshaw. How long does a cure usually take?
That, of course, depends on the degree of alcoholism. This is my assistant, Dr. Boyner.
How do you do?
How do you do? We are accepting Mr. Doherty as a patient. Better place him in the ward with Mr. K and Mr. Keiki. Mr. K is a long-term patient, Mr. Doherty, a highly intelligent man, formerly a professor of plant pathology. Mr. Keiki suffers mild delusions. I think you'll find him rather amusing.
After about 3 days, my roommates Arthur Kay and Crakey got used to me, and we even began to play three-handed bridge. Kay was a chronic dope addict, an intelligent, sensitive man. Crakey was nothing but a clown. He kept a big black cat named the Professor, which he talked to as if it were human.
And so I said to her, "My dear Countess, if you don't like the company of my cat, then you don't like me." She looked at me as if I were insane. But, of course, the joke was on her because I was. Eh, Professor? The Professor is very sociable. Excellent company.
Except when he kills birds and deposits them in your bed. He's nothing but a feline murderer as far as I'm concerned.
Ah, see? You have insulted him, Mr. K.
Come here, Professor. Let's make friends. How about giving me your paw? Oh! Scratch me, you black devil.
You insulted him. You hurt his feelings.
Well, just keep him away from me.
It will be a pleasure. I would advise you not to insult him again. Good afternoon and evening.
Is he always as nuts as that?
Ever since I've been here.
What's his problem?
Manic depressive. And a little paranoid, too.
How long have you been here, Arthur?
From Shaw's 2 years. I left for a while, but I couldn't stay away from the junk, so I committed myself again.
Did you, happen to know a patient here named Harlan Ward?
Why do you ask that? Did you know him?
I met him socially a few times. Understand he died here.
So the newspapers said. I wouldn't know.
Suicide, wasn't it?
Was it?
You're being pretty careful, aren't you?
Mr. Doherty, what would you say if I were to tell you that I don't believe Harlan Ward is dead?
What makes you so certain?
He used to share this room with us. He slept in the same bed you now use.
I see.
He was an alcoholic, doing quite well, too, from what I could observe. We all expected him to go home soon. Then one evening he had a violent fight with Crakey. Crakey accused him of snooping or something. Later that night, Grimshaw and Boyner took him out.
Where?
Where they take all the special treatment cases to the charity clinic. It's that small building on the other side of the stone wall. A few days later, we read about his death. Suicide, they said.
Just what makes you think he's still alive, Arthur?
This? About a month ago, I was in the garden next to the wall that separates us from the charity clinic. Suddenly, I thought I heard a sound, like a child whimpering. It stopped. And a moment later, this note came over the wall, wrapped around a stone.
What's it say?
Help me, for God's sake, Harlan Ward.
Arthur, how would you like to have some fun?
Like what?
Like sneaking out tonight and going over the wall? To the charity ward? What do you say? It would break the monotony a little.
I suppose there's no real harm in it?
Of course not. I'd go alone, but I'll need help scaling the wall. Will you do it?
All right. I'll go with you.
Up. All clear. Give me a hand and I'll lift you. Be careful when you drop. Ready?
Go ahead. There's a charity building over there, the one with the lights in the basement window.
Come on. Let's crawl over. Maybe we can see something. Shh. Listen. Can you make out what he's saying?
No, I can barely hear. Good Lord.
What was that?
Probably some patient having the DTs.
Let's have a look. Easy, it wouldn't do to get caught now.
See anything?
It's some sort of laboratory. I can see Grimshaw and Voyne and something else. What? There's a child with its back toward me.
Now take it quietly. It will be easier. Please, don't. It will all be over soon. You won't remember anything.
No, I don't want to go.
Why not give it to him?
No.
Shut him up, Voyne.
Good Lord. What was it? What did he do to that child?
Mother, that wasn't a child. It was a midget. The smallest midget I've ever seen.
What were they doing?
Trying to give it some sort of injection. When it resisted, Voyne knocked it out.
What do you suppose they were doing to it?
I don't know, Arthur. All I know is that when it fell, it had the face of Harlan Ward. All the way back to our room, my brain was working like some frantic pinball machine. Only the score somehow wouldn't add up. The pieces were there all right. A crazy old doctor, a brutal assistant, a private sanitarium, and a midget with a dead man's face. I thought that when I got back to our room, I'd have some time to think about it. I'd forgotten about our friend, the happiness boy, Count Crakey.
So, I caught you.
Fine, you've caught us. Now how about crawling back into the woodwork like a good little count?
Where were you?
Mink hunting. Arthur and I like to go mink hunting at night.
You make fun of Count Crakey? I shall report you to Dr. Voyne.
You'd better not if you know it's good for you.
So, you threaten me? Me, Count Crakey? I shall scream for help. Help! Help!
Did you hurt him?
Just knocked him out.
What do we do now?
Put him to bed. Hope that when he wakes up in the morning, he's forgotten the whole thing.
And if he hasn't?
He's too crazy for them to take seriously anyway. Come on, let's get him back into bed. I went to sleep in my own room. And the next thing I felt was the sharp jab of the hypodermic needle in my left arm.
Hold it. It'll be useless to struggle, Mr. Doherty. In a moment, your motor nerves will be completely paralyzed.
What's this about, Grimshaw?
I might ask the same of you. My good friend Count Crakey informs me you and Mr. Kay decided to do some snooping earlier tonight. He followed you and saw you climb the wall.
Crakey's insane.
Mr. Doherty, that is a matter of opinion.
Crakey, what is this?
Perhaps my assistant, Dr. Grimshaw, will be good enough to explain.
Assistant?
Yes. You see, I am the actual head of the Grimshaw Sanitarium.
Count Crakey feigns many delusions, Mr. Doherty. But in this case, he is telling the truth. Count Crakey is actually Professor Ernst Hassler. Professor Hassler and I worked together in the Berlin Neurological Institute before and during the last war.
Unfortunately, my political affiliations with the Third Reich were under investigation by the War Crimes Commission. However, Dr. Grimshaw managed to smuggle me into this country, where I masqueraded as a mental patient, in order that we might continue certain experiments which were interrupted by the American army.
I can imagine the sort of experiments you conducted.
You and your friend Mr. Kay will discover their exact nature very shortly, Mr. Doherty. It is a magnificent opportunity to serve science.
I passed out. And the next thing I knew, I was coming to in a different room and hearing the voices of Voyne, Grimshaw, and Crakey, as if from a great distance.
Pituitrin.
Pituitrin.
4 cc's.
4 cc's.
All the measurements.
Reducing rapidly.
We'll operate at once. Have Voyne start the anesthesia.
Very well, Doctor. Come back.
When I came to again, I had a blinding headache. I began to wonder if Crakey and Grimshaw weren't doing something to drive me insane, because I lost all sense of perspective. The room seemed to grow in size. I don't know how much time passed, but one day Crakey came into the room with a bundle in his arms about the size of a newborn baby. The bundle was my friend, Arthur Kay. And worse yet, I was exactly the same size that he was.
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Allow me to congratulate you, gentlemen. How are you feeling?
You
dirty monster.
I'm disappointed, gentlemen. Do you not feel privileged to be a part of an experiment that will place me at the very top rank of the world's endocrinologists?
What are you doing to us, you madman?
It has long been established, gentlemen, that dwarfism and giantism result from injury to or malfunction of the pituitary and thyroid glands. The interlock between these glands was thought to be a hormone. I have discovered that this was incorrect. It was an enzyme. An enzyme I isolated some years ago. I was well on the way to synthesis in Germany when the surrender interrupted me. The interruption also limited the number and type of subjects on whom I could experiment. I was forced to find others.
Such as Harlan Ward?
Mr. Ward was only a control experiment.
I suppose you plan the same for us?
No, gentlemen. For you, I have reserved a special privilege. You gentlemen will be the first to test the full effects of the enzyme. In short, I intend that you, Mr. Kay, and you, Mr. Doherty, when the experiment is completed, will emerge as perfectly healthy, normal individuals. Except, of course, that you will be only 5 inches tall.
The days and nights that followed were a living nightmare. A nightmare from which Arthur and I awoke for brief periods to find ourselves in a strange new world. A huge, frightening world where everything seemed enlarged 100 times. When we finally emerged, we found ourselves imprisoned in a tiny mouse cage. Judging by the relative size of things, we could not have been more than 5 inches tall. Now we realized the experiment was at an end. That from now on, it was either escape or be destroyed.
How's it coming, Arthur? Another moment. I think I'll have this lock worked loose. And if we escape, then what? We'll worry about that after we get out of this mouse cage. Suppose we don't make it. At least you've written the story on that scrap of paper. Someone may find it and read it. Nobody will believe it. Then why did you bother to write it? I don't know. I suppose I want the world to know what happened to me. That does it. Help me push the door open. Now what? The first job is getting down to the floor. I think we can make it by sliding down the telephone cord. Are you game? Go ahead. I'm right behind you. Easy now. Look out. That does it. Now, if we can figure out a way to get out of the room, that should be... Uh-oh. Listen. Somebody's coming. It must be Craigie. We've got to hide. Here. Break the fireplace. He'll kill us if he finds us.
Well, my friends, time for feeding. I trust that you... So, you have managed to break out. It won't do, you know. There is no way you could have gotten out of the room with the door and window locked. I know you are in here. I would advise you to save yourselves trouble and give up. Very well, my tiny friends. If you prefer to play the game of cat and mouse, then I shall be happy to furnish the cat. There is no way you can get out.
What now? He's gone for the cat. If that monster ever gets in here, we're goners. There must be... Wait a minute. What? You see that thin strand of wire running along the molding? What about it? It's the automatic fire alarm. When the alarm is tripped by a fire or short circuit, all the locks are sprung, so that the patients can escape from their rooms. If I can short that wire before Cricky lets the cat into the building, let's go. There's a tiny sliver of steel from the cage on the floor. I'll work with that. You keep near to the door. Go ahead. This insulation is tough as rawhide. Hurry up, Arthur, for God's sake. There it is. Stand away. I'm going to short it. Ready? Okay. Believe it. There goes the door. Let's make a run for it down the hall. If we can get to the garden, we got a chance. There's no smoke. The short man actually started the fire. Come on. Wait a minute. I have to go back. The manuscript. See, you fool. There's no time. Come on. You go ahead. I'll catch up. Hurry up. I'll meet the hall. Only a second. I got it. Come on. There's nothing to stop us now. Arthur, where are you? It's funny. Arthur? Arthur? Arthur, what's happening to you?
This is the record found in a fountain pen cover in the burned-out hallway of Dr. Grimshaw's sanitarium. There's nothing to add, except that the fire which destroyed the sanitarium and killed so many of its occupants, including Dr. Grimshaw and Dr. Voyna, was definitely of incendiary nature. It is believed by the fire chief that some small creature, possibly a mouse, chewed the insulation off the wire and short-circuited the system. The 2 patients, John Doherty and Arthur Kay, vanished completely after the fire, and their remains were never found. Whether the manuscript which you have just heard is authentic, or whether it was the work of one of the more demented inmates of the sanitarium, we leave to your judgment. You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. X-1.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream present Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Mary Astor.
Welcome, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, inviting you to come in through the squeaking door and catch your breath. Now, don't be embarrassed. Many of my guests here are out of breath. But they won't tell on you. I assure you they won't breathe a word of it. You see, they were warm, too, when they came in, but they've cooled off now. You see, I've kept them on ice. Now, if some of them seem a bit unfriendly to you, don't mind. They can't help being stiff.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum story, The Silent Hands, is an original radio drama by Robert Sloan and Robert Tallman and stars Mary Astor in the role of Nina Kohler. Miss Astor is soon to appear in one of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's 20-year anniversary pictures, Meet Me in St. Louis. Tonight's Inner Sanctum drama is directed by Hyman Brown. Men, Inner Sanctum Mysteries ask you to shave with Palmolive Brushless or Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. Either Palmolive Brushless or Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream gives you a clean, comfortable shave every time, free from razor burn, or mail the carton top to us, and we'll refund your money.
When a murderer sneaks up behind you and you haven't a rear view mirror handy, the best thing to do is listen carefully and try to hear the sound of the silent hands. High up on the bluff, overlooking a West Coast harbor, police cars feel their way through the fog on their night patrol. They're on the lookout for a mysterious woman in white who has already strangled 3 men and pushed their bodies over the cliff.
Attention all police cars. Attention all police cars. Woman in white evening dress reported walking with middle-aged man in Overlook Park. Investigate right away. Investigate right away.
Michael.
Yes, Nina.
It's getting chilly.
Oh?
Finish your cigarette, will you? Let's go in.
Of course, Nina. Here, take my coat in the meantime. Put it over your shoulders.
Thank you.
What? Trembling? What's the matter?
Nothing, just nerve, that's all. Michael.
What, dear?
My bag, it's gone.
Well, you're sure you had it with you?
Oh, yes, positive.
Oh, it must be around here somewhere. Go on ahead, Nina. I'll find it for you.
No, Oh, all right. But be careful of the cliff.
Now, don't you worry, dear. Go on ahead. I'll catch up with you in a moment.
Don't be long, Michael. Don't be long.
I won't. Always losing a bag. I'm always finding it for her. There it is. Is it? Let go of me. Let go of my neck. Don't. No. Please. Don't push me over.
Don't you ever go home, Barnes?
Not when there's a story to get out.
Huh?
I'll be finished in a minute, McGraw, and then we can leave.
Okay.
Oh. Hello, Barnes speaking.
Mr. Barnes,
Yeah?
you want a good story for your paper. Get into a cab and drive to Overlook Park right away. The fourth victim of the woman in white has been found.
What? Tell me that again, please. I didn't catch the address. Quick, McGraw. Get on another phone and trace this call. I'll stall as long as I can.
Okay.
Did you say that was Overlook Park, madam? Hello? Hello? Never mind, McGraw. She rang off.
Well, who was it?
Some dame trying to give me a tip on a murder. She said the woman in white had taken care of another victim.
The woman in white?
Yeah. We'd better get over to Overlook Park right away. There may be a story.
Well, wait a minute, Barnes.
What's the matter? You scared?
Well, sure I am. You don't know who that was. It might be a trap.
Come on.
But don't be a fool, Barnes. You might be the next victim. You gotta call a cop.
And tip off every other newspaper in town? Come on, McGraw. Every second counts. Holy mackerel. That dame was right. Look down there on the rock.
What is it?
A man's body. Man without a coat.
We better get the police.
Yeah, we'll phone the story in and then we'll... Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
Barnes, don't touch anything.
I won't. I just want to see if... Yeah. The same, all right.
What's the same?
This metal ring on the ground and a piece of silk next to it. That's what they found before in every one of these murders.
What do you suppose it means?
I don't know. The cops say it's like an East Indian trick, practiced by highway thieves. A precious stone or coins left on the road. When a traveler stoops over to pick it up, wham! The silk noose is slipped over the neck, and in a few seconds, it's all over.
Barnes.
Yeah?
Somebody watching us.
What?
Over there, behind that hedge. Something moving. Something white.
You got a gun?
No.
Neither have I. Come on, we better not fool around.
Which way do we go? Back to the car?
No. The house beyond those trees. Maybe we can get to a phone.
Okay, let's run for it.
Right.
What the devil's that?
Sounds like some kind of a tropical bird.
You mean here in the park? This isn't the park. That tropical bird you hear is in the aviary next to the house. It's part of my private collection.
You live in that house?
Yes, with my sister. These are our grounds, gentlemen, and you're trespassing.
Well, lady...
We're looking for a telephone, madam. We're from the Chronicle.
I don't care where you're from. You'll have to leave immediately.
But someone's been killed.
You'll have to leave immediately. My sister is ill. She can't have any excitement.
Nina!
Go back into the house, Carolyn.
Nina! I've been looking for you. Where have you been?
You know very well I've been out here feeding the birds. Why do you ask?
Because I didn't see you. I thought perhaps you went back to the place where...
Carolyn! You catch cold out here. We'd better go back in the house.
But who are these men, Nina?
Reporters, dear.
We'd like to use your telephone, miss, if there's one in the house.
Why, of course. Come along. I'll take you to it.
Thank you.
If you men are reporters, I suppose you want to phone your paper about...
About what?
Nina, you're hurting.
I'm sorry, dear. If I held your arm too tightly, I didn't want you to stumble.
You're lying. You don't want me to talk.
That's not true, Carolyn. You can say anything you please. Go ahead. Say anything you please.
Oh, Nina, please forgive me. I didn't mean what I said before. I'm just upset because you've left me alone so much tonight.
But I haven't left you alone, dear. I've been in the house with you all evening. Don't you remember?
Oh, yes, of course. You've been with me all evening. In the house.
I think you're strong enough now to take these gentlemen inside and show them to the phone. I'm going to stay out here for a while and speak to the birds.
Yes, Nina. This way, please.
Now go along, McGraw. I'll be with you in a minute.
Okay, I'll put the clothes through.
Are you staying behind just to watch me?
In a way, yes.
You're a fool.
Well, maybe I am. But these birds you've collected fascinate me. Especially the gaily colored ones which were brought over from the Orient.
Oh, are you a fancier?
In a manner of speaking. At least I know that the creature with the yellow bill and the green eyes is a very rare species. I had to write a story about it once.
Indeed?
Yes. It's found only in certain parts of India.
What if it is?
You've been to India, haven't you?
Never.
You're lying.
I'm not accustomed to being spoken to like this.
But you are accustomed to lying. Only that alibi about not being out of the house tonight won't stand up.
Won't it?
No. That dress you're wearing is torn. And the piece that's missing from it is in my pocket. I found it out there on the cliff, near a metal ring and a bit of silk.
Now you're lying.
I have the evidence right here in my hand.
Give it to me.
Not so fast. Let go of my hand. Let go.
Open it. Open it. I'll dig my nails into you.
Wait a minute. Wait. I'll open it. There.
I knew you were lying. There's nothing in it.
No, of course not. But I found out what I wanted to know. For a woman, your hands are abnormally strong.
So now it's your turn to watch me and follow me around, huh, Mr. McGraw?
Oh, not necessarily.
Your friend must think I intend to run off before the police arrive. But he's wrong. I have nothing to fear from the police.
Of course not.
Don't stand there and grin at me. I'm cold and miserable. If you had any manners, you'd take off your coat and offer it to me before I freeze to death.
You can have my coat.
Here, thank you.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the house. There's a police car there now.
Well, good. I'll go back with you.
Just a moment.
What's the matter?
My watch. I've lost my watch somewhere along the path.
Who are you kidding? I just saw you throw it over in the grass. Here it is, right over here. What's the bill? Where'd she go to? Where'd she... Oh! My stuff! No! Stop! On! You're pushing me up! Quick! Sorry to see McGraw go like that. He was such a nice boy. But, you know, it's his own fault in a way. He never should have tried that jump without a parachute. He may hurt himself someday, like the fellow who, when shaving, gives himself a good case of razor burn.
Men, when you torture your face with razor burn, don't just blame your razor blade. Instead, try Palmolive Brushless. That smooth, easy to spread, won't clog your razor shave cream. You see, Palmolive Brushless literally lubricates your skin, so your razor just glides along without tugging, scratching, or scraping. Yes, mister, even the toughest beards glide down and wilt when you use Palmolive Brushless. And your face is cool, comfortable, not drawn or dry. So why don't you quit bothering with a shaving brush and try Palmolive Brushless? You buy Palmolive Brushless in the big money-saving Victory jar, and we'll guarantee you a clean, comfortable shave every time. And we know you'll sing goodbye forever to painful razor burn.
Let's get back to Nina and that beautiful Indian rope trick. After that double-header killing, Nina was picked up by the police and put in jail on suspicion of murder. But the case against her was still pretty slim, and when Barnes went down to his cell to get a story for his paper.
You seem very confident for a woman who has so little time left to live.
You're meddling, Mr. Barnes. Something that doesn't concern you.
No, it does concern me. McGraw was a good friend of mine.
I'm warning you not to interfere, Mr. Barnes. You'll regret it if you do.
You'll regret it more. I have everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Nothing but your life.
Yeah, what about yours?
They'll never convict me.
Don't be so sure.
I'm innocent. They can't even keep me here another 24 hours.
Oh, your lawyers are going to spring you, huh?
I have influential friends, Mr. Barnes. And when I'm free, I want to be left alone. You understand?
You don't frighten me, Miss Kohler. I'll get the goods on you if it's the last thing I ever do.
If you try, it will be the last thing you ever do.
Miss Kohler, your sister's here.
Oh, thank you.
Lena, you're free. You're free, darling.
Yes, I know. George told me he was getting out of writ. You see, Mr. Barnes, I have influential people.
Well, they won't always be able to help you.
No? Come along, Carolyn. I have so much to tell you.
Yes, dear. Mr. Barnes, you've got to help me.
What?
It's a matter of life and death. Come to the house tonight at 10 o'clock. I'll be feeding the birds in the aviary.
Right.
Carolyn, what are you doing?
I'm coming, Nina. I'm coming.
Miss Kohler. Miss Kohler.
Oh, Mr. Barnes, thank heaven you're here. I was afraid you wouldn't come.
You said it was a matter of life and death.
It is. It is. My sister's been lying to the police, and she's made me lie for her, too.
What do you mean?
Well, that night you were here, that night Michael was killed, she told you she was in the house with me all evening, but she wasn't. She was out with him, walking through the park.
Why didn't you tell the police?
I couldn't. I was afraid of what she might do to me. You don't know her, Mr. Barnes. She'd kill me if she thought I was telling you this. But I've got to tell somebody. I've just got to.
Wait a minute, kid. Get hold of yourself. There. The night this fellow Michael was killed, your sister made you say that she was home with you all evening.
Yes, that's right.
Did she tell you why she wanted you to lie for her?
Yes. I don't believe her. Said she had nothing to do with Michael's death, but there was no way of proving her innocence. She was afraid that police might convict her on circumstantial evidence if I didn't give her an alibi.
I see. One more question, Miss Kohler. You've been to India, haven't you?
Yes, we lived there a number of years.
I thought so. When I saw that bird with the yellow bill and the green... Well, by the way, where is that bird? I don't see it.
It's gone. The cage is empty.
Your sister must have taken it away.
I had to, Mr. Barnes. He was dead.
Oh, Nina.
Why are you so frightened, Carolyn? Have you been talking out of school?
Oh, no.
What have you told him?
Nothing. I haven't said a word.
You're lying. Go into the house, Carolyn.
Just a moment.
Are you meddling again, Mr. Barnes?
I'm more than meddling. I'm going to protect the state's key witness in its case against you.
So you have told him?
Yes. Yes, I told him everything. I don't care what you do to me. I don't care.
Be quiet. Be quiet, I say.
How long do you think you can keep this up, Miss Kohler? Aren't 5 cold-blooded murders enough for you?
You're a fool, Barnes.
Phone the police, Carolyn. Hurry. I'll keep her here until they arrive.
Carolyn, don't you dare.
Phone the police, I tell you. She'll kill you if you don't.
Yes, I'll call them.
Carolyn, come back here.
The dig's just about up, Miss Kohler.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Not especially. But I know who committed those murders.
You don't. You're wrong, Mr. Barnes. I can prove that you're wrong.
You're wasting your breath.
But I'm innocent, I tell you. And I can prove it if you give me half a chance.
What chance did you give McGraw?
I wasn't anywhere near McGraw when he was killed. And Michael was my best friend.
Yeah, tell that to the cops.
Give me a break, Mr. Barnes. I'll admit I was with Michael that night he was killed, but I didn't do it. I couldn't have done it.
You couldn't have done it?
No. I'll show you why if you let me go back to the place where it happened.
What do you think I am?
I think you're a gentleman, Mr. Barnes. And I know you want to find out who murdered your friend. But you never will find out if they convict me. You'll never find the real murderer. Won't you believe me? Won't you give me this one last chance?
I don't know.
Please, let me prove that you're wrong.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
Back to the edge of the cliff. Michael and I were standing just about here, Mr. Bond.
Yes, go on.
We were talking about the mysterious murders that had taken place on these bluffs overlooking the harbor. We were joking about the fact that I was a woman dressed in white.
You're in white again tonight, Miss Kohler.
Yes, it's my favorite color.
I see.
We stood here for a while, and then the cold air chilled me, so I asked Michael for his coat. May I have your coat, please, Mr. Bond?
What's the idea?
I want to show you what happened.
Well, do you have to be that graphic?
Yes, it's important. The details are terribly important.
All right, you can have my coat. But I'm warning you, Miss Kohler. I know the game. Slipping a silk noose over a man's neck is done more easily when his coat's off. That's why all the victims were found in their shirt sleeves.
But Michael was the only one I knew. I couldn't possibly have had a motive for killing the others. They're complete strangers to me.
That's not much of a defense. Psychopathic murderers often kill without a motive. They do it for the thrill it gives them, whether they know their victims or not. All right, continue with your story, Miss Kohler.
Well, after I put on Michael's coat, I started toward the house.
Yes?
And then I missed my bag.
Yes?
I guess I left it near the edge in this, over there somewhere beside that rock. Good heavens.
What's the matter?
Isn't that another bag over there?
Where?
Beside the rock. Get it, Mr. Barnes, and bring it here.
What?
Bring it here.
Oh, no, you bring it here.
Oh, all right. If you're that frightened of me, I will. Just an ordinary bag. I don't know why you were afraid of picking it up. Nothing could have... Oh, my neck! I knew you couldn't resist another victim, Mr. Barnes. But you forgot about my strong hands and this coat I borrowed from you. You should have known better than to try that trick while I still had it on.
There are other ways of committing murder, Miss Kohler.
And I'm sure a psychopathic killer like yourself knows most of them.
Yes, I do.
Stay where you are.
You're smarter than I thought, Miss Kohler. I never dreamed that you'd find a gun in that bag.
That was the chief's idea. You underrated our police force, Barnes. We've suspected you for some time. We couldn't get the goods on you till tonight.
We?
Yes. Didn't you know there were women detectives? My sister and I have been leading you on ever since you killed Michael.
And all the time I was figuring I could pin the rap on you.
That Barnes boy gave me the willies. And that, of course, leads to the gimmies. Well, look here. Here's Laptop with the wanties.
I want lots of lather. I want lots of lather.
Okay, you men who use a brush when you shave, you want lots of lather. And you'll get lots of lather simply by using Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream. For an honest whisker wilter, millions of men prefer it. In fact, more men use Palmolive than any other lather shaving cream. Here's why. First, Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream gives lots and lots of lather. He-Man lather with millions of moist bubbles to blitz your beard. Second, Palmolive Lather lubricates your razor, speeds your shave, and leaves your skin smooth, cool, comfortable. So, if you're a lather and brush user and want to avoid razor burn, get Palmolive Lather for a smooth, easy shave that you'll whistle your way through. Get Palmolive Lather Shaving Cream, knowing it's going to leave your skin smooth, your face clean and comfortable, or your money back.
Well, it's time to fold up the ghosts now, those little folds, and put them back in the closet with their family skeleton, which is something. But remember, the next time you're out in the park on a foggy night, keep your shirt on. And keep your coat on, too. Although silent hands are liable to give you a pain in the neck. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery is Said the Spider to the Fly by Richard Shattuck. Well, if there's no more business to scare up, I guess I'll turn on the Dragnet. Thanks. So, until next week, when Palmolive Brushless and Palmolive Leather Shaving Creams bring you another Inner Sanctum mystery. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a train headed for Calcutta and an exciting tale of the most sought-after emerald in the world, as Richard Sale tells it in his famous story, Figure a Dame.
You do it. You figure a dame. Take this Mrs. Arthur Bankner, whose body I'm hired to guard. A widow woman who wanted a piece of green ice so bad she came halfway across the world to this Raj Johor, this whistle stop in the middle of India. And then to the winter palace of a character named Samurai Dal. Him in his English jodhpur, his jeweled silk turban, his eyes like hard pennies. Him I didn't like.
The star of Kilimanjaro. It has finally brought you to me, what, Mrs. Bankner?
Oh, yes, Mary Dahl. Is that how I call you, or is it Mr. Dahl?
However you call me, madame, will be satisfactory when you pay me the $150,000 we agreed upon. American dollars.
Give him the money, Joe. I can't wait any longer. Oh, I think I've lived my life for this moment.
First we look at the emerald, huh, Mrs. B?
But Mr. Dahl wouldn't... Oh, Joe, it's not done that way. This is India. Different customs, different manners.
How true, Mrs. Bankner.
First we look at it. An old Brooklyn custom. Huh, Sam?
Of course.
Samurai Dahl.
The emerald. The star of Kilimanjaro. Fetch it, girl.
At once, Samurai Dahl.
Goes good with you, huh, Sam? Dancing girls with bells on their toes?
It's only adequate. I neglected to ask you this, Mrs. Bankner. Forgive me, but just who is this creature?
Joe? Oh, he's not a creature, Mr. Dahl. He's... well, for one thing, he's a detective for the Magnum Insurance Company.
That explains a great deal.
You see, Mr. Dahl, Joe, Mr. Harriman here, recovered some jewelry I lost in Paris. Oh, I was so impressed with him. I mean with how efficient he was. And
yeah, she means she persuaded Magnum to let me come along on this little buying trip for protection. Magnum thought it was a good idea, too. Now you know who the creature is. Now everything's gay, huh, Sam?
Samurai Dahl.
Thank you. You may go back, girl, to whatever child's game you are playing. I could weep at having to part with this. Here, the star of Kilimanjaro.
Oh, Joe, look at it, look. Oh, all my life, many, many jewels, but Oh, none like this. None.
Yeah. It's something. It'll do.
Oh.
You are satisfied, Joe?
Yeah.
And you, Mrs. Bankner, it satisfies you?
Oh, yes.
Then it remains only for me to be satisfied.
Give him the money, Joe. Give it to him.
Yeah, okay. Okay, here, Sam. You can count it if you want to.
I want to. Oh, exquisite money. Good. Oh, Mrs. Bankner.
Yes.
If, by some grave misfortune, you should lose the Star of Kilimanjaro, or, more exactly, it be stolen from you, then please to refer the thief to me. I shall be happy to buy it back from him at a good price.
Mrs. B wanted to celebrate, so we went to the town's one hot spot, the Rasa Tal. It was a dive. And the props hadn't changed from Flatbush. Smoke, Oriental cigarette type, bartender, Oriental type, dames, any type. Complete with Lend-Lease jazz band, the joint was a shore-leave paradise with one great big advantage. No local ordinances. You name it, you can have it.
I'll have another swizzle, Joe.
Finish the drink you've got, and we'll see.
Oh, Joe, you don't have to be so solicitous. Oh, I've got the Star of Kilimanjaro. I've got it, Joe, and we're celebrating, remember? Come on now, dance with me. Joe, what are you staring at? Joe.
Her.
Who, Joe?
That girl over there, the one against the bar.
She looks like an American, that one.
Yeah.
She's lovely. I only say that because she is. Now, you've looked at her, Joe. Now look back at me.
You know what? I've seen her before.
In Flatbush?
Here in India. A couple of times before. I look up and there she is, leaning against a bar or watching the same rope trick or being a part of the same crowd as me.
She's following you, Joe, to the ends of the earth. And I bet her resistance is getting lower from bar to bar.
Following me, yeah.
I heard you say something about dancing, lady.
Well, now.
They're avasting you from the poop deck, sailor boy. Beat it.
Oh, Joe, at least buy him a drink.
Buy him nothing. Go on, sailor, make an exit while the house is still with you.
I was saying to you, lady, I heard you want to dance. This guy with you ain't made a move.
Now, what would you have done? Tell me.
Me? Me? I'd dance.
Yeah, you would.
What has happened here?
The Jolly Tar, he happened. Get him out of here.
Oh, yes, Sahib. Amir Tohan, this man on the floor. Out.
You shouldn't have hit him, but... Joe, I liked watching you do it.
And I'm of the same mind. It was a beautiful thing.
Oh, you too, mister? You want to play too?
No, McBoy, no. I know an Irish right cross when I see one, so I brought you both drinks. My pleasure.
Why, thank you.
I am not Irish.
You may not know it, son, but you are. You know, someplace on your tree there's an Irishman. Do you mind if I sit down?
Who are you? What's the...
A man like you, son. I can tell it by the turn of your lips. A seeker, you might say. After what now? A woman's smile? And there's that here in India. Fortune? There's that here, too. Things, that's what.
Without the Irish poetry, who are you?
Rafferty. John Rafferty.
We're happy to know you, Mr. Rafferty, even for just this moment. We're leaving now.
Oh, really? But why? Let's stay, Joe.
Sleep. We'll need it. The train to Calcutta leaves early tomorrow.
And so it does. Then this is not goodbye after all. For I'll be on that train myself.
Sleep, I'd said. For the widow with the emerald, maybe, but not for me. I sat on the veranda of the Raj Johor Ritz just outside Mrs. B's room, and I could hear her making happy moans in her sleep. Once I heard a crawling noise. I got up, investigated, and found it was a noise made by something that crawls. Then came the dawn. I hustled Mrs. B and her bags into a Model T cab that took 2 hours to get to the railroad station a mile away. That I'd counted on, so we made the train for Calcutta on time.
Oh, Joe, just think, in a few days, Calcutta. Then the plane, then Paris, and then you leave me.
Yeah, that's how it was laid out, the itinerary. Go on in, I'll be there in a minute.
Well, but aren't you coming with me?
No, Mrs. B, you go find your compartment. I'll bring the bags to you.
Oh, but Oh, I see. The bar girl. That's who it is, isn't it, Joe? Coming this way.
That's who it is, Mrs. B. You won't want to be here when I talk to her, huh, Mrs. B?
No, but don't talk long, Joe. It's me that's paying you, remember?
So Mrs. B was on her way to her compartment. The star of Kilimanjaro in a little pouch with gold strings around her neck and inside her dress. This was the last lap. If anyone was going to lift the rock, it had to be done before we got to Calcutta. And then the girl's perfume was inside me.
We've met before, haven't we? Where or when, I don't know, but we've met.
It's as good a way as any to get to know me. I'm Joe Harriman.
Marion Ryder. Seems we're always in the same places. On the train all the way from Bombay, at the cafe last night, here. Coincidental, isn't it?
Is it? I wouldn't know.
Well, of course it is. Wait, do you mean you've been following me?
A dream like you that makes you hungry inside? It wouldn't be hard.
Like that?
Like that. Traveling for your health, Marion?
No, business.
In this slop hole, something like you, business?
Well, I'm a kind of buying agent for a New York firm. Trinkets. That's it, trinkets.
Emerald trinkets?
Emerald would be lovely. I must find my compartment, Mr. Harriman. Maybe I'll see you again later?
Count on it, Marion. It's a promise I make to myself.
All aboard! All aboard!
I didn't see her again until later. I sat in my own compartment next to Mrs. B's and did a lot of thinking. Important thinking, and I didn't want it mixed up with her perfume. Maybe she was an out-and-out jewel thief, and that bothered me. She was a cinch to get caught if she tried to lift that stone. And you can't make that good time with a girl who's behind bars. I did my thinking like that for a long time. Had a couple of meals in between, and read, and did some more thinking. When I got finished with it, I was looking out of a window and seeing it was a night without moon. A night for company. I walked down to the club car and found what I was looking for. Hello, Miss... Oh, don't be frightened. It's me. That, kind of night out there get you done?
No. I was just toying with my memory. Sit down, Joe.
Oh, thank you. Toy with your memory some more. It wears wonderful on you. And then tell me about it.
All right. Now shall I tell you about it?
Uh-huh.
Out there, Joe, the night, the black hills, those strange little lights that flicker and swirl past you. It's like I wasn't on this train at all, but out there and part of it. Like something I've known and remembered for a long, long time.
Is that all?
That, Joe.
This?
Joe.
Don't say we shouldn't have done it, because we should have.
I know, but what must you think of me? What?
I'll tell you. Because I level with women who level with me. I think you're interested in me.
And?
And trinkets. Expensive trinkets. Like the star of Kilimanjaro.
I don't understand you.
Mr. Harriman, please come, hurry. Mrs. Bankner.
What's the matter with her?
She is very upset. I think something is wrong. She says you come right away. She's crying.
Excuse me, Marion. I gotta go to work. Come on, you.
Yes.
Mrs. B. Mrs. B, something wrong?
Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe, I had a nightmare and I woke up. I was so frightened.
No. All right, conductor, thank you. You can go now.
Yes, sir.
I called for you when I woke up, but you weren't there. Oh, Joe. Sit here and put your arms around me. Oh, Joe, hold me tight.
Yeah.
Oh, it's better like this. You close to me like this.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at me, Joe. What do you see?
You're so helpless, I could kiss you.
Try me, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, you're hurting me. Joe, what? Joe!
Her throat was soft against my hands. Her arms waved around for a little while, The look in her eyes was something I had never seen before. She didn't struggle much. She didn't do anything much, except not believe it was happening to her, that she was being murdered. Then she quit believing anything. She was dead.
In just a moment, we will continue with Escape. But first, every Wednesday night, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and Burns and Allen in 1, 2, 3 order on most of these same CBS stations. Hear them all tomorrow night on CBS. And now we return you to the second act of Escape.
There wasn't much trouble falling asleep after that, after I was sure Mrs. B was dead, after I'd stashed the emerald where it couldn't be found. Wasn't much trouble falling asleep at all. Like being out with a beautiful dame, and she liked you. And you went home and put your arms behind your head and smiled to yourself. And you slept the best kind of sleep of all. It got to be 8 o'clock in the morning, and that was all right, too. Because there I was having breakfast in the diner with another promise I'd made to myself. Her name was Marion Ryder. And she poured my coffee for me.
I've been thinking, Joe.
Uh-huh.
I've been thinking it was wrong what we did last night.
I'll tell you why it wasn't, Marion. You want to hear?
Just don't lie to me.
I'm crazy about you. See, I don't even have to look down into my coffee cup when I say it, like you're doing.
I'm sorry. It's just that...
Wait a minute, honey. Conductor. Hey, come here a minute, you.
Yes? What is it you wish, sir?
I wish this. I wish that you would go down to Mrs. Bankner's compartment and wake her up. Tell her this mush you waiters serve for breakfast is lousy, but tell her she's got to get some food in her.
Yes, sir.
Well, don't just stand there. I wish it, so do it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Joe.
What are we saying, honey?
Don't call me honey.
Why not?
It's a word I don't care for. Just don't do it.
Yeah. No class, huh? Sure, wait till we get to Calcutta. I'll find the words that'll fit.
Joe, leave me alone now.
But...
Calcutta is only a few hours away, Joe.
Sure, I know about dames, Marion. They need thinking time to make everything right with themselves. Sure. I'll see you later.
Morning, my boy. Morning to you. Morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rafferty.
Have you had your breakfast yet?
Yes, don't remind me of it.
Oh, you come along and have a coffee with me, then.
Thank you, but no.
Oh, by the way, my boy, Mrs. Bankner.
What about her?
Well, nothing about her, but I'm in the next compartment to hers, and I heard the conductor knocking on a compartment door just now, and she doesn't seem to answer.
Oh, she sleeps heavy.
Oh, well, she's lucky. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bankner? Breakfast, Mrs. Bankner?
What's the matter, conductor?
She doesn't answer. I've been knocking.
Oh, yes, sometimes she does that. Have you got a key to the door?
Yes, but...
Open it.
Very well.
Holy...
Something is...
Yes, something is, all right. Come on in. Close that door. Look at her, will you?
Something is...
You said that. She's dead. I'll tell you something else. The lady's been murdered.
You said...
I said murdered. Look at the marks on her throat. Strangled.
Sir, her hand. Please, she is holding something in her hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she is at that, a button.
Perhaps the man who did this thing to her. His button.
That's a real good, perhaps. Come on. Not a word about Mrs. Bankner to anybody, you understand?
Yes, but...
I'm a detective. I know about these things. Not a word. Come on. When do we get to Calcutta?
In 3 hours, noon. First stops are for water. A 5-minute stop at a village, Mipirai, then Calcutta.
As soon as we get there, telegraph to Calcutta to the police. Tell them what's happened. And that's all. You understand?
Yes.
Well, now we go in here. In here.
But this is Mr. Rafferty's compartment.
Yes, the guy who did it. Close the door. I think he got what he was after from Mrs. Bankner. Maybe we'll find it.
There will be trouble. You are searching his things.
I told you I'm a detective. I know how to operate. Now, let's try this closet. Let me see. Nothing here.
But the button...
I'll give it to you. I'll turn it over to the British police when we get to Calcutta. Here, take it.
Yes. But the button in Mrs. Bankner's hand was brown.
Gray. Can't you see the button is gray? Take it. We stood there staring at each other for maybe a minute, and then his eyes eased off mine. He made a kind of sloppy salute. He turned, went down the train corridor to wherever it is conductors hold their heads in their hands. It had been awful close, awful tight. Tearing a gray button off Rafferty's coat while I searched it and palming the button off on the conductor, that was a little task that took delicacy and timing. So I'm delicate with my fingers, and my sense of timing is perfect, and I'm sure of myself. And that adds up to a win. When we hit the water stop, I got off to stretch my legs, to let myself breathe the fresh air so it would cool me off inside. The little guy running like a monkey on top of the water tank looked neat and clean in his white diaper and green turban. The hills covered with snow looked good, far away, but good. And then an Irish mosquito buzzed in my ear.
It's a lovely panorama, those hills. Lovely. It's like music. Flutes and bells and the flight of birds.
Yeah, they're like that. I don't know the words to the music, but they're like that.
It's a pity Mrs. Bankner isn't here to enjoy them with you.
What about Mrs. Bankner?
What about Mrs. Bankner? Well, why, she's dead. Murdered. Surely you knew that, my boy.
How did you find out about it?
Oh, you know how it is on a train. Things get themselves whispered about.
How did you find out?
Now, easy, boy, easy. You're a fiery one, are you not? It's only that I saw the conductor looking sad, and me being a kind of friendly human being, and smart enough to know conductors know things, I asked him why he was sad. Asked him in a way that made it easy for him to answer.
Quicker, Rafferty, get to it quicker.
Well, he told me that you told him not to say a word about the murder. And I said, whose murder? And then he says, Mrs. Bankner's, and I said, oh. And he said he'd be disgraced because it happened on his train.
What else, Rafferty?
And the matter of the button was deeply puzzling to him.
Button?
Yes, the button. Now, isn't that a queer thing to be puzzling to him? Him with a murder on his hands.
The train got going after that. Me too, my brain, that is. Things going around in my brain. Everything got mixed up with that crummy little button and that crummy little conductor. Imagine a guy so scared he had to shoot his mouth off like that, and shoot it off to Rafferty, of all people. The conductor needed a little talking to, a finger waved under his nose. The way it happened, I was standing on the observation platform by myself, and he came right up to me.
Mr. Harriman? I beg your pardon, Mr. Harriman.
Yeah?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Harriman, but lunch is being served in the diner. An early lunch. We shall be in Calcutta in an hour.
Come here, you.
I beg your pardon?
I said, come here.
You wish it?
Uh-huh. You know something? You look worried.
Because I am.
Why?
This whole affair. The murder and the...
Button?
That, sir. And the other thing. You say Mr. Rafferty is the murderer.
I told you not to talk to him.
I told him hardly anything. I didn't tell him he was suspect.
Oh, it's good you didn't. Real good for you didn't. Just let Rafferty coast, you understand? Then when we get to Calcutta, the police will arrest him because you've got the evidence. The button.
I've got it, only...
Only what?
Only I thought it was brown.
You did, huh?
It was brown.
You're sure of it?
It was brown. When it was in Mrs. Bankner's hand, it was brown. When you gave it to me in Mr. Rafferty's compartment, it was gray. See, I have it here. It is gray.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Sir?
Give it to me. Thank you. Now, you know what?
It was brown.
Yeah, it was. But I'm saying something. I'm saying, you know what?
Sir?
I'm saying you've got to go. You really got to go.
Sir, what are you doing?
Right now, you
Sir,
got to go.
It was gray. No, no, no!
Now everything was right. Everything in place. The button I had proved Rafferty the murderer of Mrs. B. The conductor, everybody would say the poor guy had a bad accident. Now all it needed was the payoff to a dream. And that would be something named Marion Ryder.
Who is it?
It's Joe. I'm bringing you pretty flowers. Let me in.
I don't see any flowers.
You will. Shut the door, Marion.
All right.
Keeps twisting around inside me. I love you.
You can't say things like that.
Stop me, then.
Like this, Joe. Like that?
One of those things. I meet you, and bang. Electricity, just like that.
Joe.
I love you. I'd do anything for you. I never said that to a woman
Joe,
before.
wait. I've got to tell you something first.
What's to tell me? That you're a crook? That you followed me and Mrs. B so you could lay your hands on the star of Kilimanjaro?
No, Joe, wait.
You're too late, kid. Mrs. B is dead, murdered, the emerald's gone. Something wrong, kid.
Oh, so much. So much.
Oh, nothing is wrong. Rafferty, the Irish poet, is going to take the rap for it. He was after the emerald, too, but he's not getting it. Just the gallows. That's all Rafferty
Joe,
gets.
listen to me. Stop talking and listen.
No, kid, you listen to me. I get 50 grand for it. We'll take it back to Semery Dahl and sell it to him again. 50 grand, you and me. We can die from so much joy. I killed her for you.
You? You killed Mrs. Bankner? You murdered her?
Sure. Kid, it wasn't hard. You mean that much to me, so it wasn't hard. It was almost a pleasure. A down payment on our happiness, you might call it.
Oh, you've spoiled everything. Oh, Joe, you poor fool.
Marion, is that right, Joe? You're such a fool.
Get out of here, Rafferty.
No tricks, lad. This gun I hold makes holes in people. You're people, aren't you, Joe? Or are you?
What do you want here? Tell me before I go for my gun, I do foolish things like that.
I don't doubt it. But first I'll tell you, lad. I know how you planted a murder on me with a button from my coat. And I know where the star of Kilimanjaro is.
So you're nothing but a filthy, stinking jewel thief, just like I figured.
Not quite, Joe. Marion, tell him how I know these things. Tell him who I am.
He's the chief of the Magnum Insurance Company agents in Bombay.
Rafferty, you're crazy.
No. Magnum cabled him to follow you and Mrs. Bankner to make sure the emerald got back safely. Magnum didn't trust you with a stone like that. They put another man on to make sure you wouldn't steal it. And you had to kill her.
They can't prove it. I'll pin it on Rafferty, so help me.
But you killed her. You just admitted it.
Only to you. Your word isn't worth dust. You're a crook yourself.
No. Not quite. Marion?
All right, I'll tell him. Joe, I happen to be Rafferty's wife.
She said it. It only took her a couple of seconds, but that's what she said. But it took a long time for the words and the sound to get to me. And you know something? Looking at her then, and watching her mouth move, she looked real sad, and suddenly real lonely. You do it. You figure a dame.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Figure a Dame by Richard Sale, adapted for radio by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Joe, Joan Banks as Marion, Sarah Selby as Mrs. Bankner, and Ben Wright as Rafferty. Also heard were Paul Frees, Harry Bartell, and Gary Merrill. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are on a small ship off the coast of Borneo. In the waters beneath you lies a fortune in pearls, and at your side stands a man from whose murderous greed there is no escape.
Next week, we escape with Floyd A. Nelson's exciting tale of reckless men and their lust for treasure, Seeds of Greed. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. It's Christmas time. Lots of mistletoe, lots of packages, lots of carols being sung. And never a man to overlook a chance to celebrate, George Burns gets into the act with a special program of what he claims are Christmas carols. George's sponsor had certain ideas about George's voice a few weeks ago and fired him from the show. And tomorrow night, you'll learn how George's fellow singers and Christmas shoppers in general react. For one of the merriest of holiday shows, don't miss George's and Gracie's program on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 26th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor in Magnificent Obsession. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Irene Dunn and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's sensational personality, Robert Taylor, with Pedro de Cordova, Sarah Hayden, and Barbara Kent. Our guests, Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, author of Magnificent Obsession and other best-selling novels, and John Arnold, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Camera Department and president of the American Society of Cinematographers. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. On behalf of our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, welcome to Hollywood and the Lux Radio Theater. A girl can't be too young to start guarding her complexion. There's Deanna Durbin, for instance, the girl who made an overnight hit in Universal's Three Smart Girls. She's only 14, but already she's protecting her complexion the Lux Toilet Soap way. Here's what Deanna Durbin says about this gentle soap. I like Lux Toilet Soap, too. I see all the grown-up actresses using it, and Mother says I can't begin too young to take the best care of my complexion. Grown-ups use Lux Toilet Soap to guard against cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Its active lather removes cosmetics thoroughly, keeps skin clear and smooth. Try it for yourself and see. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. From boyhood to the moment that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer discovered him in Pomona College, it was the ambition of Robert Taylor to follow in the footsteps of his physician father. Today, though perched on the highest pinnacle of motion picture stardom, Bob still attends medical lectures and believes that medicine is the finest career in the world. It's something of a coincidence, therefore, that this amazingly popular young actor should have made his first marked success on the screen as a physician, first in Society Doctor, then in tonight's play, Magnificent Obsession. Bob's father was a country doctor who left his son little more tangible than his books and a creed of life. But Bob has clung to that creed, in spite of the whirl that has spun him steadily higher to international fame. Written by Hugh Walpole, the words are, "Blessed be all sorrows, torments, hardships, endurances that demand courage. Make of me a man, to be ready for everything. Love, friendship, success, to take it if it comes, to care nothing if these things are not for me. Make me brave." Magnificent Obsession was written by Dr. Lloyd C. Douglas, who speaks to us later. Playing opposite Robert Taylor, currently seen in Personal Property, and whom we hear shortly as Bob Merrick, is Irene Dunn in the role of Helen Hudson. Great actresses are rarities, but Miss Dunn is a rarity among great actresses. Superb in drama, brilliant in song, she has in the last few months shown the world a brand of refreshing comedy which has proved her one of Hollywood's most versatile divinities. From the original screencast, we bring you Sarah Hayden in the role of Nancy Ashford, while Barbara Kent is heard as Joyce Hudson and Pedro de Cordova as Randolph. We welcome our international audience and the crowd that waited for hours on Hollywood Boulevard to attend tonight's play. The doors close, and the curtain slowly rises as the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor in magnificent obsession. Dr. Wayne Hudson, an eminent brain specialist, died one midsummer evening. Died by drowning in the lake near his sanatorium. His death was a shock to the world, especially to those in the field of medicine. It's late at night now, and we're in an office of the sanatorium. Deeply conscious of a great loss, Nancy Ashford, the head nurse, is speaking to one of the younger girls.
The routine of the hospital will go on as usual. Dr. Hudson would have wanted it that way.
Yes, Mrs. Ashford.
Have the other nurses take their regular room assignments for the night. Tell them to be especially careful not to disturb the patients.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Evelyn.
I can't help it. Everyone loved him so. He was so kind.
I know, dear. But we have a hospital to take care of. Patients who need us.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to take room 417 tonight.
Robert Merrick?
Yes.
I won't. I can't.
Evelyn.
It was his fault Dr. Hudson died. It was all his fault.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do. If we'd had the pulmotor for the doctor, he'd have lived. But we didn't have it. It was being used.
Stop it.
It was on the other side of the lake being used to save Bob Merrick. Bob Merrick!
Evelyn, stop it.
He lived, and the doctor had to die.
You mustn't feel that way. It wasn't Robert Merrick's fault. It wasn't anyone's fault. I know you feel badly. We all do. It's just the way things happen sometimes.
Mrs. Hudson?
Yes?
My name is Perry.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Perry? I've been expecting you. Sit down, please.
I dislike coming so soon after the funeral, but...
It's quite all right. Business matters can't wait very well, can they?
Well, no, especially this one, Mrs. Hudson.
Yes. Well, Mr. Perry?
Oh, forgive me, please. I had no idea you were so young.
I was my husband's second wife. We'd only been married a short while.
Yes, I know.
I have a stepdaughter, only a year younger. But go on, please.
Well, as you probably know, Mrs. Hudson, I was your husband's financial advisor. And since his death, I've been going over the books very carefully. You know, it seems almost incredible, Mrs. Hudson, but there's very little left.
I see.
He never kept much of a balance at the hospital. Everything was transferred to his personal account. But look at these withdrawals. Cash $5,000, cash $2,000, cash $10,000. Have you any idea what these were for?
My husband was always a very generous man.
You mean he gave this money away?
Well, I don't know the details, but scores of people have been coming here to the house, and they all tell me the same story. At some time in their lives, my husband befriended them, helped them, gave them money. When they tried to pay him back, he refused to take it. He said he couldn't take it back, that he had used it all up.
Used it all up? That's strange. What did he mean?
I don't know. No one seems to know.
Helen?
Oh, yes. What is it, Joyce?
Mrs. Ashford has to go back to the hospital. She's leaving now.
Oh, I thought she was staying. Will you excuse me, Mr. Perry?
Of course.
Who is he, Helen?
His name is Perry. He had something to do with your father's finances.
Oh.
Helen, I wanted to say goodbye. Oh, yes, of course, Nancy. I'll drive up to see you soon. I hope so. Oh, here, before I forget, I've got a letter for you. Oh, thank you, dear. It came to the hospital this morning. I thought I'd better bring it out. Joyce, it's another one.
Another?
Yes, listen. I was a friend of your husband's. He helped me once, many years ago, but he would never let me repay him. If ever I can be of service to you, do not hesitate to call on me. It's signed Randolph.
I don't think I ever heard Dad mention him.
I can't take it back. I've used it all up.
What?
Nancy, did you ever hear Dr. Hudson say anything like that?
I can't say I have.
Dear, if I only knew what it meant.
Well, I've got to hurry. They've just called me again.
What's the matter? Is there anything wrong at the hospital?
Oh, it's that young idiot, Bob Merrick. He's having another tantrum, threatening to leave.
Should think you'd be glad to get rid of him. And I think if it hadn't been for him, the greatest heart that ever beat in this world would be beating tonight. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Look, nurse, I don't want to be inquisitive, but what's this on my breakfast tray?
It's a poached egg. The doctor ordered it.
Yeah, why didn't he eat it?
Please, Mr. Merrick. It's the same breakfast we serve all the other patients.
Sure, that's why they're still in here. I've been in 5 weeks, but I'm hanged if I'll stay another.
Get back in that bed. Mrs. Ashford! Oh, Mrs. Ashford!
Mr. Merrick.
Hiya, Toots. Where are my pants?
You can go, Evelyn.
Yes, ma'am.
Get back into that bed, please, or I'll have to call the house doctor.
I want to be discharged.
I'd love to be the first to pack you off, but your temperature is 101. Your pulse speed is abnormal. You're still very weak. And your grandfather, who pays all the bills, would be furious.
Tell you what I'll do. I'll compromise. Bring me a highball.
It'll raise your fever.
Oh, tell me, Warden, what do they give nurses instead of a heart?
An ice bag.
You know, I can believe that. Say, Mrs. Ashford, you look like a pretty good sport. I want to ask you something. And I want you to ask yourself the same question. Is it my fault that my life was saved and Dr. Hudson was drowned?
How did you... The nurses were under strict orders.
Oh, no. They didn't tell me. They're not that human. But I have eyes and ears. What I want to know is it my fault they were using their lung machine on me when they needed it for him?
Of course not. But the staff has been under a strain. They loved and honored Dr. Hudson. We all did.
I know. You're asking yourselves what right I have to be alive and Dr. Hudson dead, isn't that so? Well, then, what right have you or anyone else to pass judgment on what kind of people have a right to live?
That's true. If such an attitude has prevailed in this hospital, you have a right to be indignant.
No, I'm not indignant about that. I'm indignant because I feel the same way.
What?
Sure. I know I'm not worth anything, let alone a great man's life. It's a darn shame the wrong guy had to go. There it is. We all have to make the best of it. He's dead. I'm alive. We're both out of luck.
Please, Mr. Merrick, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, it's true, isn't it? Now that I've apologized for being alive, what about having me pardoned so that I can get out of here?
I'm sorry, but you can't leave yet.
Is that final?
Final.
You'll regret this, Mrs. Ashford.
You'll regret it more if you leave. I'll come and see you again this evening.
Final, huh? Hello. I want Elm 302. What? It's my house. Can't I speak to my own butler? Oh, I have some rights around here. All right, then. Come and see me this evening. Hello? Hello, Horace. Now, look, Horace, this is Mr. Merrick. I want a car. A car, an automobile. Yes, I want it left at the gate of the hospital. Well, sure, I'm leaving. Yes, I thought you'd like to be the first one to know, Horace. Now, listen, bring me a suit and a shirt and a pair of shoes and leave them in the car. Horace, come on, stop loafing. I want to get as far away from Brightwood Hospital as I can.
Sorry, sir, but there seems to be a car stopped in the middle of the road up ahead.
Oh, yes, and a damsel standing beside it. A damsel in distress, Horace.
Shall I stop, sir?
Well, how can I tell yet? Let me get a good look at her.
Very good, sir.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's the matter with you, Horace? Don't you know beauty when you see it? Good evening. Can I be of any assistance?
I'm afraid I'm stalled.
Well, you picked a nice spot. I think you've managed to find the last unpaved road in Westchester, and the exact spot farthest from a service station in either direction.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
What's wrong?
Well, I haven't the vaguest idea.
How about gas?
No, it's not that. I just had the tank filled before I left town.
What town?
Well, New York, naturally.
You're from New York? Well, now, isn't that a coincidence? So am I. Isn't it a small world?
Really, I would like to get this car started. Do you think you could do something to make it go?
Well, now, let me see.
Anything I can do, sir?
Yes, that's an idea. Excuse me a moment, will you?
Of course.
Horace.
Yes, sir?
Find a service station and take your time.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
Well, that ought to fix it.
Is your man going for help?
Yes.
And in the meantime, isn't there anything you could do?
Well, I don't know now. How about taking out the spark plugs?
Taking out the spark plugs.
Well, you never can tell. I've heard certain mechanics say, your car will never be sound till you've had out all the spark plugs removed. You know, the spark plug is the appendix of a motor, an unnecessary thing. Have out your spark plugs now while your car is still in the pink. Don't wait for it to break down completely.
Oh, I see. Oh, but I really have an appointment. Couldn't you do something? Maybe if you pushed it, it might kind of catch on.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I don't know a thing about motors. What do you say if we just sit here by the road and talk till the man comes back? Huh?
Well, I wasn't exactly counting on an evening of conversation in the open air.
Oh, but what could be nicer? Where could you find a more completely charming spot than this? Look at that moon up there. I'll bet it's never been so round or so radiant as it is tonight.
It's exquisite, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Exquisite.
The moon.
Oh, yes. I love nature. If you ask me, you were lucky to break down here in the center of Eden. I was lucky to happen along.
Yes, you certainly were. You've been a big help.
Well, I'm not much help, but they tell me I'm good company.
Well, I'm sure of that. But you see, I'm expected somewhere else.
Yeah, you know, I could like you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Of course, I'd have to see lots and lots of you for a while to make sure.
Oh, sure, you wouldn't want to make any mistakes.
No, I hate divorces. And then there'd be the children to think of, too. What's your name?
Was that important?
Well, of course names are important. Suppose we didn't have them. Think of the mix-ups with everybody going around yelling, hey, you! Now, mine's Bob, if you're interested.
Bob.
Mm-hmm. If you're still interested, the last name's Merrick.
Merrick.
Sure, what's the matter?
How far did you say it was to that service station?
I didn't. Where are you going?
I'm going to walk.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't do that.
You let me go.
Here, what's the matter with you?
Please.
Now, listen, you can't walk out on me like this. I don't even know who you are.
Would you really like to know?
Of course I would.
My name is Hudson. Mrs. Helen Hudson.
Hudson? Then, you're Dr. Hudson's?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you hate me.
I don't feel anything toward you. Let me go, please.
Good evening. Is Mrs. Hudson in?
No, sir, she's not.
She still lives here, doesn't she?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
Well, then I'll wait. Oh, by the way, did you give Mrs. Hudson my note?
Yes, sir. And that reminds me. I was unable to get an answer, so here's your $10 back. And the note, sir.
Didn't you even open it?
I don't know, sir. That's how I found it. In the wastebasket.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you.
The bank would like to do it, Mrs. Hudson, but I'm afraid we can't.
I know I'm overdrawn, but there ought to be a check-in from the hospital soon.
Well, then I'd advise you to wait, Mrs. Hudson.
Very well. Thank you.
Mrs. Hudson! Mrs. Hudson!
I beg your pardon.
Miracles do happen.
Really?
Yes, really. Here I stand looking at you. And a moment ago, I was surrendering my last illusion, vowing to hate the world forever.
Well, that's very unfortunate, Mr. Merrick, but I don't see how I could prevent you from doing that.
Oh, now, wait, please. My car is just across the street, and I've got to speak to you. Let me take you home.
No, I'm very sorry.
Oh, for the love of heaven, melt, Mrs. Hudson. Unbend. Be human. Are you smiling? Are you actually smiling at me?
I'm on the verge of shrieking in hysterics.
Well, then come on before you change your mind.
Are you sure you know where I live?
Well, I ought to. I've been hanging around outside there for weeks, months.
What was it you wanted to talk to me about?
Oh, Mrs. Hudson, I had an amazing encounter last night. I ran into a man who preaches a theory that he learned from your husband.
A theory that he learned from...
Yes, from your husband. It seems that Dr. Hudson lived by theory, a profound formula for getting what he wanted out of life. Good Lord, of course he got you. Well, if I ever doubted
Please,
before.
what are you talking about? What is the theory? Who was the man?
Well, his name's Randolph.
Randolph. Randolph. Oh, yes.
Yes, he's a stone cutter. Don't ask me how I met him. But we had a long talk. The theory is quite simple. Help people and don't tell, and you get the power to do the things you want to do.
When you do things for people, they can't pay you back. Is that it?
Well, that's part of it. Because when they're ready to pay you...
You've used it all up.
Yes. Well, when this man Randolph began to talk to me, I thought he was nuts. I couldn't help trying it out, though. It didn't work at first, and then, just when I was about to give myself a loud, bitter laugh, this happened.
What do you mean, this? You're merely taking me home against my will. And it seems to me you're going out of your way.
What do you mean, did I take the wrong turn back there?
Oh, somewhere, that's obvious.
Now that you speak of it, this is an unfamiliar street.
A street, I call this a country road.
Yes, I guess you're right. Yes, sir, there's a cow. That substantiates your observation. It is a road, not a street.
Oh, now, come now, I really would like to get home if you don't mind.
Certainly, but aren't you interested in what I've been telling you?
Well, yes, I am. I'm terribly interested.
Well, then, can I see you again very soon? Shouldn't we do something about it, really?
Well, I'll see. I can't say now. Well, there's a road we can turn back on, I think.
We don't have to turn back, do we?
Yes, we do.
Now, there's a nice thing.
Well, what's the matter?
Stop me if you've heard this one, but I think we run out of gas.
Oh, I should have known this would happen.
What are you doing?
I'm getting out. You're not out of gas, and I'm not in the mood for any more fooling.
You're behaving just like all those indignant, old-fashioned girls in the anecdotes, the ones who walk home.
Well, I am indignant.
Well, at any rate, you're not bored, are you?
Well, are you going to drive me home now, or aren't you?
Sure I am, but look at the view. It's positively Arcadian.
Excuse me?
Oh, now wait, I'll behave. Get back in the car.
No.
Mrs. Hudson. Look out! Look out! Helen! Pick her up! Pick her up! Get away. Helen! Oh, my God.
Oh, she just stepped out in the road. I tried to stop.
Here, quick, help me. We got to get her to the hospital.
Yes.
How long will it be, Nancy, before they know something?
I don't see how it can go on much longer. She's been on the table almost 2 hours.
Poor Helen. Why should this happen to her? What did she ever do to deserve this?
Oh, Joyce, dear, you mustn't. Come in. Mr. Merrick.
I've been waiting outside. I had to know. How is she?
How is she? You asked that. You, of all people. As if you hadn't been the cause of enough unhappiness.
No. Don't say that, please. It was an accident.
An accident?
Mrs. Ashford?
Oh, Dr. Ramsey. Is she all right?
She's going to live.
Oh, thank God.
But, well, I'm afraid she'll never see again.
Doctor.
Never see.
Do you hear that? Never see again. The rest of her life she'll be blind. And why? Because of you. Because of you.
Oh, Joyce, dear.
I don't care. It's true, isn't it? Why shouldn't he suffer too? I want him to suffer. He's responsible. Go in there and look and see what you've done.
It is my fault. All of it. But you can't make me suffer any more than I'm suffering now.
You've been listening to Robert Taylor and Irene Dunn in the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of The Magnificent Obsession. Now, before we go on with our play, let's step outside to the stage door a minute. There's a blue roadster in the parking place behind the theater, and a pretty girl is in it. She seems a little annoyed.
Good grief, Eileen. Where have you been? I've been honking this horn for 20 minutes.
Oh, bah. I tried to get in to see Irene Dunn without a ticket, but no luck. They're all filled up.
Well, a fine state you've got me in, waiting. I'm going out with Bill at 7:30. Now, how am I going to make it?
Phooey. You've got plenty of time.
Oh, have I? We're going to take a nap. I'm dead on my feet.
Gosh, I'm sorry. But look, I'll tell you something that's actually better than a nap. When I'm tired and I have a date to keep, I just slide into a warm, lathery Lux toilet soap bath and relax. You feel like a million when you get out. Leaves your skin so fragrant, too. Such a grand, expensive perfume.
Eileen knows her beauty baths all right. The perfume of Lux toilet soap is a blend of 34 costly ingredients. Yet Lux toilet soap is so inexpensive that anyone can afford to use it freely. And here's another thing. Its active lather removes perspiration, every last trace of dust and dirt from deep in the pores. That means it makes you sure of daintiness, sure your skin is sweet. Why don't you make a Lux toilet soap bath your daily beauty bath? You're sure to love this soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Mr. DeMille takes us back to our play.
We continue with Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor. Months have gone by. Months during which Helen has learned to feel her way hesitantly through the darkness of her life. Months which have seen a complete change in Bob Merrick. We find him in Randolph's little cottage near the hospital. Randolph, the stonecutter, has been enlarging on a theory. The theory of Dr. Hudson's formula for happiness.
Dr. Hudson was the best friend I ever had. He changed my whole life.
How?
Well, you see, for many years I was just an ordinary stonecutter, mechanically hacking out blocks with a compression chisel. But now, do you see this cast? I put it into marble. It's been accepted by the Metropolitan Museum.
Well, it's beautiful. You say you did this just because of Dr. Hudson and this theory of his?
His theory is a fact, my boy. A formula, precise and definite. You find people who need help, and you give them help.
You mean money?
Money's all right, and since you happen to have a lot of it. But other kinds of help are apt to be better still. But it must be given with absolute secrecy, and you must never let anybody repay you.
I'm afraid it's way beyond me.
Oh, it's really very simple. You've probably heard it many times. Now, in this Bible here, there's a page...
The Bible?
Oh, I don't think I... It's only a single page. Oh, I won't point it out to you. You must discover it for yourself. But the man whose life is recounted here by those who knew him was the one who originated this science of generating human power. And so successfully did he practice it that he is more alive today, burning in the hearts of men, than he was over 1,900 years ago when they nailed him to a cross.
Well, then if I help people and I never let them repay me, I can have anything I want?
If you know what you want, my boy.
Oh, yes, I know what I want. I want someone, and I want a helper, too. It complicates things, doesn't it? I've got to do something, Nancy. She can't go on like this, always in darkness.
We've been doing things, Bob.
There's somebody who can help her. There must be. If necessary, we'll comb the world.
As a matter of fact, we were talking today about a man under whom Dr. Hudson studied. Dr. Brimmer.
You think he could do something?
There's a chance.
Well, then get him, Nancy.
We can't do that. He's in Berlin.
Then she must go to him. She must go at once.
That's not as simple as it sounds. It's very expensive.
You can't stop on account of money. I can take care of that.
Always ready to work your money miracle. Aren't you, Bob?
What else have I to offer? Nancy, do you think I could see her just once?
I don't know.
She wouldn't have to know who it was. I just want to see her again. Well?
She's teaching herself to read through her fingers. She takes a book to the park. She's there alone every morning.
Thank you, Nancy.
If you will but be mine, you shall dine on cherry pie and drink nice currants. Oh.
You dropped your book.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know anyone was sitting near. Have you been here long?
Not so very.
I've been reading nursery rhymes. I'm a little embarrassed. You see, I've got to learn my ABCs all over again.
Is it so hard?
No, not when you get the hang of it. I rather enjoy it.
Well, it won't be long until you'll be reading Shakespeare, Shelley, Schopenhauer. They have them all, you know.
Really? How do you know?
Well, I'm interested in the Braille system.
Oh, are you a doctor?
Yes. Well, that's what I started out to be, but I haven't done much with it since I left college.
Oh, what a pity. I can't help wondering why you didn't go on with it.
Oh, I don't know. Unless I thought there were enough second-rate doctors in the world already.
Well, why not be a first-rate one?
No, there's so few of them. But what I wanted to say is, I have a friend who has a large library of Braille books. I know he'd be happy to let you have them. May I bring some tomorrow?
No. Well, I hardly think tomorrow. Right now I have my hands pretty full with Mother Goose.
Yes, of course. But I'll see you again. There's
Yes.
lots of time.
Yes. What did you say your name was?
Robert.
Dr. Robert.
Yes.
Yes, well, thanks for your interest, Dr. Robert.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mrs. Hudson in?
Who should I say is calling, please?
Oh, it's not important. I just wanted to know how she was.
Is that Dr. Robert, Susan? Ask him to come in.
Come in, please.
Oh, I don't think I'd better. Is Miss Joyce Hudson at home?
No, sir, she's not in.
Oh, well,
In the living room, Doctor.
thank you.
Dr. Robert.
Oh, now, please don't get up.
I recognize your voice.
Well, I was just passing. I thought I'd drop in and find out what's been keeping you indoors. You been ill?
No. Joyce had to go to New York on business for me, and she made me promise I wouldn't go out while she was away. But come on, sit down. My, I'm glad you've come. The most wonderful things have been happening.
Really? I'm glad to hear it.
You remember those bonds I told you about? The ones I thought were worthless?
Yes?
Well, they weren't. They're terribly valuable. And somebody's bought them from me. I don't know who. Anyway, Mr. Perry's invested the money in something else. Something that will give me an income for the rest of my life.
Oh, that's fine.
But that's not all. Listen to this. I'm going to Berlin.
Are you?
Yes, there's a man there, a Dr. Brimmer. He's going to look at my eyes. Of course, I could never afford to pay him. I suppose he's doing it as a tribute to what my husband stood for in the medical profession. Anyway, Nancy said it would be very ungrateful of me to refuse.
Refuse? You're not thinking of refusing.
Well, I have been a little. You see, I've had so many disappointments, and of course, if he agrees with the others that there's no hope.
Oh, but he won't. A man like Brimmer doesn't have disappointments. He'll be able to give you back your sight. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I hope you're right. For the sake of all those who've been so interested in me. For my own part, sometimes I think I've gained more than I've lost through my blindness.
Gained?
Mm-hmm. Things so fine and sensitive that I never even knew they were there before. Your friendship, for example. If I hadn't been blind, I might have missed that.
Has it meant so much to you?
So much.
Oh, I wish I deserved to have you say such a beautiful thing to me.
You do.
You might think differently if you saw me.
How could I? It wouldn't matter what you looked like. I see better now than I used to, really. I used to see only people's faces. Now I look into their hearts. Oh, but here, I'm getting maudlin. You'll still be the same kind friend. You won't change. I mean, if my trip is successful.
No, I won't change, ever.
Helen, where are you?
Oh, it's Joyce.
Oh, I think I'd better go.
Oh, no, please. In here, Joyce. Oh, I want you to meet her. She's heard me talk about you so much.
really,
Helen, dear, I just came. Oh, Joyce, darling. This is my friend, Dr. Robert.
How do you do?
Dr. Robert?
What's wrong, dear?
Are you the man who's been meeting Helen in the park, helping her to read, seeing her home?
Well, I tried to help a little.
Joyce, what is it? Do you know Dr. Robert?
No. No, I've never seen Dr. Robert before in my life.
Goodbye, Joyce. Goodbye, Helen, dear.
Goodbye, darling.
Nancy, are you sure he hasn't come? Dr. Robert?
I don't see him. Oh, perhaps he couldn't make it. Perhaps. I must go. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Nancy.
Bon voyage.
What is it?
The American papers, Fräulein.
Thank you.
Who is it, Joyce?
Just the hotel boy. Helen, what are you doing up? You promised me you'd try to get some sleep.
I couldn't sleep. I'm not tired.
Darling, you've been through such a lot. The doctor said...
Yes, I know. What does it matter what the doctor said? I don't need sleep. Oh, I don't know what I need. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm just not myself.
I know. You're all unnerved. All this way to Berlin, all these weeks, and...
Yes, for nothing. Even Brimmer can't help me, Joyce.
I'll get you some hot milk. It'll put you to sleep.
If it only would.
I'll only be a minute, darling.
Come in. Who is it? Who is it, please? Is there someone there?
Helen.
Who is it? Is it Dr. Roberts?
Yes, dear.
Oh, is it really you? I can't believe it.
I hope you'll forgive me for just dropping in like this.
Forgive you. How did you happen to come here? When you weren't at the boat, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
I had to see you, Helen.
You didn't come all the way to Berlin just to see me.
Yes. Are you glad?
Glad. It seems as though you must have known how much I needed you.
Has it been so bad?
Days and days of waiting. And at last to learn there's no hope. I'll never see again.
Oh, no. No, don't say that. You're going to see. With my eyes. That's why I came. Listen, you called me a friend once. Will you let me think you meant it? Will you let me sit with you, ride with you, be hands and eyes to you? Because I've nothing else to do the whole rest of my life but help you see whatever you want to see. Will you?
Well, I couldn't be a burden to you.
A burden. If I ever did a good deed in my life, if I ever thought a good thought, I'm rewarded now, if you'll let me. We'll forget all about doctors, shall we? Except me. I'm not much of a one. We'll start with Paris. Do you know Paris? Have you ever been there before?
No, but I've always imagined it.
Well, you're going to see it now. In London, and Copenhagen, and Switzerland. All the world, Helen. Through my eyes.
Bonjour, madame, monsieur. Rendezvous bleu. Rendezvous bleu. 23. Red.
You've won again, darling. 20 francs on the red.
Dr. Roberts, are people staring at me?
Well, now, why wouldn't they? In Paris, they make a business of staring at loveliness.
Oh, darling.
There's a crowd in the cafe, Helen, and tables with gaudy check cloths.
Montmartre. I've dreamed of it. It's thrilling.
And there's all Paris. Paris from the top of the hill, stretched out at your feet.
Like a jeweled mantle.
Yes.
I can almost see it.
Happy?
Very.
A moment like this on such a night. Could anyone say anything against the world?
I couldn't.
You couldn't hate anyone, could you, on such a night?
No?
You could forgive anyone, anything?
I think so.
Helen, could you forgive Bob Merrick?
Yes. I forgave you long ago.
You've known?
I've thought so. At times, lately I was sure.
Helen, I love you. You know that too, don't you?
It's wonderful that you care enough for me to be so kind. I know now what you've done for me. Everything. About the money, the doctors.
Well, it was only because I love you so much. You care for me, don't you, a little?
You know I do.
Then let me be with you always. Marry me, Helen.
Marry you. And have you pitied because of me?
No, don't say that, darling. Life with you is what I want. It's all I want. We'll be two of the happiest people in the world.
I'm sure we ought to be.
Oh, darling.
How can I ever repay you for all this?
You can, darling. I've used it all up.
What did you say? You've used it all up.
No, it's nothing. Ellen, there's something I want to tell you. Something that'll make you laugh, I guess. Do you remember that day in the park, the day you took me to be a doctor?
I remember.
Well, that day I decided to be a doctor. To become what you'd mistaken me for. And I've been doing it. I've been studying again.
You've been... And you thought I'd laugh at that. Oh, my dear, that's wonderful.
Well, I'm going to try. There's no harm in that, is there?
When you'll succeed, I know you will.
Well, I'm going to stay in Europe and work. And with you to help me.
Help you.
We'll be together, darling. That's the greatest help in the world. What are you thinking of?
Nothing, dear.
We will be together, won't we?
Of course. Let's go home, shall we, darling? It's
Excuse me, is this the ticket office?
Oui, mademoiselle. The Travelers Bureau.
Yes, that's what I need. Now, I'd like a ticket on the boat train to Cherbourg, please, and a passage on the first steamer to America.
Oui, mademoiselle. Will you sign your name on this, please?
No, I'm sorry. If you'll just place my hand exactly where I'm to sign.
Mademoiselle?
Yes, I can't see.
Oh, pardon, mademoiselle.
Now, you'll have to furnish me with a guide of some sort. That can be arranged, can't it?
Of course, but is mademoiselle traveling alone?
Yes, I'm traveling alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KMX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Robert Taylor and Irene Dunn continue with Magnificent Obsession shortly. But now it's our privilege to present in the Lux Radio Theater Dr. Lloyd Douglas, the author of this great story. Dr. Douglas, a minister for 30 years, became famous for sermons of extraordinary pictorial character. Then he turned novelist, and from his pen have come Magnificent Obsession and Green Light, both national bestsellers. It's now my honor to extend the stage of the Lux Radio Theater to New York City. From Hollywood, I welcome and introduce Dr. Lloyd Douglas, who will speak to you from New York.
Good evening, Mr. DeMille, and thank you. I appreciate being asked to contribute to this program. I feel indebted to Miss Dunn and Mr. Taylor for their sympathetic and artistic interpretation of this book. And I'm also indebted to the Lux Radio Theater for wanting to pay this tribute to my story. Magnificent Obsession, while in no sense a tract, was not written solely for entertainment. It is a purpose novel. The book had a peculiar history. In 1928, while I was still in the pulpit, I became possessed of an idea that seemed to demand a wider hearing than I could give it through that medium, and resolved to put it into a story. Amateur novelists often rig up a plot dealing with things they know almost nothing about, so I did that. My story involved brain surgery, and what I didn't know about that was aplenty. For instance, in the story I wrote that Helen was in an accident and struck blind. That was easy, but to explain it, I had to call up a brain specialist and ask him where she had been hit. Casting about at random for names of my characters, I called one of the young surgeons whom I was sending abroad to do some scientific research, Dr. Dawson. I chose the name mostly because I knew no Dawsons. After the book had been out some months, my daughter Virginia met a young surgeon in Paris who was over there engaged in scientific research. Later, she married him. His name was Dawson. This novel brought me a great deal of mail, letters from all sorts of people. Invariably, what they wanted to ask was this: what can I do to build up my personal fitness by improving the personal fitness of others? Is it true that what I do for other people must be kept absolutely secret or the thing won't work? Do you believe this yourself, or were you just writing a story? And then I would tell them quite honestly that I wasn't just writing a story for the sake of the story, and that the thing would work if they gave it a fair chance. Hundreds wrote that they had tried it and found it practical. They were always careful not to say exactly what they had done, for that would have been telling. Perhaps you may want to try it sometime. Goodbye.
Dr. Douglas, you have our thanks. We're back now on our stage in Hollywood, where Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor resume the story of Magnificent Obsession. 6 years have passed. Helen Hudson, hidden away from the world and her friends, has been living in quiet obscurity in a small Virginia town. But her health has gone, and we find her now in a tiny hospital room where the nurse has been reading her a newspaper article.
Go on, please.
You mustn't excite yourself.
Oh, I must hear the rest of it.
Very well, but please don't try to move. When Dr. Robert Merrick returns to America next month, he brings with him the keenest surgical mind in the field of medicine. In 6 short years, his work has uncovered a startling array of new medical facts, dealing particularly with surgery of the brain. Oh, I don't think we should read any more.
He's done it. I knew he would. I told him he would.
Please.
And now he's coming back. Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert Merrick.
There he is, Nancy. There he is.
Bob, over here, Bob.
Nancy. Joyce.
Oh, Bob, I'm so glad to see you.
No more than I am to see you.
Where's your luggage?
Oh, it's on its way to the hotel.
Hotel? You're coming home with us. Come on, the car's over here.
You'll never know how proud we are of you, Bob.
Oh, Nancy, you're a flatterer.
We've all been basking in your reflected glory. You see, we like to think that you sort of belong to us.
I do, Joyce. Nancy, you're my real friends. Oh, if you hadn't met me at the boat, I swear it wouldn't have seemed like a homecoming at all.
It almost seems like old times.
Yes. No, it isn't. Nothing will ever be like old times until I know where Helen is.
You've never heard anything, Bob?
No. And you?
Nothing. We would have let you know.
Yes, of course.
Welcome home, Dr. Merrick.
Thank you, Keller.
Is Dr. Merrick's room ready, Keller?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, there's a gentleman to see you, sir.
Already?
The price of fame.
He's in the living room, sir.
Excuse me, Joyce. Nancy.
Of course.
Dr. Merrick.
Yes?
I'm glad to see you back again. It's almost as though you've been sent, as you were sent to me before.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm sorry.
You don't remember me? My cottage. You came there and we...
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I knew you're
the stonecutter.
Of course. How do you do? It was rather a long time ago, and so much has happened.
Yes. You've come a long way. I never dreamed that the path I pointed out to you would lead so far.
What?
Oh, please don't think I want to share your glory. I was only a medium.
Oh, yes, I remember. You were working on, you had some sort of theory.
Theory?
Yes, expanding your personality. Getting power to get whatever you want by giving away your money and something about a page in the Bible, as I remember it.
As you remember? You mean you haven't practiced it?
No.
But I've heard how much you've done for people, how you've helped them. In the slums,
Oh,
for instance.
Well, you see, I'd lost someone who meant a great deal to me. I was always afraid she might be alone, friendless. So whenever I put out my hand to anyone, it was with the hope that maybe someone would do the same for her.
You did it for a woman. Christ did it for humanity. That's the only difference. I feel more than ever now the real purpose of my visit.
What is it?
2 weeks ago, I was called to Virginia to select the marbles for the state capitol. While there, I learned that the widow of an old friend of mine was in a dangerous condition, in a state of coma. The doctors say it's caused by a growth pressing upon her brain. This same growth, they felt, was the cause of her having been blind for many years.
Blind? Who is she? Who is this woman?
Helen Hudson.
Helen? Are you sure? Nancy! Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Oh, thank God.
Bob.
Nancy, we found her. We found Helen. We found her, Nancy.
We'll be ready in a moment, Dr. Merrick.
Let me know, nurse.
Well, Bob?
No, don't come near me, Nancy. We're almost ready to operate.
Oh, who's going to do it?
I am.
Oh, Bob.
Would you like to see her? She's still in a semi-coma. Come in.
Helen, dear.
I must.
She's speaking.
It's raining. It's raining awfully hard. But I must get away before the others wake up. I must hurry. Hurry.
Helen, you can hear me. It's Bob Merrick.
There's my pen. I want to write a letter. Joyce, Nancy, you've been so good to me. I'd only be a burden. Don't try to find me.
Helen, dear, we're here.
Robert. My darling Robert, I'm leaving you. Oh, it's so hard to write when you're blind. Won't the rain ever stop? Robert, darling, it's so wonderful that you're going to be a doctor. Oh, I mustn't be in your way, a burden on you. I'm going away. My life is over now. I'm going away alone in the darkness.
We're ready, Dr. Merrick. Dr. Merrick?
Oh, take her into the operating room. I'll be there in just a moment.
Dr. Merrick.
Oh, Randolph.
I've been waiting for her. Is it over?
Yes. She's all right. She'll live.
And her eyes?
I don't know. We haven't taken the bandage off yet. I'm going to do that now.
God bless you, my son.
Thank you. Oh, and Randolph.
Yes?
I found that page in the Bible.
Who's there? Is someone there?
Don't move, Helen.
Who is it? Is it?
Yes, dear.
Oh, Robert.
Now, I'm going to take the bandage off your eyes.
Oh.
Please don't open them for a moment. Then open them slowly. Now. Helen, can you see?
Yes. A ray of light.
A ray of light. Oh, darling, soon that ray will grow stronger. And as each day passes, you'll see more and more until one day...
Until one day, I shall see you, my darling.
We close the covers of our play, but our microphone will bring back Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor before this hour's over. Most people picture the ace Hollywood cameraman as a rough and ready sort of fellow who wears leather puttees and his cap on backward while he rushes about the studio breathing fire and carrying his camera over one shoulder. Actually, a head cameraman never operates a camera. His entire job and its artistic importance cannot be overestimated is to chart with a director the photographing of scenes and supervising lighting effects. Our guest, John Arnold, cranked his first camera for Thomas A. Edison back in 1903. Since then, he's figured in the shooting of more than 1 billion feet of film. And today is head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's camera department, president of the American Society of Cinematographers, and one of the most valuable photographers the industry has ever known. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Arnold.
Thank you, C.B. The biggest job a cameraman has today is to photograph the stars' personalities, so to speak, as well as their faces.
Will you explain why each star is a different photographic problem?
Gladly. Take the matter of lighting, for instance. A star is presented at her best only through a carefully studied blend of lights, colors, and shadows. A blonde appears best against soft, diffused lights. A brunette against strong, bright lights. Dark clothes do not photograph effectively against dark backgrounds, nor light clothes against light backgrounds. Contrast, remember, is what enhances beauty. Psychology also plays a big part. The cameraman studies each star and also learns what color tone blends with her personality. For example, Jean Harlow, in making Personal Property with Robert Taylor, was filmed under white lights, which go best with her fair complexion, and Myrna Loy under violet-tinted lamps in her latest picture, Parnell, co-starring Clark Gable. Lights also have great effect in creating mood. To emphasize the somber atmosphere of Robert Montgomery's new film, Night Must Fall, we use dim lights throughout the entire picture.
Well, you've heard us make the statement many times on this program, John, that 9 out of 10 stars use Lux toilet soap.
Yes, and I know it to be a fact.
Then perhaps you can answer a question asked by several listeners. If the stars have perfect complexions, why is it necessary for them to use makeup in pictures?
Because a star, when playing a scene, becomes so intent on what she's doing that nature plays a little trick on her. The blood either rushes to her face or rushes away from her face. She becomes flushed or pale. With makeup, this reaction is hidden. The only ones who don't actually need makeup are a few male stars like Robert Taylor, Clark Gable, and Spencer Tracy, whose natural tan takes its place. In fact, Mr. Tracy used no makeup at all in filming Captains Courageous. I assure you, no one appreciates a fine, clear complexion more than a cameraman, for then he's able to make full use of close-up shots that would reveal the slightest flaws in skin texture if they existed, makeup or no makeup. I've recommended Lux toilet soap to stars and extra girls alike for years. I know of nothing better or simpler to use for keeping a smooth, healthy complexion that's always ready for even the most candid camera. Many thanks, CB, and goodbye.
Thank you for your candid opinion. Each week in the Lux Radio Theater, I look forward to this moment when I can introduce our stars as their real selves. And I know you share the particular pleasure I have in inviting two such personalities as Irene Dunn and Robert Taylor back to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And as for you, Bob, I want to say what a great thrill it's been to have played Obsession against you again.
The story means a lot to me, Irene. As a picture, it gave me my first big break, thanks to your help, which meant just as much to me tonight as it did then.
I've just learned, Bob, you're going to become a singer in your new picture, Broadway Melody of 1937.
Well, I'd hope to keep that a secret, Mr. DeMille. Sophie Tucker's been wearing herself out coaching me, so I guess I'll have to go through with it, after all.
Well, there's no time like the present.
Oh, no. There's only one singer on this program, and that's you, Irene. Now, what's it going to be?
Oh, well, I don't know. Do you think it's a good idea, Mr. DeMille?
A great idea. Why not a song from your new Paramount picture, High, Wide, and Handsome?
Well, all right. I'll sing The Folks Who Live on the Hill by Mr. Kern and Oscar Hammerstein.
Someday we'll build a home on a hill high, you and I, shiny and new, a cottage that two can fill, and we'll be pleased to be called the folks who live on the hill. Someday we may be adding a thing or two, a wing or two. We will make changes as any family will, but we will always be called the folks who live on the hill. Our veranda will command a view of meadows green, the sort of view that seems to want to be seen. And when the kids grow up and leave us, we'll sit and look at that same old view, just we two, Dolly and John, who used to be Jack and Jill, the folks who like to be called what they've always been called, the folks who live on the
Now, that was great, Irene.
Thanks, Bob. And now just a word about the people who are behind this program. I think we owe them a great deal, not only for the entertainment they provide, but for a beauty care so thoroughly reliable as Lux toilet soap. Water and Lux soap are all anyone needs to keep a clear, healthy complexion. I'm glad to say that. And sorry, I must say good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Come back soon, both of you. You've heard her on the screen, starring in such hits as Private Worlds, It Happened One Night, Cleopatra, The Bride Comes Home, and Maid of Salem. You've heard her 3 times from our stage. And next Monday night, Your countless requests bring her back once again when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paramount's lovely star, Miss Claudette Colbert, in Hands Across the Table by Vinya Delmar. With Miss Colbert in this delightful comedy is one of Hollywood's favorite sons, Mr. Joel McCrea. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Joel McCrea with Walter Pidgeon in Hands Across the Table. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, the Columbia Station, Los Angeles.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to missing persons detail. A 10-year-old boy disappears from his home in a remote section of the city. 2 nights and 2 days pass. There's not a trace of the boy. Your job, find him.
Friends, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. You'll find a world of difference. Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties. Extra mild, superbly blended. To give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality. Even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So compare Fatima yourself today.
You'll find Fatima's now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, August 4th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Bowling. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 2:25 p.m. when we got to Bowers Avenue, number 1218.
Yes.
Police officers, ma'am, we'd like to see Mr. Sherman.
Oh, certainly, officers. Won't you come in?
Thank you very much.
I'm Mrs. Keller from next door. I saw you around here yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Came over this morning to look after poor Mr. Sherman.
Yes, ma'am. Well, how's he feeling today?
Not too well. Fixed him some nice chicken broth for lunch, and then I helped him in his wheelchair and took him out in the backyard out in the sun.
Good hot sun. It's wonderful for his legs. He has arthritis, you know.
Yes, so we understand. Wonder if we could talk to him, Miss Keller.
Well, yes, I guess you have to. He's still out in the back sleeping in his chair last time I looked. Seems a shame to disturb him.
Well, he called us at the office, said he wanted to see us as soon as we could make it out here.
Was it about his grandson, Jimmy? They found him yet?
No, ma'am. Searching party's combing the area. There's still no trace of the boy.
Did any of the other officers who were out here covering the neighborhood talk to you, Miss Keller?
Oh, yes. There was Mr. Lorman, Detective Lorman.
Yes, ma'am.
I told him everything I knew about Jimmy's disappearance. It was right after dinner hour on Monday. It was about 6:30 last time I saw Jimmy.
I see.
I came out the side door to empty the garbage, and I saw Jimmy hiking up the side of the hill there, just in back of the house, all by himself. A nice boy.
As far as you know, Mrs. Keller, Jimmy is Mr. Sherman's only living relative.
That's right. His only relative, his only grandchild.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy's mother and father were killed in an auto wreck. That was 3 or 4 years ago. Sherman's had a terrible lot of tragedy. Jimmy and his grandfather, they're the only ones left.
You can't think of any reason why the boy would want to leave his grandfather, can you?
None at all. Mr. Sherman's a wonderful man. Jimmy loved him, I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Keller? Mrs. Keller?
Oh, that's Mr. Sherman. He's awake. We can go through the house out the back here.
All right, ma'am.
This way.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
Visitors for you, Mr. Sherman. How are you feeling?
All right, I suppose. Hello, Sergeant.
How are you,
Mr. Sherman?
What about the boy? Have you found him yet?
Well, nothing yet, Mr. Sherman. We've added more men to the searching party. We're doing everything we can.
Gone 2 nights and 2 days. Tell me the truth, Sergeant. What's happened to the boy?
Well, right now, we don't know any more about it than you do, sir, but that's no reason to give up hope.
You told us yourself yesterday that Jimmy's been missing once before. It turned out all right that time.
He wasn't gone for 2 nights and 2 days. Maybe you'll just say I'm old and I've got funny ideas, but I got a feeling, Sergeant, something's happened to Jimmy. Something's happened and I can't do anything about it.
You just put those thoughts out of your head, Mr. Sherman. They're going to find Jimmy and it's going to be all right. Why don't you pull up those lawn chairs there, Sergeant?
All right.
I'm going to go in the house and fix some cold lemonade for you men.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
We got your phone message at the office, Mr. Sherman. Anything special you wanted to talk to us about?
Yes, there was something. When you were talking to me yesterday,
Yes, sir.
I told you that Jimmy had on a brown jacket when he disappeared Monday night.
Yeah.
I was wrong, Sergeant. We found the jacket in his room. All he was wearing was a pair of blue jeans and this white sweatshirt. Do you think that might help any?
Yes, sir, it might. We'll send out a supplementary description of his clothes. We'll see that everybody's notified.
Just wish I could be out there with the searching party. Arthritis is pretty bad today. Caught me at a terrible time. Don't know what I'd do if anything happened to the boy.
I know we've asked you this before, Mr. Sherman, but can you think of any reason at all why your grandson would want to leave home?
No, sir, no reason at all. Those 2 collie pups over there in the pen. Jimmy just bought them last week with his own money. Saved up to get them.
I see.
The boy's crazy about dogs. That's why I say he just wouldn't pick up and leave everything. The boy and me got along fine. No reason for it, Sergeant. Something's happened to the boy. I just got a feeling.
Officer,
Yes, ma'am?
a telephone call for either one of you.
I'll get it, Ben. I'll be right back.
Yeah, right.
The man said it was your office calling.
Thank you, Miss Keller. Where's the phone?
Telephone straight back there in the hall.
Thank you very much. Friday talking.
This is Bowling, Joe. Just heard from the search party up at the hills.
Oh, did they find something?
Yeah, in the Elysian Park area by the upper reservoir.
Uh-huh.
Found a pair of kids' trousers right by the edge of the water.
What kind of trousers?
Blue jeans, nothing in the pockets. They'll start dragging for a body as soon as they get the equipment. Check it out with the grandfather, huh? See if the boy was in the habit of hiking up there around the reservoir.
Right. We'll call in just before we leave here.
Right, Joe.
Right, bye.
Well, there's your lemonade, Sergeant. Just poured it for you. Nice and cold.
Thank you, ma'am.
What was it, Sergeant? Something about the boy?
Well, nothing definite, no, sir. Just a report on the search party. They're still up in the Elysian Park area.
Oh, I see.
Did your grandson Jimmy do much hiking in that neighborhood up there, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, I think he did. Likes to hike up there around the reservoir. Why?
The name on the 316 report, missing juvenile, read James Philip Sherman, WMA, 10 years old. He lived with his 68-year-old grandfather, Oscar Sherman, in a small cottage in a sparsely populated section of the city. Shortly after 6 p.m. on Monday, the boy went outside to play. When darkness fell and he failed to return home, his crippled grandfather went out to look for him. Half an hour later, the neighbors joined in the search. No sign of the boy. At 10 p.m., Juvenile Bureau was notified, and throughout the night, squads of men on foot and in cruiser cars canvassed the area. A local broadcast and an all-points bulletin was gotten out on the boy. Neither the grandfather or the neighbors could find any reason for his disappearance. After almost 48 hours of continuous searching, the only lead we had was the pair of trousers found on the edge of the upper reservoir in Elysian Park. They were shown to the grandfather, but he failed to give positive identification. Dragging operations at the reservoir began immediately. Meantime, Ben and I, together with Lorman and Lopez from Homicide, checked out every possible lead on the missing youngster. One of the tips came from a Frank Grady, an unemployed carpenter who lived 5 blocks from the Sherman home.
I don't know how much this may be worth to you, Sergeant. I don't want to get anybody into trouble, but I figured this is a pretty important thing.
Well, what is it you want to tell us, Mr. Grady?
Well, as I say, I don't want to get anybody in any trouble, but have you checked over everybody in this neighborhood?
I think we've talked to just about everybody in the area, don't you, Joe?
Well, either us or the men from Homicide. Why do you ask, Grady?
Well, there's a guy who lives down the street there, right down the corner from this house. Old guy by the name of Gilby.
Well, what about him?
As I say, I don't want to cause any trouble, but maybe you ought to double-check him. One thing, he's an ex-convict, I know that. Another thing, he hates everybody in the neighborhood. Hates the kids, too. Wouldn't be surprised if he was your man.
Why do you say that, Grady? Does he have any special reason for disliking the Sherman boy?
Old man Gilby wouldn't need a reason. A real queer one. Say, I got a couple cans of cold beer in the icebox, and I fix you fellas up.
No,
thank you very much.
Just the same. What makes you think this Gilby had anything to do with the boy's disappearance, Mr. Grady?
Well, number one, I saw old man Gilby out walking Monday night when the Sherman kid disappeared.
Yeah?
Saw him walking along the road up there. The same one that goes up by the reservoir. And I watched him. It was dark by the time he got back to his house. I'd check on him again if I were you.
As far as you know, has Gilby ever been in trouble for bothering the kids in the neighborhood?
Oh, Sergeant, he bothers everybody in the neighborhood. Real queer. Lives by himself, always complaining about something. Frankly, I think he's your man. I think he took that kid and he did something to him.
Well, do you have anything at all to back up your opinion?
You dig around. You'll find something on him. He's no good, and I'll bet on it. I've had a couple of run-ins with him myself. He just isn't any good, that's all.
Well, all right, Grady. Thanks for the tip. We'll be sure and double-check on the man.
You won't tell him where you got the tip, though, huh? Like I say, I've had run-ins with him before. It might cause trouble.
No, he won't know where we got it. Thanks again.
Okay, Sergeant. It's a pretty important thing. I didn't want to make anybody look bad, but the old man's just no good. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Sure, Grady. We understand. As a matter of routine, we double-checked on Grady's neighbor, Mr. Harold Gilby. We found out that he had no jail record and that he had been at work on Monday from 3 to 11 p.m. He could have had no direct connection with the Sherman boy's disappearance, no more than Grady himself could have had. The so-called tip he'd offered us was like 100 other phony leads in 100 other cases. Spiteful, small-minded neighbors trying to use a tragic situation to work out their jealousies and prejudice on somebody that they didn't get along with in the neighborhood. The search continued. So did the hot weather. Friday, August 6th. No sign of the missing boy. The temperature climbed into the mid-90s. Dragging operations at the reservoir went on. Saturday, August 7th. More legwork. More hot weather. By noontime, Ben and I had run down the last lead we had on 10-year-old Jimmy Sherman. Went nowhere. 1 p.m., we headed back for the office to check with Inspector Bowling.
These are the days when I wish I had a little swimming pool in my backyard. Sure be nice to go home to.
Yeah, well, save your money.
No, it doesn't cost so much. No, I read in a magazine where a fella built his own pool for $95.37.
There can't be much of a pool, can it?
Oh, yeah, it's good size. Of course, he did all his own labor. Had all his friends in to help out.
He must have had a lot of friends, didn't he?
Yeah, he did after he finished the pool.
Friday, Ben?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Skipper.
How'd you two make out? Anything?
No luck at all.
It makes it unanimous. Did you hear about the old man, the boy's grandfather?
No, what happened?
I guess the strain got too much for him. He collapsed. They're moving him to a hospital.
Oh, that's too bad.
Right.
Our men still up there Dragnet Reservoir?
Finished this morning. Nothing.
Well, how about the search party? Nothing there either, I suppose. Huh?
No, not a trace of the boy. It's a blind alley all the way around. How about the APB, the radiogram?
Had 3 replies so far. None of them panned out.
Now, grab it. Juvenile Bureau, bowling. Yeah, Fred. No good, huh? Yeah, all right. Check you later. I heard it once. I heard it 50 times. No trace of the boy.
Got me, Skipper. Something real weird about the whole thing.
Well, now, look, we know he didn't just disappear into thin air. Kid's gone. There's a good reason for it. There's got to be an answer somewhere.
That's right. You'll find it.
Another week passed, and then a month. 2 months. We were no farther along than the day we started on the case. In November, we had a teletype from Chief Earl O'Clair of the Phoenix, Arizona Police Department. Reportedly, the Sherman boy had been seen in Phoenix. It was another false alarm. The Christmas holidays wore on into a new year. February came and went. Then March, April. Tuesday, May 3rd, 1:40 p.m. Ben and I got a call to check in with Inspector Bowling.
This telegram just came in from Dayton, Ohio. Have a look.
Thank you.
Let's see, Joe. What is it?
Jimmy Sherman. They found him. 9 months had gone by, almost to the day, since the Sherman boy had disappeared. The grandfather was contacted immediately. When he was told his grandson had been found and that he was safe, the old man was unable to answer. He broke down and wept. In our communications with the Dayton, Ohio police, they told us that the boy had been found wandering along a highway just outside that city and that he'd appeared to be in a kind of a dazed condition. The boy told the Dayton officers that he'd been kidnapped a short distance from his home in Los Angeles by a man in a blue sedan. He gave them detailed descriptions of both the man and the car. He told them that for the past 9 months, the man had held him prisoner, driving from state to state, never letting the boy out of his sight. He said the kidnapper told him on several occasions that he was holding him for ransom and that he was waiting to get money from his grandfather. On May 8th, the youngster was returned to Los Angeles and reunited with his grandfather. On May 10th, we got a call from the grandfather that he wanted to talk to us. Ben and I drove out to see him.
Come right in, officers. Glad to see you.
How are you, sir?
All right, Mr. Sherman.
Sorry to cause you all this trouble chasing you out here like this.
Not at all, sir. What is it you want to see us about?
Well, I'm not really sure about it, Sergeant. That's the whole thing of it. I don't know if it's me or what it is.
Well, what's bothering you, Mr. Sherman?
It's the boy, Jimmy. I don't know what to think.
Well, how do you mean, sir? He's all right, isn't he? We saw him as we drove up, playing out in the backyard, and the doctor checked him over, didn't he?
No, it's not that. The boy's healthy enough. Nothing wrong with him.
Well, then what is it, sir?
Maybe it sounds a little weird to you, but I'm just not sure.
You're not sure of what?
That boy out there, Sergeant. I'm not sure he's really my grandson.
You are in the communications division of a metropolitan police department, the teletype room.
.43, LOS 52951, 12:03 p.m. APB, WMA 150, 5'6", dark hair, dark eyes, wearing gray suit, no hat. Suspect is wearing glasses. Heavy build, 22 years. Suspect is armed with blue steel revolver. Any information? Forward.
You have just heard a teletype description of a suspect. This information will apply to many, but careful screening will eliminate all but one.
You'll find the same is true when you examine king-size cigarettes. Careful screening will eliminate all but Fatima.
Compare Fatima. Fatimas are the same length as any other king-size cigarette, 85 millimeters. Fatima has the same circumference, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance as other king-size cigarettes, but in Fatima the difference is quality.
Fatima gives you extra mildness, a much different, much better flavor and aroma. You get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
So compare Fatima yourself. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Best of all, long cigarettes.
Tuesday, May 10th, 2 p.m. When the aging grandfather, Oscar Sherman, told us that he wasn't sure whether the recovered boy was really his grandson, Ben and I didn't know what to think. Our first reaction was that the shock of recovering the boy after he'd almost been given up for lost had been too much for the old man. Mr. Sherman admitted that there was no physical difference in the boy as far as he could see, but he still insisted that there was something wrong, that the boy seemed different somehow. To satisfy the grandfather, Ben and I talked to the boy, but he failed to give us any reason to believe that he was not Jimmy Sherman. We checked with the boy's friends, all the people in the neighborhood who'd known Jimmy over a period of years. They confirmed our opinion. A few thought that the youngster had changed a little, but no one had any serious doubts about it. The boy was really Jimmy Sherman. So the matter was dropped. Thursday, May 12th, Ben and I had lunch, and then we checked back in at the office.
Joe, want to grab that?
Yeah, I'll get it. Juvenile Bureau, Friday.
Sergeant, this is Mr. Sherman talking.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I want you to come out and take this boy, Sergeant. He's not my grandson. I'm sure of it.
Well, how do you mean, sir?
This boy's got a scar on his side. He's had his appendix out.
Yes, sir.
My grandson never had an operation in his life.
Before we left the office, Ben and I briefed Inspector Bowling on the phone call from the grandfather, then we drove back to the Sherman house. While Oscar Sherman didn't claim that he knew his grandson's complete medical history, he was certain that the boy had not had his appendix out and that he had not had an operation. He told us that his neighbor, Mrs. Keller, could substantiate that she had known Jimmy since he was a baby. We put in a call to the Sherman's family doctor. He wasn't in. We left a message, and then we went next door to see Mrs. Keller. We found her in the kitchen washing dishes.
I just got a couple more to rinse. Can you wait a minute?
Yes, go right
ahead. Of course we can.
No, to tell you the truth, Sergeant, I just don't know what to think about Mr. Sherman. Maybe the whole thing was too much for him. His mind's going back on.
Well, to your knowledge, Mrs. Keller, was the boy ever operated on?
No, not as far as I know. But it's possible he did have an operation. I didn't hear about it. Sergeant, as far as I'm concerned, that boy's Jimmy Sherman. I don't know what his grandfather's up to with all that silly talk.
Well, if it's not really the boy, we won't have too much trouble finding the truth.
There's no question in my mind. Of course it's Jimmy. Why, when he was over here the other day, he talked about the party I gave for him one Halloween. He even remembered the children who were there.
Mm-hmm. Are the other neighbors as sure about the boy as you are?
Just about. Miss Foster down the street. Jimmy was in to see her yesterday. He talked about some changes she'd made in her living room, asked her about some relatives she has living out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think about it, Jimmy even remarked on that new trailer rose I planted out in front. Besides, as the boy's dogs, why, they knew that youngster the minute he set foot in the yard.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Keller. If we have any more questions, we'll contact you. Is that all right?
All right, Sergeant. Couldn't fix you a cup of coffee, could I?
No, thank you, Miss Keller. Take the time now.
Poor old Mr. Sherman. I don't know what to make of it. He's so mixed up.
Yes, ma'am. So are we. We left the neighbor, Mrs. Keller, and went back next door to the Sherman house. The grandfather told us that the family doctor hadn't returned our call yet. At 3:30 p.m., the boy came home from school, changed his clothes, and went out into the backyard to play. We figured we had nothing to lose in talking to the boy again. We found him in the small workshop at the rear of the garage where he was sawing on a piece of plywood with a hacksaw. We talked to him for about 20 minutes. It was no different than the first time we interviewed him. He was relaxed and talkative.
Say, would you hand me that hammer there, officer?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you go.
Thanks. Boy, if I ever get this thing finished, it's going to be the best coaster around here. These are the wheels I'm going to put on it. Pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, they look fine, son. Do you like building things, coasters and things like that?
Oh, yeah, I like it all right. It's fun.
Your granddad says you've changed quite a bit since you got back, Jim. Says you didn't like working around the shop here before.
Well, I guess I don't really. You know, once in a while I like to come out and fool around.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen Mr. Barlow down the street since you've been back?
Mr. Barlow? No, I went down to see him, but he wasn't home. Maybe I'll go down and see him tomorrow.
His name isn't Barlow, is it, Ben? I thought it was Robinson.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Mr. Robinson. Sometimes I forget.
How do you and your grandfather get along, Jim, all right?
Oh, sure, every once in a while it looks kind of funny at me. I don't know. I guess he's still worried about that man taking me away, you know, and all.
Uh-huh. How you been feeling lately, Jim, okay?
Sure, I feel fine. Hardly ever get sick. That's good.
You ever been in the hospital, son?
Uh-huh, just once. Had my appendix out. I hate hospitals. Can I have that can of nails there, please?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Gotta make this good and strong, you know.
I'd like to ask you a question, son.
Yeah?
What's your real name?
I'm Jimmy Sherman, you know that.
Oh, I'd like to have the truth, son. Who are you?
You must be fooling, officers. You know who I am. Jimmy Sherman.
No, Jimmy Sherman never had his appendix out, son, but you did, and you've got a scar to prove it, haven't you?
Sure, I had my appendix out. Ask my grandpa, he'll tell you.
I'm afraid he won't, son. He says he's not your grandfather. He says you don't belong here. His grandson never had an operation in his life.
How about it, son? You want to tell us about it?
Oh, Grandpa isn't feeling well. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, he knows you're not his grandson. Now, come on, what about it, son?
All right. I'm not Jimmy Sherman.
He told us his real name was Donald Rush. He said he'd run away from his home in Springfield, Ohio 2 weeks before. He said that he'd been picked up by the police on a highway just on the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio. On returning the boy to the station, the police officers saw that he fitted the description of the missing California boy perfectly. It was almost as if the two were identical twins. Under the impression that the youngster was suffering from shock or amnesia, the police officers told him all about his home and his friends in California. They gave Donald Rush all the information that they had on the missing Sherman boy, all the newspaper stories, pictures, the dozens of teletypes and circulars which had been sent across the country in an effort to locate the missing youngster. On his way out to California on the train, the Rush boy was given dozens of newspapers to read, which contained thousands of words concerning the disappearance of Jimmy Sherman. So by the time he got to Los Angeles, Donald Rush knew everything he had to know about the boy he was impersonating. We questioned the Ohio youngster further. Besides an exceptionally high IQ, he admitted to having an almost photographic memory. We took him in the house to face the grandfather of the boy that he'd been impersonating, the boy who was still missing.
Mr. Sherman.
Yes, Sergeant. Sit down, won't you?
The boy here has a confession for you. He wants to tell you himself.
I think I know. I was right all along, wasn't I, Sergeant?
I didn't mean anything by it, mister. I just thought it'd be fun to make out like I was somebody else for a while.
You wouldn't know the difference, would you, Sergeant?
No, sir. I'm afraid I wouldn't. That picture over there on the mantel and the boy here, they look exactly alike to me.
There's only one thing I'd like to know, son.
Yeah?
Why'd you do it? Why'd you try and fool me?
Oh, I don't know, mister. I ran away from home, and the cops picked me up near Dayton. They thought my name was Jimmy Sherman. They said I was a missing kid from California.
Well, why didn't you straighten them out right then, son?
I was kind of afraid, and if I told them what my real name was, they would have sent me back home. So I just let them think I was really Jimmy Sherman. And they seemed to be pretty sure I was.
How long did you think you could keep it up, son, pretending you were somebody else?
I don't know. Guess I never thought much about that. I got here, and everybody was nice to me. I just didn't think about anybody finding out. Honest, mister, I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I didn't mean to hurt anybody.
And you never saw my grandson? You never saw Jimmy?
No, sir. I just got on the train. They brought me out here.
You don't know where he is? You don't know how he is?
All right, try to take it easy, Mr. Sherman.
Why would you do it, boy? You're a stranger. Why would you try to fool me about Jimmy?
I'm sorry, mister. I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't mean it.
Thought I had him back. Thought I had him back.
Come on, Ben.
Let's go, son.
I didn't want to make him cry like that, Sergeant. Honest, I'm sorry. Couldn't you just let me stay here with him?
No, I'm afraid not, son.
I won't do anything wrong. Don't you think I could just stay here with him? I'll go right back in there now and tell him I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, youngster, but you're not the boy he's looking for.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Wednesday, May 20th, a meeting was held at the Juvenile Bureau, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that meeting.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, I hold in my hand a new pack of Fatimas. All I need to prove that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes. Now here on the side you'll find this statement. Fatima contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. So tomorrow, buy a pack of Fatimas. I know you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Donald Rush, who impersonated missing 10-year-old Jimmy Sherman, was returned to the custody of his parents at their home in Springfield, Ohio. 4 months later, the body of Jimmy Sherman was discovered buried on a farm on the outskirts of Riverside, California. The boy had been murdered. His killer, a farmer in the neighborhood, was subsequently apprehended and brought to trial. He was found guilty of murder in the first degree and was executed at the state penitentiary Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, is brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over most NBC stations.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 90 regarding a murder. Dansky Kubo, Japanese, was shot during a holdup by a man described as medium height, age about 23, wearing a dark suit. That's all. Rosenquist. In the thrilling true story to follow, you will hear police cars roaring down the street at full speed, sirens shrieking, shots flying, as the police cars steadily close in on the escaping bandits. These police cars are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline. In fact, more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked than by any other brand of gasoline. When cities such as Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Fresno, Phoenix, and counties such as San Diego and Maricopa decide upon Rio Grande cracked gasoline, can you ask for better proof that Rio Grande cracked has distinct advantages over every other gasoline? Actual tests have convinced these cities that their emergency engines get greater speed, greater power, greater economy with Rio Grande cracked. And the explanation for this superior performance lies in an exclusive refining process. No other gasoline in the West is licensed to use the patented Sinclair cracking process. Rio Grande's new cracking plant is the finest in all America, and it produces a gasoline that has no equal. It costs Rio Grande more to make this finer gasoline, but it costs you no more. Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl added sells to you at competitive prices. The sensational growth in the sales of Rio Grande, its unprecedented adoption by so many cities and counties, is proof that you get greater value for your money at independent service stations featuring Rio Grande cracked gasoline. we are privileged to introduce Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a word for you. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. You have heard many romantic tales about the Canadian Mounted Police, who always get their man. About Scotland Yard, the long arm of which extends around the world. About the Paris Sûreté, where the great Bertillon worked out the modern system of criminology used the world over. It is natural to look upon these distant law enforcement agencies with admiration and awe. The Canadian Mounted has been dramatized by a score of novelists who have painted their exploits in such rosy terms that the hard-bitten Northwestern Inspector of Police could no longer recognize himself. The Paris Sûreté has become a Valhalla of detective gods through the Sunday supplements, and Scotland Yard is literally meat for a legion of authors. Your Western police are just as capable, have just as fine a reputation, and solve just as many crimes. But until Bill Robeson began to dramatize their efforts on calling all cars, they had no spokesman who could inform you of their activities. Robeson's work differs from these other romancers to whom I have referred, for everything he tells you in these programs is fact, grounded on the documents contained in the police files. We, too, get our man. Our long arm also reaches to distant points. Our percentage of unsolved cases is phenomenally low. Tonight's story is an example of the unflagging zeal of your police officers. Once a crime is committed, they never forget. It may take years, but sooner or later, they bring the criminal to justice. An unfinished case is a constant challenge. We never cease to work upon them until we can write closed across the file. The case Robeson has dramatized for you tonight took 5 years to close. But in the end, the murderer for whom we were searching paid his bill. How, you soon will see.
It is past 9 o'clock on the evening of February 1st, 1930. As Dansky Kubo and his wife are closing up their vegetable stand, a stranger approaches.
Yes, please. Would you like some vegetables?
Yeah, give me a couple of bunches of them and carrots.
Oh, yes. A very nice carrot. Just 1 minute, I'll get.
Dansky, look out. Man putting gun.
Please, what's
It's a hold-up. Now get out, both of you. Stand out the back way.
I'm not understanding. What do you want?
I'll give you 3. 1.
You're giving me 3.
2.
Please, don't understand.
3.
All right, folks. Stand back here now. Stand back
here.
there.
Who's been shot?
Now, this shot here. There's his wife.
Looks pretty bad.
Oh, here comes the ambulance.
Are you the widow? I mean wife?
Yes.
How did it happen?
Dansky and me. We're closing up the door. A man coming up from behind gun. He's putting gun and shooting Dansky.
What did he look like?
American man. He wear dark suit.
I see. About how old?
Oh, young fellow.
Right here. Here's the victim, Doctor.
He's up to the stomach. We'll have to get him to the hospital in a hurry. All right, boys. Lift him onto the stretcher. Hey, you go with him, Ed, and see if you can get a description if he comes through. I want to question this lady.
I want him to go with Dansky.
You can go in just a minute, but first I want to ask you some more questions.
Yes, but Dansky needs me.
Now, look, the doctor will do everything he can for you. What's your name?
Mrs. Kubo.
I see. Mrs. Kubo, what happened after this man shot your husband?
I'm not knowing. I'm running for help. Neighbor lady, she's calling police. When we come back, man gone. Dansky lying on floor.
I see. Is there anything else you can remember?
Oh, yes. When man shooting, I feel pain in leg.
Let me see. That's funny. Stocking torn and a big bruise, but the skin isn't even broken. You sure you didn't run into one of these vegetable crates here?
No. Something hitting me.
Well, let's see. If you ran this way, you might have been hit by the same bullet that went through your husband's stomach. Would have spent most of its force by then. That's what happened, and the bullet ought to be on the floor here somewhere. Down here and look around. Maybe I can find it. Here it is. 32 caliber lead slug. Well, this piece of evidence, Mrs. Kubo, is going to lead us to the man who shot your husband. little later the same evening, two officers are staked out in a darkened prowl car, watching a parked sedan a half block away.
Well, Harry, if that gang of petty thieves is still working this neighborhood, they ought to fall for the stuff we got stowed in that sedan. I'll say. Clothes, a radio, a lamp, and the key in the ignition. Only we got to get there fast. I ain't hankering to lose that brand new car of mine. Yeah, you won't. Yeah, there's a couple of young fellows looking it over now. Yeah, they've opened the door. Come on, slip her into gear and don't make any noise about it. Hello, boys. Going on a trip?
Yeah, we're going to Frisco.
In that car?
Yeah.
Who's it belong to?
Why, it's mine.
Oh, that's mighty interesting. If you'll look closely at the registration slip, you'll find that it's in my name.
Oh, but you see,
I guess you boys better come along with us.
You see, it was this way. We made a mistake. We honestly thought that was our car. I guess somebody stole ours. It was the same model.
Yeah, that's likely. And of course you had nothing to do with that apartment robbery on New Hampshire the other night.
No, I don't know anything about it.
And you weren't the guys who knocked over the drugstore on South Catalina 2 weeks ago, huh?
Of course not.
Hey, Harry, here's a teletype flash that came in about a shooting. Somebody shot a Japanese food man at 54th and Hoover a couple hours ago. These fellas got a gun?
Yeah, I found this revolver on Hayes here.
38. According to the flash, this Jap was shot with a 32.
Well, they probably threw their 32 away after the shooting.
Wait a minute. We're not mixed up in any shooting. Don't try to pin that on us. Sure, we did those jobs you've been talking about, and a couple more, but we didn't shoot anybody.
We'll see about that. The Japanese isn't dead yet. Or you better take these guys over to the receiving hospital and see if you can identify them.
Okay. How is he, Doctor?
He's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, we think we've got the guys who did it. Will you let us get an identification?
Oh, very well, but don't take too long. You come right this way.
Mr. Kubo. Mr. Kubo, can you hear me?
I'm sitting.
Mr. Kubo, look at those two men here. Was either of them the man who shot you?
It's hard for seeing. I think maybe he looks like the man who shot me.
Well, Hayes, what have you to say now?
That poor fellow's half unconscious. That ain't no sort of an identification.
It'll help, but the rest of the case will build up against you.
Following his identification of Hayes as his murderer, Kubo dies without regaining consciousness. And the noose tightens about the neck of Hayes when Mrs. Kubo also identifies him as the murderer, and when his story is shot full of holes by the investigation of the officers. But as plans for the prosecution of Hayes as the murderer of the Japanese are carried forward, the district attorney receives a letter which causes him to send for the officers who were investigating the case.
Boys, I just got this letter today, and I thought you ought to see it.
It's like a nut letter to me.
That's what I thought when I first read it. It's crudely printed in an effort to avoid handwriting identification. But the writer of it is too well acquainted with the circumstances of that Kubo shooting to be entirely disregarded. He says that Hayes is innocent of the Kubo murder, claims he did it himself, and tells us to drop murder charges against Hayes or go out and murder another Japanese to prove that we're wrong.
That's a pretty drastic threat. Any clues on the letter that would indicate who sent it?
Of course not. You wouldn't expect any, would you?
No.
Now, it looks like this to me. We haven't got a strong case against Hayes for murder. It's pretty weak circumstantial evidence.
We got the slug and the shell it came from. Moxley, the ballistics man, says it's an old German type used during the war.
And you haven't got the gun that fired it?
No, that's right.
Okay. You file this letter away with the slug and the shell, and look for that gun. I can send Hayes and his partner to San Quentin for burglary on their own confession. But if I prosecute them for murder, I may lose the case, and from what the writer of this letter says, you fellas may have another Japanese murder on your hands. Our duty is to prevent crime as well as to solve and prosecute it.
So Hayes is sent up for burglary, and the bullet and note are sent to the files for future reference. Nearly a year passes. Then, late on a rainy New Year's afternoon in 1931, radio officers Heacock and Aiken are cruising through their district when an approaching car attracts their attention.
Hey, look at this car coming this way. Yeah, what about it? Well, his bumper's dragging and one of his headlights is broken. Must have had an accident. Oh, still, he oughtn't to drive with his bumper dragging and the light out. Might be a hit-and-run driver. I think we better talk to him. Swing around.
Hey, he knows we're after him. He's trying to get away. Step on him. Hey, look. He's throwing stuff out of the car. Papers. Probably evidence of some sort. Hey, there goes something heavy. Hey, the guy's nuts. He's throwing away money, coins and bills. They're all over the street. Yeah, and we can't stop. Hey, look at all those $5 bills blowing past us. He's going to smash into somebody. He's doing 65 mil. Better try to put a shot into his tire. Okay. Hey, he's turned in that corner to get out of range. Oh, he did it. Well, that's it. Pull up. Well, buddy, what's the big idea? I ain't talking. Now, I'll slip your wrists into these bracelets and we'll see about that. You can't cinch me. I ain't done nothing. Except driving like a maniac. You're under arrest for reckless driving. Come along now like a good boy. What's his name? Well, according to the registration slip, Sergeant, the car belongs to John E. Healy. Is that your name, buddy? Pull up. Well, buddy, what's the big idea? I ain't talking. Now in. Palm tree and slid down. Hey, down there, stop. Stop or I'll shoot.
Wait, don't you shoot. Do something.
Oh, pipe down. I can't see anything. Be quiet. Maybe we can hear him.
In 5 minutes, the hood around 77th Street Station is swarming with officers, but John Healy had successfully made his escape. The prisoner's disappearance stimulates Castle to greater effort in the hunt for the gun, which he suspects he can link to the Kubo killing. Although he searches the streets half the night, he's at it again shortly after dawn. But the only reward he and his partner, Jake Kurtz, receive for their efforts as they retrace the course of the speeding getaway car is a few coins and a couple of rain-soaked dollar bills. And then, just as they're about to give up, a little girl approaches.
You're a policeman, aren't you?
That's right. Why?
Now, I'll bet you're looking for a gun.
You bet we are. Did you find it?
No, but my little brother did.
Where is it?
He's out in the backyard now trying to make it cute.
Come on, Kurt. There he is, yanking at the trigger. Heaven help us and him if that safety isn't on. Here, little boy. Let me see your nice gun.
No, it's Sonny's gun. Sonny play gangster.
Now, listen, Tommy, you let us see it. We'll give you a nice lollipop if you let us see it.
Oh, don't want lollipop.
We'll have to rush him, Kurt. Come on. All right, come on now.
Now.
Give me
back my gun.
Now, here, little girl. Here's a nickel. Buy your brother a lollipop or an ice cream cone or something.
Come on, Kurt. Let's get this thing into Moxley and see what he has to say about it. Well, Moxley, what about it?
This is the same gun used to kill the Japanese Kubo. I fired a bullet from this gun and checked it against the bullet that killed Kubo. They matched exactly. You don't see many guns like this these days. They were used by the Germans during the war. I've asked the factory to trace the owner for us.
I already know the answer to that one. The owner is John Healy. But that don't do us much good. We're taking out his house, but his cousin said he didn't come home New Year's night. He's probably skipped halfway across the country by now.
As a matter of routine, officers checked the report that the gun had been sold to Healy's father in Hudson, Massachusetts in 1922. Mr. Healy denies this fact, but officers find in his garage the original carton in which the gun had been sold. But they find no trace of Healy. 1, 2, 3 years pass, and then one day early in 1934, Captain Bert Wallace of the Homicide Squad, reviewing unsolved cases, comes upon the Kubo murder. Impatiently, he calls in Detectives H.M. Ledbetter and D.H. Patton.
Boys, here's a case I want you to get to work on. What is it, Bud? That Kubo killing. Remember it? Oh, yes. They caught the guy, and he broke out of 77th Street. Isn't that the one? That's it. The shooting happened 4 years ago. The suspects escaped 3 years ago. With the exception of an occasional check from the home of his parents, nothing else has been done. I want you boys to get on it right away and clean it up. Any leads? Only this. Healy was a salesman for the Piggly Wiggly stores at one time. That's all we need. Come on, Pat.
Working on the thin clue that Healy had once been employed for the Piggly Wiggly stores, the detectives set out to trace the murderer. A week's work brings them back jubilant to Captain Wallace's office.
Well, boys, you got anything for me? Plenty. Here's Healy's written application for work. The handwriting checks in many respects with the lettering on the anonymous note sent to the DA when Hayes was accused of the murder. Fine. And what's this? Healy's picture. His picture? Where did you get it? Well, according to this application, Healy had worked for the A&P back in New York. We asked the New York police to work with us, and in no time, the A&P personnel department sent us back this picture and a letter saying that Healy had worked for them, and during the time he was employed, several burglaries occurred in his store. They're convinced he pulled the job himself.
That's fine. This picture will be a big help. Get copies of it made. Send a circular to all chain stores and police departments in the United States. And send the picture to the detective magazine. And by the way, you better ask those Calling All Cars boys up at Rio Grande to help, too. You know, that Calling All Cars news of theirs gets out to about 500,000 people.
Okay, Captain.
Across the country goes Healy's picture to police departments, to sheriff's offices, to postal authorities, to millions of readers of detective story magazines. Then on the 26th of last March, the phone in the sheriff's office in Framingham, Massachusetts rings.
Sheriff's office?
Hey, Sheriff. You better get down here to the bus station quick.
Why?
Well, there's a guy down here by the name of Healy. He's wanted in Los Angeles for murder.
How'd you know?
Oh, I read the detective story magazine. I got a picture of him right here. You better hurry. He's going to take the 10:15 bus for Boston.
Okay, I'll be right down. Yeah, I'm glad you got here, Sheriff.
Yeah, where is this bird?
He's sitting right over there in the gray suit.
Yeah, where's his picture?
Right here in this here magazine.
Well, golly, you're right. Come on. Your name, Healy?
What's it to you?
Plenty. I'm the sheriff.
Oh, what of it?
You're under arrest.
What for?
Murder in Los Angeles 4 years ago.
Hey, get this thing off. What did I tell you, Sheriff? Hey, do you think you can make me a deputy? I have been studying how to be a detective at correspondence school.
I don't know about that. Drop in and see me sometime.
Sure thing. I'll be in tomorrow morning.
Come along, you.
Informed of Healy's arrest, Captain Wallace sends Detective Ledbetter to Framingham to claim the prisoner.
Oh, sure, Healy. This attitude of yours isn't going to get you any further.
You guys can't frame me for a job I didn't do.
We know you did it.
Yeah? I don't know better about that job than you do. Turn me up, boys. Never even get me out of Massachusetts.
I think we got a good enough case to extradite you.
Yeah, well, I gamble you ain't.
Well, suppose we aren't able to extradite you. What then?
Well, that's that.
No, it isn't. We'll go right on working on your case. We'll build a stronger and stronger file of evidence against you, and we'll never let you out of our sight. Sooner or later, we'll arrest you again. We'll attempt to extradite you again. If we fail, we won't quit. We'll go on working on you, and in some other state, at some other time, we'll have you arrested again. We won't stop until you come back to Los Angeles and face trial.
I'm innocent, I tell you.
So much the better. Then come on back and face trial and get the thing over with once and for all.
You can't railroad me. I'll beat the rat.
That's fair enough. Once you clear yourself in the courts of the charges we hold against you, we're no longer interested in you. So long as you don't break the law again.
Okay, Ledbetter, I'll go back with you. I'll fight your charges in court. I'll make you the biggest monkey in the 11 Western states.
All power to you, my boy, if you can do it.
Back in Los Angeles, Healy maintains his arrogant attitude of braggadocio. He refuses to make a confession, and when he finally obtains a counsel, refuses completely to talk. The burden of the proof must rest with the prosecution, for Healy pleads not guilty to the charge of murder when he finally faces the bar of justice and settles down to listen to the prosecution's stated case.
Yes, I am thinking positive. This is man that killed my husband.
I have for employment already admitted into evidence, and also from the questionnaire filled out in the presence of Captain Wallace. At this same time, Captain Wallace asked the accused to print some of his answers. The accused complied, and these printed answers afforded an excellent opportunity for me to compare the printing of the accused with the anonymous note addressed to the district attorney at the time of the murder. In my opinion, all these samples, both the handwriting and the printing, have been executed by one man, the accused, who is known as John Healy.
If the court pleases, the photograph to the right of the exhibit is an enlarged microphotograph of the bullet which killed Mr. Kubo. The one to the left is an enlarged microphotograph of a test bullet fired from the gun thrown away by the accused when he was escaping from officers on New Year's Day, 1931. This gun, we have already shown, was purchased by the father of the accused, and the original carton which contained it was found in his garage. Observe carefully that the ridges and cuts in these two photographs are identical. So much so that if the negatives of the two prints were placed one on the other, the resultant print would be identical with these. There can be no doubt in my mind, nor should there be any doubt in the mind of the court, that Healy's gun is the murder weapon.
That's the gunner. He's the one who stole my money. The one who held me up. It was New Year's Day. And then threw my money all over the streets of Los Angeles.
Mr. Evans, it sure looks bad, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, John.
I didn't think the Bulls had all this on me. I'd never come back here.
I don't think you can win.
You don't? What are we going to do? I don't want to stretch for this. Mr. Evans, do something.
Your Honor, my client and I have heard enough testimony to give us a profound respect for the work of the police and the prosecution in preparing their case. Rather than cause the state a costly and expensive trial, rather than cause any further inconvenience, my client throws himself upon the mercy of the court, convinced that that mercy will be a just one. My client admits that he's guilty of killing Dansky Kubel. Furthermore, he admits that he is guilty of robbing the drugstore on New Year's in 1931. But there are mitigating factors, Your Honor. Factors which in the administration of justice, Your Honor, must take into consideration. This poor boy was the user of narcotics, an unfortunate slave to the pernicious narcotic traffic. Underpaid, he found he could not earn enough to satisfy the cravings of his vice. Desperate, under the influence of narcotics and needing more money for more narcotics, he attempted to rob the Japanese vegetable man. It was not his desire, nor was it his intention to murder Dansky Kubo. But out of his mindless cravings, he became frightened when his victim misunderstood his command, and involuntarily he pressed the trigger. It was an accident, Your Honor, not murder. Consider another fact, Your Honor. This client of mine is not a hardened criminal. When he learned that an innocent man was being accused of his crime, he was so stricken with remorse that he wrote a letter to the district attorney, which effectively cleared the falsely accused man. He didn't have to do that. Had he been a hardened lawbreaker, an enemy to society, he would have kept quiet and let another man pay for his misstep. Had he done this, Your Honor, he would not be in this courtroom today. But my client is not that sort of person. He is upright, of sterling character, of good family. His one mistake was his craving for drugs. In throwing himself upon the court's mercy, my client asked clemency in the verdict that Your Honor sees fit to impose.
John Edward Healy, stand and face the court. Before I pass judgment upon you, have you anything to say?
No, nothing to say.
John Edward Healy, you have committed a serious crime. The most serious crime a man can commit. You have taken the life of a fellow man. In a court higher than this, you will meet your final judgment. But in consideration of the fact that you have thrown yourself upon the mercy of the law, this court finds you guilty of second-degree murder and sentences you to San Quentin Penitentiary for from 5 years to life.
And it is to be hoped that the parole board will not be so moved by sentimental and political influence that they will set this murderer free in 8 or 10 years to prey once more upon society. For every prisoner released from San Quentin, your 2 lax parole system makes the work of your policeman that much harder. Causes him, in many cases, to have to do his job all over again. Life and property will never be as safe as it should until greater care is exercised by the parole board in releasing prisoners who have not yet paid in full their debt to society, who have not yet learned fully that crime never pays.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Police cars travel city streets and roads nearly 24 hours a day, crawling along for hours and jumping to top speed to answer emergency radio calls. What an ideal testing laboratory for gasoline. The police cars operate over the same roads you travel, meeting the same traffic conditions. Accurate records of police car operating costs are kept by most cities. And tests of many brands of gasolines have led to the adoption of Rio Grande Cracked as the official gasoline.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, might made right. Even the sheriffs, elected to preserve law and order, accepted the bribes of outlaws. One man, however, the masked rider of the plains, gave no quarter in the fight for justice. Criminals learned to fear his name, just as the honest settlers learned to honor it. Return with us once more down the trail of adventure to those thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We must meet Larry Catlett in Rubber City! There's going to be trouble! Hurry-o, Silver!
When old Lafe Catlett, owner of the Box B, died, he willed the ranch to his son Larry. But within a week, Larry was accused of murder and fled from the district. Jake Brimmer, Larry's uncle,
took over the management of the ranch, and we see him now in the cafe at River City, sitting at a table with the sheriff, Walt Travis. The sheriff is speaking.
Look here, Jake. You've been stoling me off long enough.
Yeah?
You ain't forgetting that I'm still holding the paper you signed confessing to the shooting of Bill Sweeney, are you?
Blast you. I should never have signed it.
I don't recollect that you had much choice. I seen you shoot Bill, but I let you get away with it because you promised me half of the Box B.
You'll get it when you do your part.
I done what I could. I told everybody I seen Larry do the killing. It weren't my fault he got away.
You should have caught and hung him.
And I would have, too, if he hadn't heard us scheming.
Well, all I gotta say is this. When you hang my nephew, so as the ranch is mine without no question, then you'll get what I promised you. But you won't get nothing before.
And what if I show folks that confession of yours?
You ain't bluffing me.
Yeah?
You do that, you won't get nothing, no matter what happens.
Maybe.
Our bargain goes just as we said. When the ranch is legally mine, I turn over half to you, and you give me back that paper.
I sure wish I savvied where Larry is hiding out.
You don't wish it no more than I do.
He's been gone for almost 3 months now. It's a funny thing we ain't heard nothing about him.
He most likely cleared out for good.
I don't know. Larry was a fighting fool. He weren't the kind to give up easy.
But if he does come around, you're the hombre that's got to deal with him.
He won't get away from me another time. I'll jump at Jehoshaphat. I think I seen him just then.
Seen who?
Larry Catlett, your nephew.
You're loco.
If it weren't him, it was someone just like him.
Where is he?
He stuck his head inside the door, looked around quick, then backed out again.
Come on, let's find out.
If it's him, I'll sure jail him this time.
Hurry.
I don't think he's seen us.
But I don't want him to get away.
He can't be far off.
Who's that over there?
Looking near too dark to see.
If that ain't him, I'll eat my Stetson.
It is, sure enough. Hey there. Stop in the name of the law.
What the...
Hoist your hands. We got you covered.
Jake and the sheriff.
Stand right where you are.
You rotten crooks.
We got you this time.
And we got you good.
You polecats was in the cafe?
Yep, and I seen you look in.
How in blazes did I miss you? I come gunning for you, but I was beginning to think you wasn't in town.
Then this is the time you got fooled.
But you ain't jailing me.
Sheriff, he's drawn.
I'll teach him.
Oh, my shoulder.
Blast you, Sheriff. Why didn't you kill the coyote for resisting arrest?
You're sure two of a kind. Just a pair of low-down killers.
That'll be enough from you. Come along. We're jailing you before folks get here and start asking too many questions.
Well, hurry it up. And then I want to talk to you, Sheriff. I got another scheme to get rid of this fella.
Larry Catlett was promptly thrown in jail and held there without being permitted to speak to anyone in town. Then, just after dark the next evening, while he sat on a crude bench in his cell, he was startled by a low call.
Larry.
Huh? Who's that?
I want to speak to you.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Did you expect to see me, Larry?
I did, sure enough. I never looked for you to get here this soon.
Not when I rode here just as soon as we found you had disappeared.
But I come by train.
Silver and White fellow are fast horses.
They sure must be to get here from the Panamints in this time.
Why didn't you tell us you were coming to River City, Larry?
Well, it was a scheme I had.
Yes?
You see, when I met up with you fellas, it didn't take me long to have a pretty good notion of who you was.
I knew that.
So I figured if I told you about my being framed, you would savvy where I'd headed for when I lit out.
Go on.
Well, I wanted to get here first so I could have time to drill the skunks that framed me before you got here.
That was the foolish thing to do.
Uh-huh. The way things turned out, I reckon maybe it was. But my idea was that if they killed me, then you'd show up to see what they did, and then they'd get what was coming to them.
But instead, they jailed you. I heard about it when we got to town.
I reckon I wasn't as smart as I figured I was.
Your shoulder bother you?
Now, it ain't nothing but a flesh wound. All that's bothering me now is what Jake and the sheriff is planning.
You heard something?
All I heard was my uncle telling the sheriff he had a notion how to get rid of me.
I see.
But I can't savvy what it can be. The lesson is to make their story foolproof so I won't have no chance when the trial comes.
I wonder,
I think there's somebody coming. Most likely the sheriff. Guess he wants to make sure I ain't up to nothing.
I'll leave now, but I'll see you again.
All right, mister.
Hey, what are you doing over by that there window?
Nothing.
You needn't be looking over them bars. You ain't got the strength to break 'em.
Who's that fellow with you?
Just another outlaw. You'll have plenty of time to get acquainted. I'm putting him in the same cell with you.
I'll get you for this, Sheriff.
All right, Clegg. In with you.
Last you.
Oh, yeah. Now, just lock up again and let the two of you sit in there till the judge gets here.
You afraid me. You ain't got nothing on me.
I got a plenty on you, Clegg.
If you're a lawman, I'd rather be a crook.
Well, as far as anyone can prove, you are a crook.
This time you're going to find you framed the wrong hombre, Sheriff.
Did the dirty skunk frame you too, Clegg?
He did that, and I'll
Sit
find...
still. Any more of that kind of talk, and I'll put you on bread and water till you tame down. I'm going back to the office. And I don't want to hear no fuss out of either one of you.
The two men were silent until the sheriff returned to his office and the door slammed behind him. Then Larry said,
"What are you in for?"
The sheriff claims he seen me rustling Bar W critters.
Yeah?
And I wasn't even near there. I'll bet the sheriff knows where them cows went, and I'll bet he's got his share of them.
That sounds like him.
What's he got on you?
Shucks, he's got me framed to a fare you well. I'm supposed to have shot Bill Sweeney.
You're Larry Catlett?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be doggone. You're in a worse fix than I am.
Yeah, I reckon so. If I ever get out of here...
You want to get out bad?
Well, I'd be loco if I didn't, wouldn't I? When Jake Brimmer and the sheriff start telling their lying stories in court, I won't have no more chance than a rabbit in a stampede.
How much nerve you got, kid?
Huh?
Nerve enough to try and break jail?
Swell chance of that.
You think it can't be done?
I know darn well it can't. Just take a look at the way we're barred in here.
The sheriff anywhere around?
No, but...
What do you think of these?
Why, you got keys there.
That sheriff ain't half so smart as he figures.
How'd you get 'em?
Easiest thing I ever done. I just helped myself to him when I was in the sheriff's office before he brung me back here.
But
when the deputy went out for coffee and left his coat hanging behind the door.
And you got the keys out of his coat?
That's just what I did.
But how in blazes did you work it?
Shucks. While the sheriff was holding his gun on me, I backed up again the door. And as soon as he weren't looking, I slipped the keys in my pocket.
By golly, that was blame smart.
The sheriff was all through searching me, so he never thought to look again.
Then let's get it going before the deputy finds his keys are gone.
Yeah, we better.
There ain't but one way out of here. We'll have to make a break for it right through the sheriff's office.
Uh-huh. And Jake Brimmer's in there with him. But I reckon they'll be so all-fired surprised to see us, we'll be able to make it all right.
Come on.
Wait till I see which key fits.
Can't you find the right one?
Here it is.
Careful how you open that door.
Yeah. I won't bother to close it again.
Don't make no more noise than you have to.
When we get to the office, I'll go first and open the outside door.
That suits me.
Quiet now.
We can't go no further without being seen.
You all ready?
Yeah.
Then let's go.
What the?
A jailbreak.
Blast him.
Hurry, Clegg. Open the door.
Hold up or I'll shoot.
Clegg, what are you waiting for?
Hold on to him, Clegg. I'll get him.
What are you doing, Clegg?
I'll show you.
Yeah, you tricked me. You ain't breaking jail at all. Get away from that door.
Have a hold of him. I can't. He's dodging away from me.
Then stand to one side so I can shoot him.
Go on and shoot. Drill him, Sheriff.
Just a second.
You've done this just to get rid of me. You wanted me to break jail so you'd have a reason for shooting me.
You missed him, Sheriff.
I won't this time. I'm going. Oh, my hands.
A masked man. Where'd he come from?
Come on, Larry. I'm taking you away from me.
I'm coming.
Stop him, Sheriff. Clegg, do something.
I can't use my gun hand.
I ain't got no gun.
I'll shoot the first one of you that tries to follow us.
Go after him, you fellas.
I ain't going out there.
Me neither.
Oh.
By thunder, Sheriff, you messed things up again.
Now, look here, Jake.
Of all the thick-headed fools I ever seen, you and Clegg there take first prize.
We couldn't help him getting away. How was we to know that masked fella'd show up?
That's right, Jake. There wasn't nothing we could do.
You can't never do nothing right. That was the third chance you had to get Larry, and you missed every time.
What do you mean, the third chance?
When we first framed him, when you arrested him yesterday and he went for his gun, and just now.
Listen, if you don't like the way I do things, you can do your own dirty work.
I ought at that.
But just remember one thing, Jake Brimmer. I'm still holding that paper you signed. And I ain't taking no careless talk from you.
You're just a pair of no-good idiots. And from now on, I ain't depending on nobody but myself.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Larry Catlett was framed by his uncle Jake Brimmer and the sheriff for the murder of Bill Sweeney. Jake wished to gain possession of the ranch Larry had recently inherited. And when Larry fled the district, he took over its management. When Larry returned, he was arrested, then tricked into an attempted jailbreak. The Lone Ranger saved the young man before he could be shot down, however. As our second act opens, we see Larry and the masked man as they arrive at the small, well-concealed camp where the Lone Ranger's faithful Indian companion Tonto has been waiting.
Jump down, Larry.
Yeah. Golly, I still can't hardly believe I got out of that alive.
You're safe now.
Howdy, Tonto.
Oh, Tonto, glad to see you. Tonto, Jake and the sheriff nearly succeeded in killing Larry just now. Oh, that's heap bad.
It might have been. How'd you happen to be there, friend?
When you told me they planned to get rid of you, I doubted they'd wait for your trial.
Yeah?
I wasn't sure until tonight that you'd been telling me the truth, Larry.
Well, you didn't have no way of checking up on my story, I reckon.
But now I'm convinced.
And Tonto believed Larry.
I knew that if they had framed you, they wouldn't let you tell your story in court unless they had to.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed near the jail to see if you'd be safe for tonight. And when I heard the shot, I came as fast as I could.
You sure didn't waste no time going into action.
And we can't waste time now. Larry, did you say Jake signed a confession that the sheriff is holding?
Yep. I overheard him when they were scheming the whole thing. That's how I learned enough to clear out of here before they got me.
I've heard Jake and the sheriff don't get on well together.
They sure don't. Jake don't like the sheriff because he's afraid of what the sheriff will do with that confession. And the sheriff's suspicions that Jake will hold on to his share of the ranch.
I think I have a plan.
You ain't figuring on trying to find that paper, are you?
Not that.
If you was, it's most likely it wouldn't do you any good. The sheriff wouldn't keep a thing like that where it could be found easy.
I have something else in mind.
What you do?
Call your horse, Kimosabe.
Here, white feller.
Tonto, all three of us will have to act tonight.
You're the boss, friend. From now on, I'm doing just what you say.
Good. First, Tonto will have to make a long ride.
Tonto do that.
And you and I, Larry, are going to call on Jake Brimmer while he's asleep.
Later that same night, the Great Horse Silver carried both Larry and the masked man to the Box B ranch. The cowboys were fast asleep in their bunkhouse, and Jake Brimmer, whose bedroom was in a wing of the large central building, was equally unaware of the Lone Ranger's approach. A rising wind helped to cover the sound of their arrival.
Oh, Silver.
It ain't likely anybody will hear us stopping this far back.
No. Stay here, Silver. Come, Larry.
The best way to get in the house is by the side door.
You have a key?
Uh-huh. The one I always had. And there ain't no bar on that door.
Then that's the one we'll use.
Besides, it's on the far side of the house from where the Chinese cook sleeps. Lee Toy could hear a feather drop.
We don't want anyone to wake up.
Here we are. Be careful of those steps. We'll be inside in a second. Blast this wind.
You know the house, Larry. Take me to Jake's room.
He's most likely sleeping where Pa used to. Wait till I close this door. There. Come on.
Careful.
You see that open door?
Yes?
That's the room I mean.
We'll have to go in there. Come.
There's Jake. Fast asleep.
And here are his clothes. And his gun belt and holster.
Yeah.
Blast Sheriff. I'll fix things. Larry.
What is that?
Jake was just talking in his sleep, Larry.
Oh, he sure gave me a scare. Hurry up, let's get out of here.
One moment.
Are you ready to go?
I have everything I need.
Now to get back to camp.
We'll be back there soon, Larry.
What was that? Sounded like the wind caught a hold of a door and slammed it shut. Maybe that doggone chink's been prowling around the house. Blast it, where's that lamp? There it is. By gravy, somebody's been in this room. Somebody's been handling my clothes. And my gun's gone. Blast the sneak thief that'll steal a man's shooting iron. Hey, Lee Toy! You blame chink, come here. There's a crook somewheres around. Come on,
The Lone Ranger and Larry raced away from the Box B ranch and returned to their camp, where they spent the remainder of the night before going on with their plan the next day. Early the following evening, we see the sheriff and his confederate Clegg as they rein in their horses in front of the sheriff's home on the edge of town.
Steady. Oh, boy. Steady, boy. Oh, boy. Steady, boy. Steady, boy. Steady, boy. Oh, boy.
You coming in, Clegg?
Yeah.
There's some things I wanted to talk over with you. Hey, look at my door.
Somebody's forced it.
Well, I'll be...
And look inside.
Come on.
What in blazes? Some fella sure tore this place up.
There's papers all over the floor.
And the drawer's been pulled out of your table.
The blasted skunk. Who in thunder would do a thing like this?
Somebody must have been looking for cash.
I ain't got no cash here.
They was looking for something. They even pulled all the stuff off of them shelves. They didn't bother to put nothing back, neither.
I can't see no reason for it.
Maybe it was somebody didn't know you never keep cash here.
I don't know.
Let's have a look around. Maybe we can find out if anything's missing.
Yeah.
Golly, things are sure in a mess.
What's this?
Huh?
It's a bandana. And it ain't mine, either.
A bandana?
Whoever was here dropped it.
They must have.
Say, ain't I seen this somewheres before?
There's initials on it.
J.B. By golly, I know who this belongs to.
Yeah?
Jake Brimmer.
You're sure of that?
You just bet, I'm sure. Them's his initials, ain't they? And I recollect him wearing it.
But what did he...
Old cat. I'll fix him for this.
What'd he be doing here?
I can tell you. I'll bet my saddle he was looking for that confession he signed.
You think he was?
You're blame right. If he could get that back, then there wouldn't be no way for me to make him pay off when he gets the Box B.
Maybe you're right.
There ain't no doubt about it. The sneaking coyote.
You think he found it?
Not by a darn sight. Him looking here proves he ain't got no notion where it's hid.
Yeah?
I sure wouldn't be fool enough to put a thing like that where it could be found that easy.
Where's it at?
That's my business. But this don't surprise me none. Ever since Larry got away again, Jake's been shooting off his mouth about the way I'm handling things.
He had a plenty to say.
So he must have figured if he could find that paper, he could do without me.
Uh-huh.
Come on.
Where you going?
I'm going to the Box B.
To see Jake?
You're doggone right I am. And I'm going to tell him plenty.
Steady there.
If he thinks he can pull a stunt like this and get away with it, he's making a bad mistake. And when I get through telling him off, he won't be in no hurry to make another one like it.
Come on, get up there.
Get up. Come on. Get up there.
The sheriff and Clegg, convinced that Jake was trying to double-cross them, raced their horses to the Box B ranch. It was dark by the time they approached the house, and suddenly they were startled by the sound of 3 sudden shots.
Why, the ornery skunk. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Sheriff's fired at us.
And they blame near got us.
Came from the house.
They sure did.
Draw your gun. If Jake thinks he can get us, we'll shoot it out right now.
We'll bust right in the door.
Yeah. Don't give him no time to get set for us.
He most likely he knows he dropped that bandana and figures we're out to get him.
Blast him. Come on.
You dirty double-crosser.
Fire at us, will you?
Whoa, what the...
Up with your hands.
What are you doing?
I ought to shoot you down where you stand.
Are you loco?
I'll teach you to shoot at us.
But I never fired them shots.
What's that?
Don't try to lie out of it.
But I just now heard them. I ain't got no more notion than you have where they come from.
They came from right here.
They couldn't. My gun was stole.
Huh?
That's a fact. Somebody broke in last night and took it while I was sleeping.
You figure we'll believe that?
But I tell you...
What's that on the table by the window? Right here's a gun.
And it's a gun Jake always carries.
What in blazes? That gun wasn't there for.
This is the gun, all right. Just take a look. It's still hot and there's 3 bullets gone.
No, it can't be.
Why, you blasted rat. Take that.
Don't hit me.
And here's another.
Let me take a punch at him, Sheriff.
Get away. I've been framed.
Yeah? And I suppose you'll say it wasn't you that broke in my house today.
Did what?
You tried to find the paper you signed confessing to the murder of Bill Sweeney. But you didn't get it, did you?
It ain't so.
Then how come you dropped your bandana there?
I suppose you say that was stolen from him, too.
But it was. Honest, it was.
I ain't swallowing your lies, Jake.
But I'll
tell you just what happened. You remember dropping that bandana, and so you figured I'd be coming out here. Then you tried to kill me when we drove up.
Honest, Sheriff,
Don't talk to me. You didn't like it because we let Larry get away alive. It was your idea to get that confession back and then keep the Box B for yourself.
I tell you, I never thought no such thing.
I ought to turn you in for killing Sweeney.
You can't do that.
It's what you got coming.
If you do, how are you going to explain not seeing anything about it before?
I can tell him you just now wrote it.
Listen to me. I ain't crossed you.
If it weren't that I was still figuring on collecting my half of the ranch, I'd drill you right now.
You'll get it just as soon as Larry's done for.
You're darn right I'll get...
The masked man.
And the U.S. Marshal.
And Larry.
Drop those guns. You're under arrest. The whole 3 of you.
You ain't arresting me. Oh, my hand.
Drop your gun, Sheriff.
There it is.
I heard everything that was said. We were just outside that window.
Now, wait, listen. We was...
While we were riding here, Tonto told me how you framed Larry. And you said just enough to prove it.
And it was the Lone Ranger's scheme that made you talk.
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah, it was him that took Jake's gun and bandana. And it was his idea to make it look as though Jake had searched your place, Sheriff.
Yeah. You mean Jake weren't there at all?
You blame fool. A Tota wasn't.
And it was all a trick.
We figured you'd ride out here for a showdown, Sheriff. When we seen you coming, the masked man fired 3 times, then slipped the gun back in through that window.
Well, I'll be...
You'll be jailed, that's what you'll be. You have all the evidence you need, Marshal? They said aplenty. And Larry's free to take over the ranch? He sure is. Good.
Can't this be fixed up some way? I'll give you cash.
The only way this can be fixed is by your hanging, Jake.
No, wait, I can tell you that...
You're going to hang for the killing of Bill Sweeney. And the sheriff and Clegg are going to be jailed for helping you frame Larry.
And it was the Lone Ranger that cleared everything up.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! There's danger on the trail ahead, and Tonto's waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, there's top entertainment all day long when you set your radio dial to NBC. Listen for Double or Nothing, and you'll hear one of radio's funniest quiz shows. Yes, Walter O'Keefe consistently comes up with great comedy entertainment Monday through Friday on Double or Nothing. Listen and you'll agree. And then there's the program with a heart, Strike It Rich. The grand entertainment that Warren Hull brings you every day on Strike It Rich is just what the doctor ordered if you suffer from the housework blues. From Chicago, Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers and interviews with the many interesting guests who each day pass through the Windy City. And for more fun, listen for Bob and Ray, those two zany comics. Then there's Music and Charm with Dave Garroway. So remember, every day, Monday through Friday, chase your blues away with the wonderful daytime programs on this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, here's today's adventure with the tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Illusion.
It is 3 a.m. on October 3rd, 1945. In the town of Eagle Rock, Texas, Sheriff Glenn Minton is awakened by an urgent knocking on the door of his house. He slips on a bathrobe and walks downstairs as the knocking continues.
Just a minute, I'm coming. All right. Now, who is it?
Amy West! I've got to talk to you, Sheriff. Please let me come in.
All right, come in.
Oh, Sheriff, I'm so scared.
Now, whatever it is, it can't be that bad.
You don't know, Sheriff. You don't know. You can't.
Here, now, you just sit down and relax.
No, please don't leave me. Sheriff, they tried it again.
Tried what?
They've tried to kill me.
Who?
I don't know. Somebody wants me dead.
Now, look here, Amy. I've known you since you were a kid, and I'm going to talk to you like a father.
I know what you're going to say. You think I'm imagining things.
Well, it kind of looks that way. This is the third time in the past 2 months you've thought somebody was trying to kill you.
They are. I know it.
Amy, the other times we proved to you it was either accident or imagination.
You've never believed me. When the brakes went out on my car, when that man came into the house to kill me, you didn't believe it.
Amy, you said that prowler was still in the house when I got there, and you know I didn't find nobody.
He was there. I know he wasn't tonight. He came back. He tried to blow me up.
What?
I woke up and smelled gas. Before I could get out of there was an explosion.
Where?
The bathroom, I think. Part of my bedroom blew up. I don't know how I wasn't killed.
Well, why didn't you phone instead of driving all the way in here?
The phone wouldn't work. Oh, it was awful. Why do they want me dead? Why?
What kind of gas fixtures do you have in the bathroom?
Well, there's a little stove and the hot water heater.
Where's your husband, Amy?
Mark's away buying calves. He'll be back in the morning. Sheriff, somebody came in and turned the gas on. I know it.
Amy, think hard now. Could you have left that gas on yourself?
No, I couldn't. Sheriff, you've got to listen to me. Somebody is trying to kill me. Somebody wants me dead.
All right, Amy. All right, now get hold of yourself. We'll go out to your house and have a look.
The sheriff made a preliminary investigation at the West Ranch House, then requested assistance from the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and reached the ranch at 10 that morning. Mark West, Amy's husband, had arrived home in the meantime. The two officers left Mr. West downstairs with his wife and went up to investigate the scene of the explosion.
Pretty much of a mess, ain't it, Jace?
Uh-huh. Mrs. West was lucky, though. I've seen gas heater explosions when there wasn't a thing left of the house.
What do you make of it? You figure somebody could have come in here and turned the gas on like Amy says?
Could be. The heater valve was open.
Yeah, but Amy could have left it open herself. You know how careless people are about things like that.
Uh-huh. You say Mrs. West thinks somebody tried to kill her a couple of times before.
That's right. But, Jace, to tell the truth, I don't put much stock in what she's been saying.
Why not?
Well, Amy's always been kind of high-strung, gets herself all upset about little things. You know how women are sometimes.
Is she happy with her husband?
Oh, Mark's always been real good to her. Seems to be crazy about Amy and her about him. Only one thing wrong I ever knew of.
What's that?
Well, both of them's always wanted kids, and they never had any. Last 5-6 years, Amy's been kind of brooding about it.
What about these other times she said attempts had been made on her life?
Well, the first time it was the brakes on her car. They went out and Amy smacked into a fence. She was lucky, just shook her up some. Mechanic said it could happen to any car.
And the second time?
She phoned me and said there was a prowler downstairs. When I got here, she swore she could still hear him walking around. I looked everywhere, and I didn't find a sign of anybody.
Where was her husband?
Away. He'd gone up to Dallas early that evening.
You reckon he's involved in this?
Oh, I don't think so. Jace, like I say, he's pretty fond of her.
As far as you know, Sheriff, did Mrs. West ever try to take her own life?
Well, just between us, the way Amy's been acting lately, I wouldn't put it past her.
Uh-huh. We better go down and have a talk with both of them.
If Amy does have ideas about suicide, Jace, how come all this talk about somebody trying to kill her?
Well, the human mind's a funny thing. Sometimes that's the way it works.
You mean she could have done all these things herself, and yet she really believes somebody else has been doing them?
Something like that.
You know, that crossed my mind when I was talking with Amy.
Mm-hmm. The living room door's open.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you find, Ranger?
I can't say for sure, Mr. West. Might have been deliberate, and then again, it could have been an accident.
It wasn't any accident.
Now, honey, you're just upset.
It wasn't any accident, I tell you. He came in here just like he did the last time. Turned on the gas and tried to kill me.
Honey, why would anybody want to kill you?
I don't know. But he wants me dead.
Amy, you've got to stop this. I don't know of a person in the world who wants you dead. Everybody loves you.
That's the truth, Amy. I've never heard a soul in town speak a harsh word about you.
It's no use trying to cover it up, Sheriff. Somebody wants to kill me. And when it's too late, you'll be sorry you didn't believe me.
Honey, don't talk like that, please.
Mrs. West, we'd like a statement from you about what happened last night. You mind coming in town with the sheriff and me?
All right, I'll come. But I want Mark with me. I won't go unless he comes along.
Sure, honey. I'll be glad to come.
Sheriff, you take Mrs. West out to the car. We'll be along in a minute.
Right, Jace. Come on, Amy.
I don't know what to do about this, Ranger. I just don't know.
Mr. West, I think your wife needs help. Would you have any objection if I took her to a psychiatrist?
You know one around here?
There's a Dr. Sobel who's done some work for us in the past. Works at a private hospital about 40 miles from here. I can take Mrs. West to see him if you want.
Ranger, you don't know what a load it would be off my mind. I've been thinking about something like that for weeks, just haven't been able to get up enough nerve to talk about it.
Probably better if the idea comes from me. I'll mention it to her on the way into town. I talked to Mrs. West. At first, she was reluctant to see the psychiatrist, but by the time we reached the sheriff's office, she'd consented. After the sheriff took her statement about the explosion, I drove Mrs. West and her husband to the hospital. While she was talking to Dr. Sobel, Mark West and I waited in the outer office. 2 hours later, the doctor opened the door between the offices.
Sorry I kept you waiting so long, gentlemen. Mrs. West, you can go into the other room with your husband now.
How you feeling, honey?
All right.
I've given your wife some capsules, Mr. West. Just a mild sedative. See that she takes one every night before she goes to bed.
Sure, Doctor.
It won't help.
It will if you make up your mind to let it.
Nothing's going to help. Somebody wants me dead. Sooner or later, he'll kill me.
Well, we'll talk more about it, Mrs. West, sometime soon. Now, if you and your husband don't mind waiting, I'd like to speak to the ranger for a second. What do you think, Doctor? Well, it's only a preliminary examination. I'll want to spend much more time with her. But there doesn't seem to be any clinical psychosis present.
You mean there's no definite insanity?
I'm almost sure of it.
What about this idea she's got that she's going to be killed?
She's an extremely unstable woman, Ranger. And she's under some kind of severe emotional strain. What it is, I don't know yet.
Well, the sheriff and I'd like to help her any way we can. Is there anything we can do?
In a case like this, Ranger, nothing. Nothing at all.
I drove Mr. and Mrs. West home and then went back to the sheriff's office. After talking to him, I decided there was nothing further I could do. I returned to headquarters. A week later, I received an urgent message from the sheriff. Mrs. West was in his office and insisted on seeing me. I went there. Sorry to bring you back, Jace, but Ms. West wouldn't talk to anybody but you. Said it was important.
It's important, all right, Ranger. Real important.
What is it, Mrs. West?
Maybe you won't think I'm crazy now. Maybe you'll believe me.
I never did think you were crazy, ma'am.
Yes, you did, but you're going to see. Everything I told you was true. Just wait till I get it out of my purse. There. Look.
Aren't they the capsules Dr. Sobel gave you?
Yes. And now I know I wasn't dreaming the past few months. My life has been in danger.
Now, Amy... Well, what makes you so sure now?
This. Now, you see? Inside the capsule. That's the color the powder should be. Green. But look at this capsule.
Powder in that one's green, too, Amy?
I had another capsule I wanted to show you. Thought I had it marked. Yes.
Mrs. West.
That's green, too. I don't know where. Oh, here it is. I knew I had it marked. See the little nick in the end?
What did you want to show us, ma'am?
Inside this capsule. There. The powder in this one's white. It's poison, Ranger.
Well, that's something we can't say till it's been analyzed, ma'am. If you like,
You don't have to analyze it. That powder's poison.
Now, look, Amy, Doc Sobel gave you those pills. You don't think he'd try to poison you?
No, not him. But now I know who wants to kill me. I saw him. He didn't know I was watching. But I saw him take the green powder out and put the poison in.
Who was this, Mrs. West?
My husband. My husband's trying to kill me.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
The cruel nature of cancer is well known. It strikes young and old, rich and poor alike. Men as well as women fall victim to this dread disease. And because anyone can develop cancer, everyone must join in the fight to conquer cancer. Every American shares in the hope that soon cancer will be conquered. But we cannot just hope for complete cancer control. We must take positive action. Do your part. Take positive action. Strike back against cancer by joining the American Cancer Society's 1952 crusade. Your dollars will help support the Society's 3 essential programs of research, education, and service to the cancer patient. It is estimated that 22 million Americans now living will die of cancer. Fortunately, however, this is not an unchangeable figure. By striking back together, we can reduce it substantially. So give generously to your unit of the American Cancer Society. Simply mail your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. And now, back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Illusion.
We had the white powder that Mrs. West had taken out of the capsule analyzed. It was poison, a lethal dose of arsenic. We took her to the ranch and began looking around in the hope of finding the source of the poison. Her husband was out on the range, and we started our search in the kitchen. Nothing in this cupboard, Jay. Try the one in the corner. Mrs. West, you're absolutely sure you saw your husband put the poison in that capsule?
Yes. He was standing right there at the table. Oh, how could Mark do such a thing to me?
You and Mr. West always get along well?
Yes, till about a year ago, when he said he wanted a divorce. Naturally, I was surprised.
What did you tell him?
I said I wouldn't think of it. And a few days later, he asked me to forget it. He never mentioned it again.
You think of any reason why he wanted a divorce?
I can now. Those business trips of his. Times he stayed away 2 or 3 days. Buying cattle, he said. He was with another woman.
Now, you might be jumping at conclusions, you know, ma'am.
No, I'm not. Why else would he have wanted a divorce?
Jeez, I reckon I've got what we've been looking for. Rat poison.
Oh.
Bought at Land's drugstore in town. Just about half an ounce gone.
Looks like it was scooped out with a teaspoon.
You see, I told you he was trying to kill me. And now I know why. Because he's got another woman.
Hey, Mrs. West, did you buy this poison?
Me? Well, I've never bought anything like that.
Then we'll check and see if your husband did.
You're going back to town?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't leave me here. Oh, please. I'm afraid of him. I don't want to stay in this place a minute longer. He'll kill me. Take me with you, Ranger, please.
All right, Mrs. West. You can wait in the sheriff's office while we go to the drugstore.
Oh, where'd I put that poison register? Yeah, here we are. Any idea when this poison was bought?
I'm afraid not.
I reckon we'll just start turning pages till we come to it. West. Well, if that ain't luck, hit it on the 3rd page. Yep, it was rat poison, all right.
What date did he buy it?
It was on June 25th. And... Did you say he?
That's right.
Well, then there's some kind of mistake, Ranger. It wasn't him bought that poison. It was her. See? Amy West.
Did you go to the drugstore already?
Yeah, Amy. We went to the drugstore.
Sheriff, is something wrong?
Mrs. West, out at your house, you told us you hadn't bought any rat poison.
Yes.
This is the poison register from Lyon's drugstore, Mrs. West.
Yes?
Is that your signature?
Oh.
Is there any chance somebody else could have signed your name?
No, it's mine. I remember buying it now. I don't know how I could have forgotten. Please, don't be angry with me. Please.
We're not angry, Mrs. West. All we want to do is help you.
Oh, I'm such a fool.
I hate to ask you questions when you're upset, Amy, but it's important that we find out about this. Did you really see Mark put poison in that capsule last night?
Yes, I thought I did. I don't know now. Everything seems to be spinning around in my head. I'm not sure of anything anymore.
I think that's enough for now, Sheriff.
I could see it so clear. Mark standing by the kitchen table, putting that white powder. Maybe I've been imagining things all along. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, Ranger, please help me.
I think we better take you over to see Dr. Sobel again, ma'am.
I don't care what you do. Just help me. Help me.
I called Dr. Sobel. He said he'd get a room ready for Mrs. West. While the sheriff took her to the hospital, I headed out to the ranch to see her husband. I learned he was still out in the range, so I unloaded charcoal from the trailer and started out. It was nearly 5 when I found him at a makeshift branding pen 3 miles from the house. Ooh, Sharky. Ooh, boy. Mr. West?
Oh, howdy, Ranger. Be right with you. Hurry up with the rest of them, Ted. Want to wind it up before sundown. What can I do for you, Ranger?
I'm afraid I have some unpleasant news for you.
Is it about Amy?
Sheriff just took her over at the hospital.
What's happened to her?
Nothing serious. She's just a little bit upset.
Oh, I thought it was...
You were going to say something, Mr. West?
I get so worried about her, the way she's been acting lately. I can't sleep nights thinking about it.
Oh, Dr. Sobel's one of the best in Texas. If anybody can help her, he can.
Sometimes I think she's better, and then... Well, it's like a curtain dropped in front of her eyes. She looks at me like she's never seen me before. It's pretty awful, Ranger.
Yes, it is.
I'd like to go see Amy as soon as I can.
Well, you'd better call Dr. Sobel first, but I don't think there'll be any objection.
She take her medicine along with her?
I couldn't say.
I better bring it to her. She'll be needing it.
Oh, I don't think you'll have to do that, Mr. West. If she needs medicine, they'll give it to her at the hospital.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose they would at that. Well, I'll be along to see her tonight.
On the way back to the hospital, I kept thinking about his mentioning the medicine. It bothered me and created a growing suspicion in my mind. By the time I reached the hospital, I was convinced we didn't have all the answers. The sheriff and I decided to listen to any conversation between West and his wife. We set up a hidden microphone in an empty room, and we asked the head nurse to have Mrs. West moved in there. We settled down in an adjoining room with earphones and the tape recorder. At 7:35, we heard the door and Mrs. West's room open and close.
Hello, honey.
Hello, Mark.
You feeling better?
I don't know.
Oh, you'll be all right. Ranger said you had a real good doctor.
Mark,
Yeah, honey?
I don't know. Everything is so mixed up.
I sure feel sorry.
Don't cry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You'll be all right. When you get out of here, we're going to have the best time we've had in the whole 12 years we've been married.
You really mean that?
Sure, honey. Maybe we'll go away someplace. Maybe Europe for a few months.
Oh, Mark.
Now, you just get a good rest so you can get out of here. Oh, almost forgot. Mrs. Dunlap sent you some candy. You know, that chocolate fudge you're so crazy about. Here.
Candy? Oh. I don't want it.
Honey, you know you love this stuff. Go on. Take a piece.
Jason.
What's the matter, honey? Would you want any?
You eat some.
Huh?
You eat some.
Sure, honey. It's real good. Sure you won't have some?
Oh, Mark.
What's the matter?
Sometimes I think I'm the biggest fool in the world.
Oh, you're just tired, honey. Doc said I shouldn't stay too long. I'll leave the candy here by your bed just in case you get hungry later on. And I'll be in to see you tomorrow.
Good night, Mark.
Night, honey. Sleep well.
Well, what do you think, Jason?
I don't know. Right at the moment, I'd say it was a toss-up. Let's get in there.
Come in.
Evening, ma'am.
Hello, Amy.
It's nice of you to come and visit me. You just missed seeing Mark.
Mrs. West, have you eaten any of the candy on the table?
Oh, Mark brought it. No, I haven't eaten any. Would you like some, Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. If you don't mind, I'll take the whole box.
What?
I'm sorry, Mrs. West, but we want to be sure it's just candy. We submitted the box of candy for rush analysis. 40 minutes later, the results came through. One of the pieces of candy contained arsenic. We broke the news to Mrs. West. She accepted it in stony silence. We decided to let West believe his plan had succeeded. We outlined our idea to the doctor. At midnight, we had him phone West and ask him to come to the hospital as quickly as possible. When he arrived, he was kept waiting alone for nearly an hour. The sheriff and I sat in Dr. Sobel's outer office. Finally, we phoned the receptionist and told her to have West come in.
You ought to really be stewing by now, Jace.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on.
Jace, I swear I didn't.
Hold it, he's coming.
Oh, Doc in his office?
He's upstairs. Come on in, Mr. West.
He told me to get down here as quick as I could. I've been waiting for an hour. What's it all about?
I don't know. We got a call, too.
How long you been here?
About an hour.
What's happened to Amy?
We don't know, Mr. West.
I went down to her room. She wasn't there.
Yeah, we were down there, too.
Where's that doctor? I'm going to make him tell me something.
Dr. Sobel's up in the lab. He said he couldn't be disturbed.
Lab? What's he doing up there?
The nurse said he was making some tests.
On Amy?
I don't know.
I'm not going to stand for this. That doctor's got no right to keep me waiting like this, not when my wife might be dead.
Dead? What makes you think that?
Oh, I'm sure that's it. Amy didn't want to live. She wanted to kill herself.
I never got that idea about Amy, Mark.
You didn't know her the way I did. She was always talking about killing herself. Last night I caught her filling those capsules the doctor gave her with rat poison. Saw her put them in her purse.
You did?
Yeah. Took them away from her. Reckon maybe I didn't find them all. Reckon Amy had some more.
Why didn't you tell us this before?
No, I should have told you all about this, but I didn't. Because I was ashamed. Now you're going to blame me. You're going to think it was my fault Amy committed suicide. Well, go ahead, say it.
Mr. West, you're liable to be getting excited for nothing. Nobody said anything about your wife being dead.
She is, I know it. She's not in her room, and the doc's up making some kind of tests, ain't he? She's dead. She committed suicide. She's dead.
Take it easy, Mark.
I can't understand it. I tried to make Amy happy. Why'd she want to take her own life?
We don't think she did, Mr. West.
Huh?
We think you tried to poison your wife with arsenic in the candy you brought her tonight.
Candy? I didn't bring her any candy.
We know you did.
But that's a lie.
Amy died from eating poison candy. She had it with her all the time. I didn't bring it to her.
I'm afraid you did, Mr. West. We've got a witness to prove it.
Witness?
Bring Mrs. West in, Sheriff.
All right, Amy. You can come in now.
What's the matter, Mark? Aren't you glad to see me?
Amy,
Maybe you can understand how I've felt all these weeks. Hoping I was seeing things and knowing I wasn't. Now you know.
Oh, it's all a mistake on you. Big mistake.
No, it isn't. You wanted me dead, so you could be with your other woman. Who is she, Mark? Is she pretty? You tell her how soft and silky her hair is, like you used to tell me.
Amy, please.
Do you and she have little jokes together like we used to have? Little pet names for each other?
Mrs. West, that candy you had in your room tonight, where did you get it?
My husband brought it to me.
Amy, that ain't true. You know you had that candy in your bag all the time. I saw you with it last night.
Did you, Mark? When?
You had it. Try and remember. Amy, honey, you've got to remember. Ranger, she forgets things. Her mind wanders. I never brought the candy to her. I swear I didn't.
It's no good, Mr. West. We know you brought the candy.
But you're not going to take her word. She's crazy. She'd say anything.
We don't have to take her word.
What are you talking about?
You know what this is? I'll tell you, Mr. West. It's a tape recorder.
Tape recorder?
Your wife's room was wired. You like to hear what you said to her tonight?
No. No.
You ready to tell us all about it now?
All right. I tried to kill her. She wouldn't give me a divorce. I didn't think it feels having somebody else camping with her, only see her a few hours now and then. How do you think it feels?
That's right, Mark. Cry. I didn't think you knew how. Go ahead and cry.
Take her away, Ranger. I hate her. I don't want to see her.
You won't, Mr. West. Her or any other woman. Not for a long time. Come on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Later today, you'll find more great entertainment all lined up for you on this NBC station. Next, it's The Big Show, with a star-studded guest list and your unpredictable hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. Meredith Wilson will be on hand to direct The Big Show orchestra and chorus. And be sure to hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show, featuring the comedy antics of Frankie Remley, Julius Abruzio, and Brother William. There's mirth and music with Phil and Alice and their delightful program. And remember, too, that Theater Guild on the Air will bring you another entertaining dramatization of an exciting play co-starring two of your favorite Broadway stars. Yes, Sunday is Fun Day on NBC because of the many fine shows sent your way to add to your listening pleasure. Later tonight, you'll want to hear Jack Parr and the $64 question, as Jack asks the questions and gives away the money. So remember, for fine entertainment all the rest of the day, stay tuned to this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, back to the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Suffering from nervous strain, Amy West went to a private rest home. After 6 months, she was fully recovered. Mark West, having confessed to the attempted murder of his wife, was sentenced to 10 years in Huntsville Penitentiary.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen in San Francisco's Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Parley Baer, Jeanette Nolan, John Stevenson, and Byron Kane. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, enjoy 90 minutes of comedy, drama, and music on The Big Show on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.